Chapter 1 Chapter 001 It's not up to you to decide whether it's formal or informal. Hey handsome, come on in, it's cheap and affordable. Pay attention, this man is called Li Dachun. He has just arrived at the entrance of a massage parlor called Nightfall in the alley, when he is stopped by a woman wearing a tight skirt and heavy makeup. Li Dachun glanced at the woman with her curvy figure, swallowed, looked around nervously, and asked in a low voice, "Is this a legitimate business?" The woman smiled flirtatiously, understood what he meant, and said in a rather ambiguous manner, "Of course it is legitimate." "Forget it then." Unexpectedly, upon hearing the word legitimate, Li Dachun immediately looked disappointed and was about to go to another establishment. "Hey, handsome, I'm not finished yet. You're so handsome, you can decide whether it's formal or informal." Seeing the man's frankness, the woman hurriedly added, pushing him towards the shop. Li Dachun then revealed a satisfied expression, once again cautiously observing his surroundings, before entering the massage parlor. In fact, the reason Li Dachun took the risk of coming to a place like this was that he had no choice, he was forced to give away his first time. You see, before this, Li Dachun was a fool who had lived under the flyover for 2 years. 2 years ago, Li Dachun had just graduated from university when he suddenly received the tragic news that his parents had died in a car accident. Just as his life hit rock bottom, his university classmate Shino came into his fragile heart, and over time, they became a couple. Li Dachun cherished this relationship and willingly became a licking dog just to give his parents' spirits some comfort. In order to satisfy Shino's pursuit of a high-quality life, Li Dachun is willing to work 3 jobs a day, borrow from loan sharks and online lenders, and find every way possible to win his girlfriend's favor. He even readily accepts Shino's request to wait until marriage before having sex, thinking that this girlfriend who knows how to keep herself pure is really a catch, and he has been with her at the lowest level of just holding hands. However, it didn't take long before the virtuous Shino got involved with Luo Long, a rich second-generation student, because she didn't like dog licking. Facing Li Dachun's entreaties, Shino's response of, "Do you have to see him on top of me before you give up?" became the final straw that broke Li Dachun's heart. Meanwhile, unable to bear the creditor's demands, Li Dachun hid in hiding every day, and eventually went white-haired overnight, and began to have issues with his sanity. He walked for 3 days and nights with a silly grin, and in a daze, he arrived in Shangqing City, Sanhu Province, where he slept under the overpass every day and made a living scavenging. 2 years passed in a flash. Until 2 hours ago, Li Dachun was hit by a BMW while trying to save the daughter of the owner of the junkyard who often delivered him food. Seeing that the silly Li Dachun refused to go to the hospital, the owner of the BMW offered him 800 yuan and drove off. Little did he know that Li Dachun had a serious brain hemorrhage and was on the verge of death. While he was confused, he dreamed of a pretty young lady named Xiaoying. Vaguely, he remembered that this young lady, who had descended like an angel, had come by order of her master to save him. Not only did she restore his consciousness, she also promised to let him live his life again and pass on an unparalleled skill. However, this seemingly innocent young lady wickedly proposed an incredible condition for activation: Li Dachun must lose his virginity within 2 hours, or else he would go back to being stupid. Only a fool would want to become stupid again. What's more, Li Dachun had already returned to normal. After narrowly escaping death, he had no other choice. The first thing he did after waking up was take the 800 yuan and go cut off the long hair he had grown over the past 2 years. Then, anxiously clutching the remaining 500 yuan, Li Dachun followed the directions of a kind taxi driver and arrived in this alley, where he could quickly and easily complete his task. Here, Li Dachun followed the woman into the massage parlor. Looking at the woman in front of him with her long, slender legs and her wiggling walk, his heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. Soon, the woman led him into a room filled with a unique fragrance and said in a squeaky voice, "Handsome guy, please wait a moment while I go and get someone to serve you." "Huh? Aren't you the one?" Li Dachun was only thinking about getting the job done quickly and didn't want to waste any more time, so he hurriedly shouted at the woman when he saw that she was about to call someone else. "Gee, handsome, you're a real joker. We all have our own responsibilities. How can you take a sister's job? Don't worry, our restaurant is famous far and wide, with many repeat customers, and you'll be satisfied." After saying this, the woman threw a flirtatious glance at Li Dachun, walked out, and closed the door behind her. Li Dachun let out a soft breath, lay down on the bed, and felt his heart pounding non-stop. Just thinking about the task assigned to him by that angelic sister, he felt like he was in a daze. Although during his relationship with Shino, Li Dachun had looked forward to sex every night, always wanting to become a real man. But he had always stuck to his moral bottom line, preferring to review his manual skills over and over again, and had never thought of setting foot in such a place. Unexpectedly, ironically, he still had to fulfill his wish in such a place. Sigh. Looking at the pink lighting in the room and listening to the occasional giggles from the next room, Li Dachun sighed and couldn't help but feel discouraged. But the thought of possibly becoming a fool again, coupled with the thought of his previous few years of a life of mediocrity, made Li Dachun really unwilling to accept it. Forget it, if you've come this far, you might as well just go with the flow. Just as Li Dachun made up his mind, there was a sound of stiletto heels outside the room. Hearing this, Li Dachun couldn't help but sit up. Soon, there was a knock on the door, and a woman's voice came in. "Handsome, may I come in?" "Come in." As soon as the words were spoken, the door was pushed open from the outside. Li Dachun looked in the direction of the sound, and suddenly felt his heart almost jump out of his chest. He saw that the woman who had come in was tall, with long legs that were longer than his life. The woman was carrying a bag in her hand, and she had tousled her hair as she stood straight in front of Li Dachun. "Handsome guy, can I?" "Yes, you can." Li Dachun never imagined that there would be such a beautiful woman in such a small shop. He couldn't help but avert his eyes, afraid to make eye contact with the woman. Because the light in the room was deliberately dimmed, Li Dachun didn't get a good look at the woman's face. Seeing that Li Dachun seemed a little nervous, the woman smiled, sat down next to him, and deliberately leaned in closer, smiling as she said, "Handsome guy, don't be nervous, is this your first time here?" This sentence almost made Li Dachun, who had never been in this situation before, have a nosebleed. He hurriedly moved aside, and just as he was about to speak, unexpectedly, the woman actually moved over and leaned into Li Dachun's ear, whispering very softly and tenderly, "Handsome guy, you're quite handsome. Are you single?" "Well, sort of." It wasn't until then that Li Dachun mustered up the courage to turn his head and look at the woman next to him. However, after just a few seconds of looking, Li Dachun suddenly froze, then stood up in shock, almost falling to the ground, exclaiming in disbelief, "Auntie?" Chapter 2 Chapter 002 It can be considered a special fate. Dachun? Li Dachun never dreamed that the graceful woman who had just entered was actually his distant cousin's ex-wife, Wei Cuilian. However, Wei Cuilian had divorced Li Dachun's cousin a long time ago, so strictly speaking, she was only his ex-aunt and had no connection with him now. Moreover, Li Dachun and Wei Cuilian lived far away from each other, so they had only met less than 10 times, and the two families did not interact much. Wei Cuilian and Li Dachun's uncle had almost never met after their divorce. At this moment, Wei Cuilian, who recognized Li Dachun, was even more surprised and lost her color. She immediately got up and stood up, and her heart was beating fast and she felt very uneasy. "Dachun? Why is it you? Weren't you missing? When did you come to Shangqing City?" It turned out that Wei Cuilian had heard that Li Dachun had gone missing, but she didn't know that he had wandered around for 2 years after going crazy. This was Wei Cuilian's last day working here, and she was about to go back to running her own small business. She never expected that fate would play such a cruel joke on her, and she would meet Li Dachun in such an awkward situation. Now, the two of them were looking at each other, and the strange noises coming from the next room made them feel so embarrassed that they wanted to find a hole to crawl into. "I'm sorry, just forget that I was here." Li Dachun blushed with remorse, and was about to rush out the door, but Wei Cuilian stopped him. "Hey, Dachun, don't be in such a hurry to leave, you're already here." "Well. But hey." Wei Cuilian gave a sad expression, which made Li Dachun not know whether to leave or stay. He sat down on the bed with a sigh, covering his forehead with his hands. The two were silent for a while, and in the end, Wei Cuilian broke the ice. "Dachun, don't be like this, how about I keep you company for a bit?" Li Dachun heard this and gave a bitter smile, thinking to himself that the heavens were playing a joke on him. He had wanted to find a place to quickly get the job done, but had never imagined that on his first time in such a situation, he would run into Wei Cuilian in such a melodramatic way. Although, when he was young, Li Dachun had always thought that Wei Cuilian was very pretty, now she was even more charming, looking fresh and pretty with a shapely figure. Every time Li Dachun saw her before, he couldn't help but stare at her. The most important thing is that Wei Cuilian's current husband, Big Brother Wang, died in an accident several years ago. Despite the fact that people knocking on the door to ask for her hand were almost at the doorsteps, Wei Cuilian has never remarried and has raised her children alone. Logically speaking, she should be a decent family, so why is she here? Thinking about this, Li Dachun was puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "Aunt Wei, is something wrong? Why are you here?" Li Dachun's question seemed to have stirred up some painful memories for Wei Cuilian. Her eyes suddenly filled with tears, but after a moment she said, Dachun, you don't understand. After I divorced your cousin, I found another man, but it didn't last long. He gambled and ran up a lot of debt. After he died in an accident, the creditors came to my door every day demanding payment. As a woman, I had no money to pay them back, so I came here to earn some money, as the villagers had recommended. But I've already saved enough money. Today is my last shift, and I'm going back tomorrow. Who knew that I would run into you by such a coincidence? Hearing this, Li Dachun was stunned. As the saying goes, the hemp rope breaks at the finest point. It seems that Wei Cuilian also has a good reason. What about you? You still haven't told me how you ended up in Shangqing City. When Wei Cuilian asked about himself, Li Dachun scratched his head, hesitated for a long time, and swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. He just said, "It's not that I'm not capable. After graduation, I didn't have much to do, so I looked for work everywhere, and I just happened to find this place." Unexpectedly, after listening to Li Dachun's discouraging words, Wei Cuilian became a little angry and said, "Dachun, I forbid you to say that about yourself. You don't know, when you got into university, I went to your house for the banquet and saw you full of enthusiasm. I was so happy and so delighted inside." As the conversation deepened, the awkwardness between the two dissipated. Wei Cuilian moved a little closer to Li Dachun and said shyly, "Dachun, I actually like you quite a bit. Our meeting here today can be considered an arrangement by fate, a special kind of fate. Don't you agree?" These were good words, but Wei Cuilian suddenly said such ambiguous things, making Li Dachun's heart, which had finally calmed down, start beating faster again. What's more, the strange sound from the next room came again at the most opportune moment. "I can't do this. How about I just give you the money and you keep me company for a bit? I haven't met anyone I know in a long time." However, Li Dachun still had some concerns and couldn't get past that hurdle. "How can I do that? How can I take advantage of you? Dachun, do you think I'm dirty?" Wei Cuilian couldn't help but look disappointed as she saw Li Dachun's resistance. "No, I didn't mean it like that." "So you don't like me? But that's okay, you don't need to like me to come here." "No, I don't. In fact, how could Li Dachun not like Wei Cuilian? During his turbulent adolescence, he even dreamed about her several times." Wei Cuilian giggled when she noticed Li Dachun stammering and guessed what he was thinking. Although she knew in her heart that it was a bit hard to say goodbye to Li Dachun. She felt that it was fate that God had sent Li Dachun, whom she had long been happy with, to her on her last day of work. Thinking about this, Wei Cuilian's eyes became more determined, and she tightly grasped Li Dachun's hand, causing Li Dachun to shake and instinctively move to the side. "To be honest, I'm actually quite happy for you, but..." "Dachun, you're already here, why think so much? If you don't say it and I don't say it, let's just keep it a secret between us. I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Do you have the heart to let the boss lady deduct my wages?" Li Dachun was once again torn between two options, his mind in a whirl as he wrestled with his decision. Wei Cuilian didn't want to waste any more time, and took advantage of the situation to pursue her goal. She came up to Li Dachun and said in a gentle tone, "Dachun, you're a man, a real man, you have to be decisive. Look, you're sweating. Chapter 3, Episode 003, Don't You Consider Me a Friend?" 5 minutes later, Li Dachun finally managed to complete the task assigned by Wei Ying, which had been due in 2 hours. He looked at the blank ceiling and let out a small sigh. "Dachun, you look tired. Why don't you take a break first?" At that moment, Li Dachun thought of something, sat up with a start, and took out some money from his pocket, apologizing. "Well, Auntie, no, I almost forgot, is this for you or?" Out of habit, Li Dachun almost shouted the previous title at Wei Cuilian again, but fortunately he noticed in time and immediately corrected himself. "Humph, what are you saying? We are at least acquaintances, don't you consider me a friend?" Hearing Li Dachun say this, Wei Cuilian's face showed displeasure, and she said with slight disappointment, No, that's not what I meant." Li Dachun looked at the money in his hand and didn't know how to explain for a while. "It's okay, I know you're afraid the boss will give me trouble, don't worry, I'll pay for you, okay? By the way, what's your phone number? Or I'll add you on WeChat, I'm leaving Shangqing City tomorrow, we'll have to keep in touch in the future." Fortunately, Wei Cuilian didn't really care, and while talking, she took out her phone and thought about adding Li Dachun's WeChat. Unexpectedly, this caused Li Dachun a problem. You see, he had just finished his 2-year wandering life, and before that, people were stupid, so how could they have a mobile phone? Well, my phone is broken and being repaired. You see, I'm carrying cash. Why don't you write down your phone number for me and I'll add you back? Oh, okay, where do you live? Wei Cuilian didn't think much of Li Dachun's excuse. She casually took a note and pen from her bag, wrote down the phone number, and asked casually. And Wei, to be honest, I just arrived in Shangqing City not long ago and haven't found a place to live yet. I'm going to find a job and then rent a place. Li Dachun scratched his scalp and said helplessly. I see. Dachun, don't be discouraged. Difficulties are only temporary. By the way, I still have a month left on the lease for the house I'm living in. I'm leaving tomorrow anyway. I'll give you the address. If you don't mind, you can move in. You can renew the lease after a month if you find a job. Huh? How can that be? I'd be taking advantage of you if I stayed here for free. In fact, what Li Dachun wanted to say was the word piao, meaning to take advantage of, but he suddenly felt that it was inappropriate, so he hastily changed it to the word, meaning to eat. However, this did not prevent Wei Cuilian from understanding what he meant. She slowly walked over to Li Dachun and said with a tender expression. Silly Dachun, how can you call it free food? I don't know how happy I am to have met you. Wei Cuilian is truly a charming sister-in-law. A few flirtatious words caused Li Dachun to feel ashamed and even blush. Besides, I definitely won't let you live here for free. In the future, if you make something of yourself, you must remember me. Looking at Wei Cuilian's expectant eyes, like an older sister, Li Dachun was quite moved. In theory, she was an acquaintance that Li Dachun had met for the first time in 2 years. Although this kind of meeting was quite melodramatic, it really warmed his heart and body. Well, Auntie Wei, thank you, I will definitely repay you in the future. After saying this, Wei Cuilian said goodbye to Li Dachun, gave him the key to her rented room, once again urging him to keep their secret, and reluctantly walked out of the room. In this way, not only did he successfully complete his task, but he also unexpectedly received a temporary place to stay. Li Dachun, like a new life, lay on the bed, feeling like he was dreaming. Subsequently, under the previous woman's farewell, handsome guy, take care, come again, Li Dachun hurriedly left the massage parlor. As soon as he stepped outside, a taxi that had been waiting in the alley for a long time drove smartly up to him. Li Dachun, who was anxious and uneasy, did not have time to think much, so he quickly waved his hand and got into the car. He looked at the note Wei Cuilian had given him and told the driver to go to a place called Furong Community. Although he had completed his task, Li Dachun had no idea whether what Ing had said was true or not, and he was even less sure under what circumstances he would meet that Ing again, so he could only hurry back to his place to talk about it. Unexpectedly, just as Li Dachun was anxious, a row of subtitles suddenly appeared in the air in front of him. Li Dachun was startled, thinking that he was seeing things, and rubbed his eyes hard. What was even more eerie was that at the same time, a pleasant female voice also sounded in his mind. Master, congratulations on successfully completing the activation task. As a reward, please choose to inherit a skill now. Holy shit, Ing? Li Dachun was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide, afraid of waking the driver in front of him. He quickly covered his mouth, and then looked intently at the floating subtitles in front of him, which read: A hand, B heart, C eyes, D ears, please choose. Hand, heart, eyes, ears? What the hell? However, before Li Dachun could react, a countdown of 5, 4, 3 actually appeared under the subtitles. It seemed like an ordinary countdown, but it inadvertently brought a huge sense of pressure to Li Dachun, causing Li Dachun to panic. With the anxiety of not knowing what the consequences would be, Li Dachun, who was used to choosing B for multiple choice questions in every exam, shouted out loud almost instinctively without thinking. Choose B, I choose B. Soon, Li Dachun saw a few lines of text reappear in front of him. B skill, time suspension. Time, 3 minutes. Number of uses, 10 times. Usage mantra, shout showing in your heart, and time will stop. Do you confirm? Time suspension? 3 minutes? 10 times? Li Dachun's jaw dropped in shock as the rather intimidating countdown appeared again. 5, 4, 3, 2. Without any time to hesitate, Li Dachun shouted confirm in his head. Immediately, the subtitles disappeared, and everything returned to normal. At this point, the taxi driver sitting in the driver's seat waiting for the red light had long been confused by Li Dachun's sudden reaction behind him. After glancing at Li Dachun, who was in a daze, through the rearview mirror, he casually picked up his phone and sent a message to a friend of the driver's WeChat. Shit, I just picked up an idiot at the massage parlor, and he was still shouting "Be in the car," so scared that I almost ran a red light. Chapter 4, Chapter 004, a vivid portrayal of a woman living alone. After being ridiculed and teased by the taxi driver the whole way, Li Dachun finally got off the cab in Furong Community. Furong Community is a resettlement housing community. Many children with school bags on and the elderly go in and out. The community is full of life, with shops lining the streets and people coming and going. That said, although Li Dachun has been in the city for 2 years, he has been living under the flyover with another old man, and his whole being is chaotic. He has no impression of this city at all. This time, he can truly feel the hustle and bustle of the city. Hey, I really miss this feeling. After 2 years, I'm finally back. I wonder where that trashy girl Shino is now. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have lost 2 years of my life for nothing. Shino, just you wait, I'll make you feel what it's like to lose something too. Standing at the entrance to the residential compound, Li Dachun took a deep breath of the air that represented new life, and couldn't help but think of his ex-girlfriend Shino, and couldn't help but clench his fists. Soon, Li Dachun followed the note Wei Cuilian had left and arrived at Unit 1, Building 5, where she was renting a room, and prepared to go to the 10th floor. When he arrived at the elevator, he saw that the doors were about to close. Li Dachun was quickened, shouting "Wait!" He rushed into the elevator. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered, a refreshing and pleasant fragrance hit him. Li Dachun looked up and suddenly noticed that there was a graceful young beauty standing in the elevator. The beauty had a plump figure and fair skin like snow. Under her heavy makeup, she exuded a touch of charm and gentleness. The woman was startled by the sudden appearance of Li Dachun, and after giving him a glance, she casually brushed her hair and continued playing with her mobile phone with a disinterested expression. Li Dachun stole a glance at the woman's delicate face, nodded slightly to express his apology, and then swallowed, ready to press the floor button when he saw that the woman had not paid any attention to him. However, he discovered that the floor to which the woman wanted to go was also the 10th floor. Oh, what a coincidence, could she be my neighbor? The woman seemed to have noticed this too, but didn't seem to care. When they arrived at the 10th floor, she walked out first, and Li Dachun followed awkwardly. Since he was walking behind the woman, Li Dachun's eyes naturally fell on her back, and he was even more aroused by the rhythmic twisting of her peach-shaped buttocks from side to side and the regular ringing of her high heels. He wanted to look away, but he really couldn't help but want to look a little longer. Although Li Dachun had just become a man, he was after all a passionate young man who had been single for 2 years. Seeing such a beautiful woman, any man would be unable to take his eyes off her. After a while, the beautiful woman noticed through the corner of her eye that Li Dachun had been sneakingly following her. She suddenly stopped in her tracks, turned her head sharply, causing Li Dachun's gaze to rest just right on her big buttocks. "Handsome guy, why are you following me?" The beautiful woman looked at Li Dachun with a face full of alarm, subconsciously looked around, held her bag tightly, and took out her phone, ready to call the police at any moment, for fear that she had encountered a creepy stalker. "Ah, beautiful woman, don't get me wrong, I live next door to you." Li Dachun saw that the woman thought he was stalking her, so he quickly smiled and pointed to the room next to the woman's, apologetically saying, "Oh? Isn't that the house where Cuilian lives? Are you her man?" The beautiful woman looked at the house next door, and then she revealed a little smile and asked curiously, "Well, no, I know her. She's going back to her hometown tomorrow, so she asked me to stay here for a while." It seems that the beauty knows Wei Cuilian, and from the tone of her voice, the two are probably still in touch. Oh. The beauty saw that Li Dachun spoke quite appropriately and looked quite sunny and handsome, not like a bad person, so she let down her guard, took out the key, and entered the room. Later, Li Dachun passed the woman's room and went straight to Wei Cuilian's room. It was a very ordinary one-bedroom, one living room, one bathroom apartment. Although it was small, it was fully equipped with all kinds of daily necessities. Especially after Wei Cuilian tidied it up, it looked very bright and tidy. As soon as Li Dachun entered the room, he took a shower as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. After finishing, he couldn't wait to lie down on the bed. Right now, he just wanted to get a good night's sleep. You have to know that his legs still hurt. Although the bed still faintly retained a light fragrance, it did not prevent Li Dachun from quickly falling asleep. However, not long after falling asleep, a sudden sound of rapid knocking came from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Coming, stop knocking. Li Dachun, who was still half asleep, was annoyed by the knocking. He thought to himself, why is someone knocking at my door when I've only just moved in? I'm afraid they're here to see Wei Cuilian. With a face full of reluctance, he went to open the door. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see that it was the beautiful neighbor who had just knocked. Although the beautiful woman was standing outside the door, the unique fragrance from her body drifted into Li Dachun's room in an instant. Most importantly, the woman's expression was slightly anxious, as if something had gone wrong. "Beauty, is there something you need from me?" Li Dachun asked, hurriedly. At this, the woman hastily said, "Handsome, I'm sorry, my cat got stuck in the window by accident. I was afraid it would be too late if I called 911, so I knocked on a few doors. Yours was the only one with someone home. Can you help me?" After hearing the reason for her visit, Li Dachun was momentarily stunned, but then he recovered and, looking at the woman's anxious expression, quickly said, "Beauty, don't worry, I'll go help you now." At the same time, Li Dachun was even more unconsciously invigorated. He was just about to find an opportunity to verify whether the time suspension technique was really possible to use, and it might come in handy later. Without delay, Li Dachun gathered his things and followed the woman to her house. Upon entering the room, Li Dachun noticed at first glance that the woman's home was full of lingerie, with black silk and suspenders flying everywhere, and bras and panties of all colors. A vivid portrayal of a woman living alone. The beauty seemed to have noticed something, her eyes panicked, and she used a blanket to block the clothes piled in a heap on the sofa, saying slightly embarrassed as she walked, "Sorry, it's quite messy at home." "It's fine, where's the cat you were talking about?" Li Dachun didn't care about these details at all. Besides, this beautiful woman lives alone, which is worlds apart from his own situation. Just look at the balcony window. With that, the beautiful woman led Li Dachun over to the balcony. There was indeed a kitten in the balcony window, looking only 2 or 3 months old, stuck on the security net, and it would fall through the gap if you weren't careful. "Xiao Tian, don't be afraid, mommy will call a brother to save you." Air. Chapter 5, Chapter 005. It's very tasty, I've been drinking it since I was little. And only just recovered, and now I'm being taken advantage of? Hearing the beauty address the cat as both mother and brother, Li Dachun couldn't help but get goosebumps. That said, although cats have 9 lives, and when falling from a height they will adjust their bodies to avoid serious injury, this cat was indeed too young, and the floor was too high, so it was dangerous to fall, and the beauty definitely wouldn't dare take the risk. "Handsome guy, please help save her, she's going to fall." The beauty looked at the cat, which was motionless and meowing pitifully at her, and her heart was in turmoil. She began to beg Li Dachun again. Li Dachun looked at the size of the security window and felt reassured. He comforted the beauty. "Don't be afraid, it's okay, I'll climb in and rescue the cat." Okay, be careful." With that, Li Dachun moved a stool and carefully poked his head through the security window, while not forgetting to say to the kitten, "Xiao Tian, be good, listen, don't move, I'm here to save you." The kitten saw Li Dachun's half-body inside, and kept meowing at him, but at the same time, it showed a frightened expression, perhaps because of the stranger, it couldn't help but move a little. Don't, Xiao Tian, don't move, I'm here to save you, don't move." The cat's every move affected the beauty's heart. Judging from the tone of her voice, someone who didn't know her would think she was talking to her own daughter. Li Dachun didn't waste any time, took a moment to compose himself, and continued to move slowly, saying, Okay, just one more step. Be a good girl and let your brother carry you out." However, I don't know if it was because the cat was too timid, or because there was a sudden blast of a horn, it scared the cat and it moved a few more times. What's more, the moment it turned its head, its entire body suddenly fell into the gap. "Ah! Xiao Tian." At the same time, the beautiful woman's terrified scream came, and she hurriedly covered her mouth. At this critical moment, Li Dachun also panicked and shouted loudly in his head, "Stop! Stop! Xiaoing! Time freeze!" Just as Li Dachun was worried, the moment that made him open his mouth wide really happened. It was as if the whole world had stopped for a moment. Whether it was the Mercedes-Benz cars downstairs, or the hurried passers-by. Whether it was the birds in the sky, or the spider weaving its web in the corner of the window, or the flames cooking in the restaurant downstairs. Even the couple making out in a room, and the movie on the tablet to spice things up, had stopped. Everything had stopped. Li Dachun was so surprised that he couldn't speak, and instinctively took a few steps back. Looking at the kitten suspended in the air under the gap, and the beautiful woman next to him covering her mouth, staring ahead, motionless, the only thing that could move, Li Dachun touched his head and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Damn it, Ing! You didn't lie to me. You didn't lie to me. Just as Li Dachun was suddenly overcome with joy, his gaze unconsciously shifted to the beautiful woman next to him, who was still leaning forward. Li Dachun had just experienced the most wonderful moment of his life, and now there was another beautiful woman in front of him, looking sweet and completely unable to move. This could not help but make Li Dachun's heart stir again. In fact, for a moment, an evil thought even occurred to Li Dachun. Since time had stopped, she wouldn't know. At this thought, Li Dachun's heartbeat quickened, and just as he gathered the courage to go over and do something, suddenly, without warning, a line of subtitles popped up in front of him. Warning! Warning! The current thoughts of the host may have unpredictable consequences. Please pay attention. Shit, this motherfucker. I can't even do anything bad without being detected? Li Dachun was confused by this sudden scene and quickly withdrew his hand, which was halfway out. He was so embarrassed that he wished he could just burrow into the ground. Unexpectedly, Li Dachun thought that he would be fine once he stopped thinking of dangerous things, but the subtitles appeared again. Attention! Attention! The 3-minute timeout is about to end. The countdown has begun. 10, 9, 8. Damn it! 3 minutes can't be over so quickly. The sudden and strange text alerted Li Dachun, who suddenly came to his senses. He quickly poked his head out, and just as he was about to hold the kitten in his hands, the beautiful woman behind him let out a scream, and the whole world returned to normal. Ah! Sweetie! You scared me. It's okay. The beauty obviously did not notice the time freeze, and seeing the cat about to fall off the building, she let out a sigh of relief when she saw that it was safe and sound in Li Dachun's hands. Li Dachun let out a sigh of relief after putting the cat down, and said to the beauty. It was a false alarm, beauty. I'll go back first. Wait, handsome, you've helped me so much, I really don't know how to thank you, so, wait for me. Hearing that Li Dachun was leaving, the beauty immediately called out to him and trotted to the room, taking out a bottle of coconut milk and politely saying, We don't have much to drink at home, so please have a bottle of milk. It's very tasty, and I've been drinking it since I was a child. It's no big deal. We're all neighbors. Why are you being so polite? I don't drink milk. Li Dachun smiled and pushed away the coconut milk handed over by the beauty, determined to leave. Take it, it's just a bottle of drink. Unexpectedly, the beauty saw that Li Dachun didn't want it and forced it into his pocket. Li Dachun could not refuse, so he had to accept it. Okay, I'll take it. If you have any difficulties in the future, just let me know. Handsome man, you are such a good person. By the way, my name is Nana. I am friends with Wei Cuilian. What's your name? Oh, my name is Li Dachun. I will be staying here for a while. I hope we can get along in the future. Nana looked up and down at Li Dachun, and seemed to have a good impression of this warm-hearted man. She said slightly teasingly. Well, no. Li Dachun smiled awkwardly, exchanged a few simple greetings with Nana, and then returned to his room. As soon as he returned to his room, Li Dachun leaned his back against the door and let out a deep sigh. Hey, I didn't expect that the first time I used my skills, I would actually be rescuing a cat. But it's not bad to have met a beautiful neighbor, Nana, that's a very nice name. Thinking about this, Li Dachun lay back on the bed again, thinking about everything he had encountered today, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. Although he had also read online novels during college, he was no stranger to the magical stories of protagonists with golden fingers. But he never dreamed that this kind of thing would suddenly happen to him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was not real. Unconsciously, he tried calling Xiaoying a few times in his heart, but there was no reply. Inheritance? Time suspension? Why would I be chosen? Chapter 6 Chapter 006 She's pregnant, and you're still not over it? Forget it, it's either a blessing or a curse, and I can't avoid the curse. I haven't lived enough in this life yet. Li Dachun couldn't figure it out after thinking about it, so he simply perked up and prepared to go out and stroll around, reintegrating into city life. Leaving the residential area, he walked out onto the road, watching the cars and people come and go. Li Dachun felt around in his pocket for the few hundred yuan he had left and suddenly realized a headache issue. Time suspension may sound impressive, but he couldn't do anything bad with it, not even think about it. It seemed that relying on it to get rich overnight was indeed a bit difficult. The most pressing task was to find a job to get by, otherwise, before he could master his skills, he would probably starve to death. Li Dachun muttered to himself as he walked near a bank and noticed a cash truck parked on the side of the road. Two security guards were carrying a box of money, while several heavily armed men stood nearby. Seeing this, Li Dachun instinctively began to think dangerously again. Why not pause time and take the box of money? It would be like making his first fortune. Warning! Warning! The host's current thoughts may have unpredictable consequences, please be careful. However, before Li Dachun could finish thinking the idea, a prompt came unbidden. Damn it, I really can't even think about it? Hello handsome, we are on official business, please stay away. Li Dachun, who was secretly complaining that the skills were too stingy, had aroused the guard's vigilance. One of the guards quickly shot him a sharp look, and was about to take out his gun. No wonder the guard misunderstood, it was really Li Dachun who had just stared straight at the box of money, and the suspicion of robbery was too great. Li Dachun smiled awkwardly and quickly moved away from the armored truck. After walking for a while, he saw a mobile phone repair shop. Remembering something, he went in and chose a cheap second-hand mobile phone and got a phone card. With a mobile phone, finding a job would be much easier. After all, Li Dachun was a college student and was still very familiar with online job applications, so he bought a grilled sausage, sat on a roadside chair, and started to search the internet for local job listings, preparing to submit a few resumes to try his luck. Just then, not far from Li Dachun, two women dressed very elaborately came walking towards him, carrying big bags and small bags. One of the women, after passing Li Dachun, glanced at him inadvertently, and suddenly looked startled. She then pulled the woman next to her aside and whispered, "Shino, what the hell, look at that person, how does he look so much like Li Dachun?" It turned out that these two women were none other than Li Dachun's ex-girlfriend Shino and her best friend, Sudan. Shino was shopping with her best friend, Sudan, when she heard her best friend mention the name Li Dachun. Shino was shocked, but immediately said with disdain, "Sudan, you're out of your mind. Li Dachun disappeared years ago, how could he possibly appear in Shang City? No, look carefully, it really is him." Sudan, Shino's best friend, rubbed her eyes and looked again, feeling sure she wasn't mistaken. Finally, she, not believing in superstition, left Shino behind and walked directly towards Li Dachun. "Hey, Li Dachun?" Li Dachun, who was eating a grilled sausage, nearly choked when he heard someone calling his name. He hurriedly turned around and was about to speak when he suddenly noticed that the person standing in front of him was Shino's best friend, Sudong. "Ha? It really is you, Li Dachun? Ah, I haven't seen you in a few years, I thought you were dead. My Nima. I have to say, this best friend, Shandan, smells nice all over, but her mouth stinks." A mocking remark that made Li Dachun fly into a rage. But it's no wonder that Shandan is so angry with Li Dachun. Back when they were at university, Li Dachun failed many subjects because he didn't give Shandan any exam cheat sheets. Sudan has never forgotten this grudge. "Oh, I'm glad you think so. I'm lucky and I'll never die." When she was dating Shino, her best friend Shino never agreed to it. From time to time, she deliberately made things difficult for Li Dachun and more than once fanned the flames in front of Shino. You should know that this best friend is the goddaughter of the rich second-generation Luolong. Sudan was instrumental in Shino dumping Li Dachun and going out with Luolong. "Nothing much, I'll go first." Li Dachun had no interest in talking to Sudan, so he gathered his things and was about to leave. Sudan, however, wouldn't let him go and continued. "Hey, Li Dachun, I haven't seen you for so many years, where have you been? Why are you still looking like this? I know you don't want to see me, but you have to see Shino, she's getting married tomorrow." "What, she's pregnant and you still haven't gotten over her? My motherfucker. Sultan, what are you talking about, be careful." Just as Li Dachun was about to lose his temper, Shino rushed over. She took a good look at Li Dachun and was shocked. Li Dachun didn't expect to really run into the glamorous Shino. He was filled with anger, but he couldn't let it out in public, so he could only bear it inside and curse in his heart. "Dachun? Is it really you? Long time no see, have you come to Shanqing to develop too? Where are you making your fortune?" Shino, unable to believe his eyes, looked Li Dachun up and down. Although he was a little surprised, he was more afraid that he was doing better than he was. "Ha, it's still the same old story. I came to Shanqing to find a friend. By the way, are you getting married? Congratulations." Li Dachun suppressed his emotions, said something insipid with a dark face, and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Sudan continued to brag, and immediately said, "Well, Shino is getting married tomorrow." As an old classmate, you must come and support us tomorrow. It's at the Ming Hotel. What a catch! What a catch! Sudan's mouth is really not an ordinary cheap, and she actually deliberately invited Li Dachun to the wedding banquet. Isn't this deliberately disgusting him? Perhaps it was because she saw that Sudan had gone too far. Chanel on the side could not bear to watch anymore, and gave her a wink. Okay, Sultan, you're just full of it, just go. After saying that, Sultan walked away proudly, and didn't forget to say to Chanel, "Oh, Chanel, I deliberately disgusted him. Look at how poor he is, how could he possibly go to your wedding banquet?" Enough is enough. Li Dachun spat angrily as he watched Sultan, who kept on disgusting him. Bitch. She really is a bitch to the bone, I'll show you. After saying this, Li Dachun was just about to call Xiaoying to pause time and show Sultan a little color. However, he realized something and immediately stopped thinking. No, I can't waste my skills, I have to make them unforgettable. Soon, Li Dachun came up with a brilliant idea. Chapter 7, Episode 007, He's so shameless. A gentleman takes his revenge when he wants to. Since you disgust me, I'll give you a surprise. After being annoyed by the accidental encounter with Chanel and Sudan, Li Dachun returned to Furong community in a panic, already having thought of a plan for revenge. When he arrived at his floor, Li Dachun, who had calmed down, stopped by the door of his neighbor Nana's room. I haven't heard back from the resume I sent out today. This Nana is kind of the first person I met in Shangcheng. From the way she was dressed that day, she seems to be doing well, so maybe she can help me find a job. Thinking this, Li Dachun braced himself and knocked on Nana's door to make small talk. Right now, his first priority is to find a way to eat, so he doesn't care about face. However, after knocking for a long time, there was no response from inside. It seems that she has gone out, so I can only talk to her tomorrow. Li Dachun returned to his room in disappointment, lay on the bed listlessly, looked at his phone for a while, and fell asleep without realizing it. Early the next morning, Li Dachun got up early and, after noticing that Nana had still not returned, packed his things and took a taxi to the famous hotel that Sultan had mentioned. He really came to attend Chanel's wedding. The rich second generation is really the rich second generation. The famous hotel is a 5-star hotel in Shangcheng City, and the decor is splendid. As soon as he walked through the hotel doors, Li Dachun saw a wedding photo of Chanel and her rich husband standing in the lobby. It said, "Welcome to the wedding of Mr. Luo Long and Ms. Chanel." At that moment, Chanel, dressed in a wedding gown and covered in jewels, was standing happily with Luo Long at the entrance, welcoming the guests. Next to them, there were a few bridesmaids and groomsmen, surrounding them, taking photos with the guests, and looking extremely happy. Li Dachun, as Chanel's bitter ex-boyfriend, felt a strange sense of discomfort when he saw this scene, but it was extremely calm. Because he had long been preparing to redeem himself today, so that Chanel and Luo Long, who had given him a green card, could have a wedding that they would never forget. Here, soon after Li Dachun entered, Sultan saw him at a glance, and his face instantly turned green. He hurriedly nudged Chanel, who was smiling and welcoming people, and said, "Chanel, look, Li Dachun is really here. Holy shit, how dare he show his face here?" Chanel was even more stunned when she heard this. She looked in the direction Sultan was looking, and sure enough, she saw Li Dachun. Chanel was instantly embarrassed, and couldn't help but glance at Sultan. Deep down, she blamed herself for being so mean yesterday. She never dreamed that Li Dachun, who always wanted to save face, would actually come to her wedding. However, since it was such an important occasion, Chanel still tried her best to remain calm. She even had the fantasy that Li Dachun had just gone to the wrong place. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Li Dachun actually walked straight towards them. "Chanel, Luo Long, I wish you a happy marriage." Li Dachun smiled. His words of blessing were so light and carefree that Chanel couldn't understand them, not knowing what this Li Dachun was up to. Luo Long, who was standing nearby, saw Li Dachun and his expression suddenly changed. His face was full of question marks, and he immediately glanced at Chanel, wondering how he had managed to invite him. But he said with a smile, "Dachun? Long time no see. Welcome, welcome. Did Chanel invite you?" Chanel saw that Luo Long was slightly displeased and was about to say something, but Li Dachun quickly said, "Oh dear, after all we were old classmates, how could I not come on such a big day as your wedding? Besides, it was Chanel herself who invited me. Come on, let's take a photo with the handsome and beautiful bride and groom. My Nima." Li Dachun's more and more relieved attitude made Chanel and Luo Long feel even more uncomfortable. But as there were so many people there, they didn't want to offend the smiling man, so they had to force a smile and take a photo with Li Dachun. After the photo was taken, Li Dachun did not forget to ask Luo Long where the money was. Luo Long pointed to the place with his finger, as if to send Li Dachun away, and then immediately said to Shino with a dark face, "Shino, what's wrong with you? It's been a few years, and you're still in touch with this loser? Are you sick?" "Honey, let me explain." Hearing Luo Long's strong opinion, Shino panicked and hurriedly prepared to explain. However, Luo Long simply did not give her the chance, saying, forget it, it really affects my mood." In a huff, she ran off to the side and started chatting with her friends. At this moment, Shino, angry and annoyed, once again gave Sudan a fierce look. "Sudan! Look at the trouble your big mouth has caused. If Li Dachun causes any problems today, our friendship will be over." Sudan saw that Shino was angry, and his heart was racing. He quickly stuck out his tongue and said guiltily, "Sister, I'm sorry, I really didn't expect him to come. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. I'll go explain to Brother Long right now." "Don't be angry. Look at him, he's clearly here to deliberately upset people. You're the bride today, don't ruin your mood." "Forget it, I'm in a good mood today, I won't take him seriously. You keep an eye on him, don't let him get up to anything." "Okay, Sister O, I'll take care of it." Afterwards, Sudan turned around and ran to find Luo Long, whispering with him for a long time. Seeing Luo Long's expression improve, Shino then rearranged her expression and continued to greet the guests with a smile. But for some reason, her heart couldn't help but beat faster. "This Dachun, better not mess with me." Soon, Li Dachun followed the staff's instructions and arrived at the place where the guests paid their money. There were at least a few hundred people at the wedding banquet today, and everyone who followed the custom of paying a small amount of money had formed a queue. Seeing that the guests in front of him had paid a few thousand at most and a few hundred at least, Li Dachun didn't think it was worth it and put his hand in his pocket, quietly pulling out a banknote. When it was finally his turn, a middle-aged woman in charge of collecting money beamed at Li Dachun and said, "Handsome guy, which side are you on?" "Oh, I'm on the bride's side." "Okay, what's your name? How much are you giving?" "My name is Li Dachun, I'm giving 100. "What? 100? You're giving 100? The middle-aged woman thought she heard wrong and confirmed again. "Yes, I follow 100. "Why, is that too little?" As the saying goes, a light gift carries a heavy meaning. My many years of affection for Shino cannot be measured in money. Here, 100. After saying this, Li Dachun took the pen from the middle-aged woman, who looked confused, and signed his name with a flourish, before heading to the wedding hall without looking back. The middle-aged woman, who was collecting the money, was stunned. This person is really stingy. Chapter 8 Chapter 008 From Boy to Man. Of course, everyone is welcome. The middle-aged woman who collected the money was just temporarily working, so she just recorded it as is and naturally didn't say anything more. At this time, the banquet was already bustling with people. The guests gathered in groups around the round table, chatting animatedly. Everyone greeted the parents of the newlyweds and said beautiful words of blessing, creating a joyous scene. Li Dachun, who had just arrived, looked around the scene for a moment and found that there was no one he knew, so he found a seat where no one was for the time being and waited to put on a good show for Shino and Luo Long. Li Dachun sat alone for a while, and soon a young man walked in. After paying his participation fee, he also began to look for a suitable seat. Seeing that there was only one person at Li Dachun's table, he went over, pulled out a chair, and was about to sit down when he glanced at Li Dachun and suddenly, as if he had discovered something new, pointed at Li Dachun in surprise and said, "Dachun? It's you?" Li Dachun, who was observing the situation on the scene, turned his head and saw that the person shouting his name was none other than his college roommate, Chen Song. "Brother Song? Long time no see." Chen Song was Li Dachun's best friend at university, and Shino was also their mutual friend. But like all university roommates, after graduation, the two went their separate ways, each with their own new lives, and soon lost contact. Back then, Chen Song was strong and healthy, but he just couldn't find a girlfriend. He had been single since birth. Every time he walked on the university campus and saw couples in love, Chen Song felt very uncomfortable. He didn't know how many nights he secretly went to the bathroom to stretch his wrists. One night, after just appreciating an island country's romantic action movie, Chen Song really couldn't stand the heat in his head. He was so horny that he grabbed Li Dachun and wanted to go find an underground worker to complete his first time. You have to know that the idea of transforming from a boy to a man and achieving the most important sublimation in life tortured him day and night. At that time, Li Dachun was not yet with Shino. Although he was also a virgin like Chen Song, due to moral concepts, it was naturally impossible for him to go to such a place with him. However, unable to withstand Chen Song's desperate pleas and bribes of cigarettes, and also for the sake of his brother's happiness, Li Dachun, in a moment of heat, agreed to Chen Song. Of course, he deliberately agreed with Chen Song that he was there to witness his sublimation, not participate in it, and only keep watch for him from the outside. With Li Dachun by his side, Chen Song was naturally ecstatic. So it was that, on that dark and stormy night, after some difficulty finding out where it was, Li Dachun and Chen Song arrived at a hotel not far from the school. To this day, Li Dachun still vividly remembers that night, when he waited on the first floor of the hotel for nearly an hour before Chen Song emerged from the room, having achieved sublimation, and with his aching legs. At the same time, this incident became a secret between the two of them. However, I don't know if it's because they have entered society, but this secret has become an obstacle preventing them from keeping in touch. After all, Li Dachun is the only man who knows Chen Song's secret. Brother, counting it up, we haven't seen each other for 2 or 3 years, right? How have you been recently? Chen Song was very excited to see his old classmate and hurriedly sat next to Li Dachun. Not really, just getting by. How about you? Where are you making your fortune? Li Dachun smiled, not at all interested in talking about himself, and conveniently passed the issue on to Chen Song. It was clear that Chen Song was not doing very well either, and he responded. Hey, I just fired my boss. The other day I ran into Shino by chance, and she said she was getting married soon. Her husband has a company in Shanxing, so I was hoping that she would arrange a job for me as an old classmate, so I came. By the way, what happened between you and Shino? I heard that you were together after graduation, and I thought her husband was you before I found out. Ha ha ha. Chen Song then realized that Li Dachun's current identity was Shino's ex-boyfriend, and it took a lot of courage to come to his ex-girlfriend's wedding. Because Chen Song had lost contact after graduation, he had no idea about the bad things that happened between Li Dachun and Shino later. Seeing this, Li Dachun gave a slightly wry smile and did not respond directly. You said it yourself, we're all old classmates, so what's wrong with your ex-girlfriend? As her ex-boyfriend, I want to wish her happiness even more when I see her being happy, ha ha ha. Chun, you're so generous. Li Dachun's words made Chen Song look up to him, and he couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. By the way, are you also developing in Shan City now? Chen Song continued. Sort of. Shan City is developing well, I quite like it. Li Dachun paused, his eyes a little evasive, afraid that Chen Song would see the embarrassment of being a jobless wanderer. That's great, if nothing goes wrong, I'll be in Shanxing City too, so we'll see each other a lot in the future. By the way, what's your phone number? After the banquet is over, let's hang out. Sure, it's rare to meet a good brother, let's have a drink today, but let me warn you in advance, don't make me do sentry duty again, huh? As they got to know each other better, Li Dachun relaxed and told Chen Song about the embarrassing incident from that year. Chen Song laughed at Li Dachun after hearing the story. You guy, still laughing at me, no way, this time you definitely can't be on watch, you have to ascend with me again, ha? Ha, brother, you'll have to forgive me, I prefer being on watch. In this way, Li Dachun and Chen Song, two old friends, happily chatted for a long time, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. Soon, their table was gradually filled with people, and the two of them tacitly stopped talking. In a short while, with the host's opening remarks and the cheerful music playing, everyone's attention was drawn to the center of the stage where the wedding ceremony was being held, and the direction of the banquet hall doors. Let's welcome the most beautiful bride of the day to the stage. Li Dachun looked in the direction of the sound and saw the door to the banquet hall slowly opening. Shino, dressed in a white wedding dress, was accompanied by the flower girl and her father, and walked gracefully towards the stage. She stood in the center of the stage, looking lovingly at the groom, Luo Long, not far away. At that moment, they were the happiest people there. Alas, I have to say, Shino was really quite beautiful. I really don't know why you didn't appreciate her when you had her. Chen Song, looking at the beautiful Shino in front of him, couldn't help but sigh. Hearing this, Li Dachun, with a half-smile and a slightly resentful expression, said sarcastically. Yes, I really was in a blessed state and didn't know it. I had a bright future ahead of me, but I chose to be a stupid dog licker. I brought all of this upon myself. Chapter 9 Chapter 009 The Explosive Affair. Fortunately, Chen Song did not pick up on the undertone of Li Dachun's tactful accusation. His attention was now fully on the stage, and he wasn't listening to Li Dachun carefully at all. Soon, with a burst of cheers from the audience, the groom, Luo Long, formally took over Shino, who had already been crying his eyes out, from the hands of the father-in-law. Let's give a warm round of applause to the two newlyweds. As soon as the wedding host finished speaking, the guests, all beaming with blessings, either took photos or applauded, all wanting to record and witness this beautiful moment, except for Li Dachun, who at the moment felt nothing but immense hatred for Shino and Luo Long. Meanwhile, the Sultan kept her word. From the beginning of the ceremony, she kept a close eye on Li Dachun, afraid that he might suddenly rush out and ruin the wedding. But she never could have imagined what was about to happen, something she would never forget. Li Dachun had already thought of a plan, he was just waiting for the perfect moment. Sure enough, after the host had finished the previous procedures and it was time for the parents of both sides to come on stage and interact with the bride and groom, Li Dachun suddenly felt nervous. He couldn't care less about anything else, made up his mind, muttered a few times in his heart, and then shouted. Shouting, time out. He thought that his idea would be declared invalid. Because it was too evil. So Li Dachun, who wasn't very confident, instinctively closed his eyes when he shouted this out. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his skill had been successfully released. He saw that the familiar scene was playing out again. Everyone at the scene, except Li Dachun, was motionless. People with all kinds of expressions and postures were sitting, standing, or smiling, all motionless like puppets. Shino, Luo Long, this is all your own doing, your retribution is here. Thinking of this, Li Dachun was overwhelmed with emotion. Since the skill did not issue a warning, it meant that his idea was something that could be done if there was no law forbidding it. Li Dachun hurriedly got up and ran onto the stage. He knew that he only had 3 minutes, and that any more hesitation might ruin everything. Li Dachun first went to Shino, who was still smiling, and with all his strength, moved her to the best man and Luo Long's cousin, and got their mouths to meet tightly. Li Dachun didn't even feel it was perfect enough, and after thinking about it, he placed Shino's hand on the best man's shoulder. Damn, this Li Dachun really is ruthless. As time passed, Li Dachun had not finished yet, so he quickly moved the bridesmaid, Suduan, in front of Luo Long, and the two kissed again. Good guy, this Li Dachun, is going to stage an eye-popping cheating drama at the wedding site. After getting ready, Li Dachun nervously ran to his seat, unable to stop panting. After all, this was the first time he had done something so exciting, and he had been nervous and sweaty for a long time. After calming down for a while, soon the countdown prompt appeared in front of Li Dachun. Attention! Attention! The 3-minute time suspension is about to end, now entering the countdown, 10, 9, 8. Ah! Ah! What are you doing? What's going on? Ah! Sure enough, once the world returned to normal, the whole room erupted. In an instant, the intimate images of Shino and the best man, and Luo Long and the maid of honor, came before everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned, as if they had short-circuited, and looked at the scene before them, which had destroyed their worldview. For a moment, the sounds of surprise, horror, and fright came one after the other. Guests with children hurriedly covered their children's eyes. More busybodies couldn't wait to get out their phones. Ah! Xiaofeng? You, me, we. Shino was shocked by this inexplicable scene, screaming in horror the name of her cousin Luolong, even stepping back, almost falling. At the same time, she discovered that her best friend, Sudi, was also hugging Luolong, and Sudi and Luolong both had surprised expressions. What the hell is going on? What is this situation? Don't take pictures, don't take pictures. The host on the side was so shocked by this shocking scene that he was speechless, and there were signs of uncontrollability in the scene that had already been in a mess. Then, there was a loud noise on the stage. It turned out that Luolong's mother saw that Xiaofeng was actually hugging Shino, and she was so angry that she had a heart attack and slapped him without saying a word. Good. You son of a bitch. You did this disgusting thing at your brother's wedding. It's a sin. It's a sin. Xiaofeng was dumbfounded. He had no idea how this situation had come about. More importantly, he didn't know how to explain it. Over there, Shino and Luo Long began to face off. Luo Long. Sultan. You. At that moment, Shino was so angry that he could no longer speak, and he collapsed on the ground. Although Luo Long was also panicked, he also pointed the finger at Shino. You stinking bitch, you better tell me clearly what's going on between you and Xiaofeng. After saying this, he pushed away the stunned Sultan and pounced on Shino, ready to fight. The most confused people at the scene were Shino's parents. Her mother had already fainted from the excitement of the scene, and her father, seeing that Luo Long was about to hit his daughter, also rushed over to protect her without hesitation. You better explain yourself. What's going on with you and the Sultan? Ah. 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 Holy shit, what's all this? This is so ridiculous. Big news of the century. Big news of the century. The groom and the bridesmaid, the bride and the best man? Holy shit. Big news. Quick, make a video and post it online, quick. Children can't watch this. Close your eyes. The scene exploded, causing chaos for the wedding organizers. They hurriedly dispatched everyone to pull apart the group of people on stage who were fighting and shouting, and escorted them all backstage. The guests at the scene had long since lost interest in eating and were chasing after them to watch the fun. Some even wanted to rush up and hit them. This is outrageous. What kind of freaks are these newlyweds? This is so melodramatic and so destructive of the three views. Call the police, call the police. This is a mob. In this way, a perfectly good wedding turned into a scene of chaos. Chen Song, who had witnessed everything from the sidelines, was so shocked that he could not speak for a long time. When he finally came to his senses, he noticed that Li Dachun had disappeared. It turned out that after the scene exploded, Li Dachun, knowing that he had achieved his goal, had long since walked out of the hotel door with his head held high. Li Dachun walked down the street in high spirits, unable to hold back the thrill of revenge, and proudly flashed a smile like the Dragon King. Chapter 10 Chapter 010 I'll take you to a nice place to relax. In this way, under the manipulation of Li Dachun, Shino's wedding became a farce. Within a few hours, the topic of the bride, best man, groom, and maid of honor performing a love scene together at the wedding of the rich second generation quickly exploded, quickly taking the internet headlines and trending topics, and all internet users were in a state of shock. The Shino and Luo Long families even had a fight at the police station, all the way from the hotel. But since cheating is not illegal, the police could only give a moral reprimand and offer mediation, and they were also at their wits' end. After leaving the police station, the two families completely fell out. Shino and her best friend, Sudan, became enemies who hated each other's guts. Shino was in a daze from beginning to end. She really didn't understand why she suddenly had that kind of thing happen with her cousin Luo Long at the wedding. But the facts were there for all to see, witnessed by hundreds of pairs of eyes. Although she was indeed innocent, no one would believe her. And her parents, too ashamed, moved to their old home in a fit of anger. Luo Long, on the other hand, was in a terrible state. The entrance to their mansion had long been besieged by a large crowd of netizens and reporters. He had become a cad who had hooked up with the bridesmaids and been cuckolded by his wife. His parents were furious and had a huge fight with Luo Long, but Luo Long couldn't explain what had happened. In the end, Luo Long, in a fit of anger, sneaked away to hide from the storm. Li Dachun, whose goal had been achieved, naturally learned about it all through his mobile phone and was suddenly happier than if he had won 5 million. However, spiritual satisfaction is ultimately short-lived, and upon returning to his rented accommodation, he was quickly hit in the face by reality. All the resumes he had sent out had gone unanswered, like stones dropped into the sea. Looking at the dwindling amount of money in his hands, he was even prepared to eat instant noodles. In the evening, Li Dachun, who was at a loss and looking everywhere for recruitment information, suddenly received a call from Chen Song. He originally thought that Chen Song and he had exchanged phone numbers as a matter of courtesy and that everyone would remain busy and would not get in touch. Unexpectedly, Chen Song actually called. Dachun, you brat, how could you just leave without saying goodbye? Shino, something so big happened at the wedding, and you weren't even interested? Chen Song connected the call and scolded him, not in a good mood. Well, I happened to have something to do at the time, so I left early. I read everything you said, but I didn't expect Shino to be so devious. Li Dachun said deliberately. You brat, I bet you're happy. We said we'd drink together today, so come out quickly, I'll wait for you at Shangzi's food stall. Li Dachun thought that Chen Song had only mentioned drinking together at the wedding, and didn't expect the kid to be serious. He paused for a moment, thinking that he was bored anyway, didn't know his way around Shangqing, and Chen Song was at least a good friend. So he readily agreed. When he walked out of the room, he subconsciously looked at his neighbor Nana's room again and found that it was still empty. He frowned, hurriedly heading to the food stall that Chen Song had mentioned. Once there, Chen Song, who had already reserved a seat, greeted him from afar. Brother Chun, this way, this way. Chen Song kept calling him Brother Chun, which made the diners around them unable to help but look over. Li Dachun sat down in the midst of the crowd, embarrassed, and said, "Brother, I told you when we were at school, don't call me Brother Chun, it's weird, just call me Dachun." "Ha ha ha, okay, my big brother Dachun. Come on, what would you like to eat? I'll treat you." Chen Song was obviously in a bad mood, but Li Dachun still managed to make him laugh. He then handed over the menu and told the waiter to bring wine. "Oh dear, we're such good friends, how can I let you treat me?" I'll treat. Li Dachun, who was so proud, said this while feeling a bit guilty, fearing that Chen Song would not be polite to him. Fortunately, Chen Song was indeed very polite and said directly, "You said you were competing with me for something. I'm leaving Shangqing City tomorrow, and I don't know when we'll meet again." Li Dachun froze for a moment, poured a glass of wine for Chen Song, and filled his own glass. He asked suspiciously, "What's going on? Didn't you say that Chanel promised to introduce you to a job? Why are you leaving tomorrow, only on the first day?" "Damn it, forget it, I'm upset. Let's drink first, buddy." Hearing this, Li Dachun's heart tightened, and he vaguely sensed that something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, after a few drinks, Chen Song switched into confession mode. It turned out that in order to get Chanel to arrange a job for him, Chen Song had gone all out and had given 1,000 yuan in wedding gifts. He naively thought that Chanel would arrange a job for him in a few days. Little did he know that such an unbelievable cheating scene would happen at Chanel's wedding today. After the wedding farce was over, Chen Song, who was uneasy in his heart, called Chanel a dozen times before she answered. However, before he could say a word, Chanel suddenly yelled hysterically on the other end. "I've already broken up with Luo Long, not only can't we get married, he fired me from my job. Get the hell out of my life. I'm sick of it." Although Chen Song knew what had happened to Chanel, and anyone else would be very depressed, he felt bad after being yelled at so harshly, and felt even more distressed about the 1,000 yuan he had wasted. In his frustration, Chen Song thought of Li Dachun, and prepared to drink with him and catch up before leaving Shangqing City the next day to figure out what to do. After learning the whole story, Li Dachun was stunned. He had been so caught up in the joy of revenge that he hadn't realized that everything had a butterfly effect, and that Chen Song had lost his job indirectly. "Brother, I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. I toast you, let's get drunk today." "I'm going, Dachun, are you okay? What's this got to do with you? Why are you apologizing to me?" "Air." Li Dachun then realized that he had let slip something, and hastily said, "Brother is unhappy, and I haven't been able to do anything. Isn't this my fault?" "Come on, everything is implicit in the words, drink, drink." After saying this, Li Dachun and Chen Song once again gulped down their drinks. Chen Song was still not giving up hope, and continued after thinking of something. "Brother Dachun, do you have any connections? Help your brother out." "Oh, to be honest, I'm not doing any better than you. I'm still looking for work." Li Dachun had no intention of hiding the truth anymore. He took a sip of wine and told Chen Song his true situation. "Oh, so we're both in the same boat. Looks like I'll just have to go back to my hometown. I'll stop talking now. Brother Dachun, after we've eaten and drunk our fill, I'll take you to a nice place to relax." With a pop, Li Dachun almost sputtered his wine. "A good place? What good place?" "I'll take you to a place of sublimation." "Why? We're going to part again tomorrow, and you won't even give me that much face?" Chapter 11 Chapter 011 A Man's Greatest Joy. "Brother Tsong, we're both in such a sorry state, and you're still thinking about going to rescue underground workers? When I was young and ignorant at school, this was illegal. If we get caught, it'll be terrible." Li Dachun couldn't help but feel speechless at Chen Song, who had no idea where his next meal was coming from, but was still thinking about going to a karaoke bar. It seems that this kid is still single after graduating for many years. Damn, where were you thinking? I don't even have the money to go sublimating. I was going to invite you to a karaoke to let off some steam. What's wrong, you won't even give me that face? Chen Song was a little drunk, and knowing that Li Dachun had misunderstood his meaning, he quickly put his arm around his shoulder and said with a wicked smile. Hearing this, Li Dachun let his guard down. Seeing that Chen Song had gotten the job, and that his revenge had caused it to be lost, and that Chen Song was even treating him to a late-night snack, Li Dachun really didn't want to refuse, so he said, "Let's go sing karaoke. You should have said so earlier. Let's go. I'll treat you. Treat me my ass. I told you I'm paying for everything today. Buddy, don't look at me like I'm doing poorly now. I can still afford this little expense. Let's go. I already checked out the seats. Well, I have to say, this Chen Song came to Shang City, and it doesn't look like someone looking for a job. It's obvious that he just came here to relax, and he even picked a good place for entertainment. Chen Song has considered everything so thoroughly, and Li Dachun has no reason to refuse. Plus, he is also very depressed, so venting in a karaoke bar is fine. After saying that, Li Dachun and Chen Song finished the last bit of wine, called the owner to settle the bill, and then prepared to go to their next destination, the Jinsha Karaoke Bar. Speaking of this Jinsha KTV, it is the largest and most luxurious KTV in Shanqing City. At night, there is an endless stream of people going there to spend money, and there are so many luxury cars parked at the entrance that you can't even count them. That being said, Chen Song has done his homework. The two took a taxi and arrived at Jinsha KTV. As soon as they entered, a burst of luxury came at them. Of course, it was also mixed with all kinds of singing, shouting, and screaming, one after the other. Soon, a young waiter warmly greeted Li Dachun and Chen Song and led them to the private room. On the way to the private room, Li Dachun saw 3 or 4 women wearing revealing clothes and heavy makeup coming towards him. They were wearing high heels, and they smelled strongly of alcohol and perfume. When they saw Li Dachun and Chen Song, they smiled sweetly and said in a high-pitched voice, "Hello, boss." Chen Song was so distracted by the greeting that he lost his mind. Li Dachun understood what was going on when he saw this. Sure enough, after entering the private room, the waiter, after serving the drinks, smiled at Chen Song and said, "Boss, would you like to order someone to sing with you?" Li Dachun understood what was going on when he heard this. As someone who often watched the news, he naturally knew what the waiter was talking about. However, he wasn't interested today, and just wanted to sing normally, and also wanted to save Chen Song some money. Li Dachun was just about to refuse, but Chen Song stopped him, saying with great pleasure, "You're not talking nonsense, of course you want to. Hurry up." Okay, just a moment." Li Dachun was at a loss for words, and after giving Chen Song a nudge, said, "I said, buddy, didn't we agree to come and sing? You're wasting that money when you haven't even done your job properly." I said, "Brother Chun, you're just being a wimp. Back then when I went to Shanghua, you were only brave enough to stand guard. What era is this? Don't be so uptight, just relax, I'll pay the bill later." Chen Song spoke so eloquently that Li Dachun was left speechless. Just then, the door to the private room opened again, and 5 girls in short skirts and black stockings walked in together. They lined up, smiled, bowed to Li Dachun and Chen Song, and said in unison, "Good evening, boss." As they looked up, Li Dachun glanced at the girl standing in front of him, but he was suddenly stunned, his jaw dropped in surprise. "Nana? Why is it you?" At the same time, the girl also saw Li Dachun. Although her heart tightened, she still kept her expression unchanged and smiled at Li Dachun, obviously giving her consent. However, it seemed that she didn't want to admit to Li Dachun in front of so many people, so she could only awkwardly fix her hair. This really confused Li Dachun. No matter how hard he had tried to calculate, he never expected to meet his neighbor here. What's more, it was quite funny, he had previously seen Nana's clothes and thought she was doing well, and was thinking of asking her to introduce him to a job. Unexpectedly, she actually worked here. Thinking about this, Li Dachun suddenly felt a little frustrated. "Boss, take a look and choose 2 that you like?" The waiter began to ask Chen Song to choose. Chen Song was quite at ease in this kind of situation. He took a sip of wine, lit a cigarette, and looked at the girls like he was selecting goods. Then, unexpectedly, he blurted out, "Change the batch." Damn it! Li Dachun almost fainted. The embarrassed Chen Song wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it on the spot. Hearing that they wanted to change the batch, the waiter and the several girls on the scene were unruffled. Obviously, they had been through this many times before. "Okay, boss, we'll rearrange it for you." After saying this, the waitresses calmly prepared to follow the waiter out, but Li Dachun became anxious when he saw this and hurriedly stood up, pointed at Nana and shouted at the waiter, "Hey, handsome, you haven't even asked me yet." "I'm not changing, just her." The waiter had been treating Chen Song as the boss who would pay the bill, and naturally ignored Li Dachun's choice, apologizing profusely. "Ah, boss, I'm sorry, I was negligent and didn't consult you." "Well, Nana, you stay and keep the boss company." "Okay, brother Shui." After saying this, Nana flashed a professional smile and sat down next to Li Dachun. Chen Song, who was standing nearby, was stunned and even felt incredulous. Brother Chun, you're not playing by the rules. Don't you know that changing the batch is the greatest joy for a man? Get lost, you've had too much to drink. I just came here to sing, I don't want any trouble. You can change as many girls as you like, just leave me out of it. Li Dachun was at a loss for words, and turned his head to look at Nana next to him. He noticed that she was very close to him, and was looking at him with burning eyes. Li Dachun subconsciously shifted his position, swallowed, and said, "So we meet again?" "Yes, Brother Chun, we really do have a connection." Chapter 12 Chapter 012 I'm not going to eat you. Just as Li Dachun and Nana recognized each other, the door to the private room opened again. The waiter had indeed brought in a new group of girls as Chen Song had instructed. "Hello, boss." Chen Song's eyes went wide as the new group of girls greeted him again. After looking at them for a long time, he finally pointed at one of them, a girl with red hair, a sweet face and a good figure, and said, "You're the one." The selected girl was overjoyed. After the others had left, she immediately took a bottle of wine and sat down next to Chen Song, cooing. "Boss, my name is Lily. I've kept you waiting. Here, I'll toast you." Perhaps only in this kind of situation does Chen Song truly feel like a winner in life. Without saying a word, he immediately had a drink with Lily and ran his hand over her chin, saying, "You're really pretty, come on, let me kiss you." "Ugh, gross, sing first." Lily said gross, but her body cooperated, and she very generously let Chen Song kiss her cheek. Seeing that his sister was so willing, Chen Song became even more unrestrained, and he couldn't help but wink at Li Dachun with a smile. Li Dachun was already slightly uncomfortable, and upon receiving Chen Song's hint, he felt even more like he was sitting on pins and needles. At this point, Nana, who was standing nearby, noticed Li Dachun's embarrassment, smiled, shifted her position, poured a glass of wine for Li Dachun, and said, "Brother Chun, come out and have fun, let go a little, you can be just like your friend, you are a valued consumer." As she spoke, Nana took the initiative to grab Li Dachun's hand, and was about to make him do the same action as Chen Song did, but Li Dachun became anxious, quickly pulled his hand out, scratched his scalp, and stammered to change the subject. let's drink, let's chat for a while, that's right, how's that cat of yours?" Even though he was in such a state, Li Dachun was still so awkward. Nana was speechless, but in the face of a god who was putting on an act, she didn't want to push too hard, so she responded with a smile. "Thanks to Brother Chun for saving me the other day, Xiao Tian is doing very well. By the way, Sister Wei Cuilian contacted me and said to take care of you. Where are you working now? I'd like to take you out to dinner sometime when I'm free. I still haven't properly thanked you. Well, you did buy me milk the other day, so dinner is not necessary." It was nothing. After saying this, Li Dachun took a sip of wine by himself, obviously still a little unable to talk about work. Seeing this, Nana did not pursue the matter and got up to select a song, passing Li Dachun a microphone. Then, without waiting for Li Dachun's consent, she took his arm and leaned on him, saying, "Come on, Brother Chun, let's sing a duet." "It's okay, just relax, I'm not going to eat you." Hearing this, Li Dachun smiled, and this time he did not refuse Nana. At this time, he turned his head and looked at Chen Song, and found that the kid was having a great time with Lily, and had already drunk 4 or 5 bottles of wine. This scene made Li Dachun think that Chen Song didn't look like a single dog at all, and that he himself was more like a pure single dog. Before long, Chen Song, with drunken, hazy eyes, naturally lit a cigarette. As soon as he took a drag, Lily, who was standing nearby, covered her mouth, patted Chen Song on the back, and said sweetly, "Ouch, Brother Song, the room is stuffy, let's not smoke, okay?" Unexpectedly, Chen Song, who had drunk too much, heard that Lily was stopping him from smoking and suddenly got carried away. He stood up suddenly, pointed the cigarette at Lily and said in an agitated voice, "Look carefully, beautiful lady, is that a cigarette I'm lighting?" "No. This is a bullet aimed at the enemy's chest. This is a bolt from the motherland's aircraft carrier. This is the deck of a fighter jet taking off. This is my donation to support the construction of the motherland. Every time the lighter ignites a spark, it is the flame of the great rejuvenation of the motherland. Every cigarette that is lit is a gun that makes the motherland strong. Every cigarette but that is thrown away is a shell that is thrown at the enemy's position. Every picture on a cigarette pack is the beautiful mountains and rivers of the motherland. Whenever the smoke rises in front of me, if I charge at the front line of battle, I will not be able to hide from the wolves and tigers. I am proud to be smoking, and I will build cannons for the motherland. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." Chen Song's almost insane, impassioned speech really embarrassed Lily, causing goosebumps to appear all over her body, and it even made Li Dachun break out in a cold sweat. This kid, what kind of shock has he received? It's just that he hasn't found a job, right? Why is he talking nonsense? Thinking this, Li Dachun hurriedly got up, supporting the already unsteady Chen Song, and said, "It's okay, Song, I know you love your country. Hurry up and sit down, be careful of the cigarette butts. I'm not drunk. Lily, I want more to drink. Okay, my patriotic Song, it was my fault for telling you not to smoke. Come on, Song, I toast you." Lily also knows how to take care of things. She took Chen Song by the arm and told him to sit down, and then she started drinking with him again. Li Dachun knew very well that they were no match for these professional drinking companions. He was afraid that Chen Song would drink himself into trouble, and was just about to discuss it with Nana and ask her to ask Lily to stop, when the door to the private room was suddenly flung open. A burly man with a thick necklace around his neck stormed in, ignoring everyone in the room, and pointed at Nana, shouting, "Nana, you bitch! You cheated me out of money and now you dare hide here drinking with the customers? I'll kill you." Ah! Seeing the man rushing at her, Nana panicked and instinctively pulled Li Dachun in front of her, saying, "What are you talking about? I don't know you." "Security. Security. Screw your security. I'll remember you even if you turn into ashes. You cheated me out of my money." Seeing the man about to charge at them with clenched fists, Li Dachun, who had been held back by Nana as a shield, was dumbfounded and quickly stopped him, saying, "Hey, man, what's wrong with you? You've got the wrong person, haven't you?" Seeing someone backing up Nana, the man became even more irritated and pointed at Li Dachun, saying viciously, "You son of a bitch, it's none of your business if I'm looking for this bitch today." As he said this, the man reached out and pushed Li Dachun. Chen Song, who was standing nearby, saw that the situation was not right and quickly jumped up, yelling at the man, "You son of a bitch, where did you come from? You want to die." The courage of the brave is boosted by alcohol. Seeing someone coming to make trouble, Chen Song rushed over with a bottle of wine in his hand. However, his build was not in the same league as the man who had come. What's more, he could hardly stand up straight. Before he could rush over, he was kicked to the ground by the man. Seeing Chen Song being beaten, how could Li Dachun just sit there and do nothing? Pointing at the man, he yelled. Li Dachun, who had already been driven mad by anger, didn't care about anything else and charged up angrily. For a while, Li Dachun, Chen Song and the man wrestled together, the three of them punching and kicking each other, fighting fiercely. They even knocked over the glass table in the private room and spilled the bottles of wine all over the floor. Ah! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Nana and Lily had long since been scared out of their wits and hurriedly ran out, ready to call for help. Chapter 13 Chapter 013 One day, I will make you kneel down and submit to me. Although the man had the advantage in terms of physical strength, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Soon, under the continuous attacks of Li Dachun and Chen Song, the man was defeated and was crying out in pain. Stop fighting! Just as the man began to beg for mercy, Chen Song, not knowing if he had hit his head or had found an opportunity to vent, suddenly grabbed an empty bottle and smashed it directly onto the man's head before Li Dachun could react. With a loud, crisp sound of glass, the man's head was instantly opened up, and blood flowed down. Ah! You motherfucker! Chen Song's extreme action made Li Dachun dumbfounded. He didn't expect Chen Song to be so ruthless, and had a feeling that things had gotten out of hand. He quickly pulled Chen Song away and yelled, "That's enough! Chen Song, stop! There's blood!" Chen Song stopped, and Li Dachun quickly pulled him along and ran out of the room. As soon as Li Dachun and Chen Song ran out of the room in a panic, a group of KTV security guards who had received the news arrived at the private room with Nana. Fortunately, the karaoke bar was noisy, and the fight in the private room did not alert other customers. One of the security guards, who seemed to be in charge, saw someone on the ground, covering his head and groaning, the room in chaos, and blood everywhere. He quickly closed the door, went up, grabbed the man by the collar, and said angrily, "Damn you, how dare you make trouble in Sister Wan's place? Don't you want to live anymore?" Seeing a group of people rushing in, the man, who had been beaten by 2 people who had disappeared, got up with a roll and crawl, covering his bleeding head and sitting on the sofa panting. "Are you fucking blind? I was beaten and bleeding on your turf, and instead of looking for the people who beat me, you're looking for me. Damn you, how dare you argue? It was obviously you who started the trouble in the first place. The lead security guard once again grabbed the man by the hair, preparing to strike, when the door to the private room was forcefully pushed open. That's enough. Plain. You're still moving your hands when you don't see that he's bleeding. All of a sudden, a woman in her 30s pushed the door open. The woman had an attractive peach blossom face, with fine, smooth skin as rosy as butter. Just looking at her appearance, you would never guess that she was in her early 30s, and she exuded the aura of a woman of authority. Sure enough, when the security guard saw the woman, they immediately called out respectfully, "Sister Juan." The security guard called aircraft who was lecturing the man stopped what he was doing and politely said, "Sister Juan, he's the one who caused trouble. The one who hit someone ran away." The woman called Sister Juan looked at the man, sat down on the sofa, crossed her legs, and said expressionlessly, "You've got some nerve, running to my place and causing trouble. Just now, a few bosses left early because of your noise. Tell me, how do you want to settle this?" The man had heard of Sister Juan's reputation before, and seeing this attitude, coupled with the fact that he had just been beaten up, he sobered up. Although he was apprehensive, he still refused to admit defeat, pointing at Nana and saying, "Sister Juan, how dare I cause trouble in your place? You don't know, this Nana under your employ deliberately seduced me, saying that I could go out with her best friend, but in the end she drugged me and stole all my money. She is your subordinate, you have to give me an explanation." Everyone present was stunned when they heard the man say this, especially the plane, who seemed to be particularly angry. He pointed at the man again. "What the hell are you talking about? I'll beat the shit out of you." The person involved, Nana, suddenly felt a tightening in her heart. She glanced at Juan's sister without noticing, her eyes darting, and said with a forced calm, "You shameless slut, I don't even know you, and you come here and slander me? Look with your big dog eyes, I earn thousands a night, do I need to seduce you? You stinking whore. You've got a tattoo on your leg, don't think I'm a sucker." The man who had been beaten was furious and was about to charge at Nana again when he was immediately held down by the plane and another burst of electricity was emitted. "That's enough. That's enough. Stop it all. Let me make myself clear, the girls in my shop all have a bottom line, how could they go out with you? Besides, if one of the girls in my shop really cheated you out of your money, you can go to the police. What, do you want me to call the police for you?" As she spoke, Sister Juan took out her phone and handed it to the man. The man was clearly intimidated by Sister Juan's harsh words and actions. As the saying goes, a good man doesn't take advantage of the situation, and coupled with the fact that he was indeed wary of Sister Juan's background, he was even more afraid of causing trouble with the police. He had no choice but to admit defeat and say, "Forget it, I'm just unlucky today. I'm leaving." After saying this, the man glared fiercely at Nana, ran away in a huff, quickly got into his car and drove straight to the hospital. After the man left, Sister Juan looked at Nana, gave her a wink, and the others understood what she meant. Led by the plane, they all left the room. Nana looked at Sister Juan, her heart felt faint, and she forced a smile and said, "Sister Juan, thank you for backing me up, I really don't know." "Do you really not know or just pretend not to know?" Unexpectedly, before Nana could finish speaking, Sister Juan immediately looked at her with a fierce expression in her eyes. "Sister Juan, I really don't know him. Besides, I eat at your restaurant, so how could I have the nerve to cheat for money?" Sister Juan stared at Nana intently, stood up, and said, "Nana, if you eat at Sister Juan's restaurant, you have to follow Sister Juan's rules. If you lack money, you can tell me, but don't be smart and do anything behind my back, and don't get the restaurant into trouble. I won't protect you, do you hear me?" Yes, Sister Juan." Nana was scared out of her wits. "By the way, do you know the two guys who just hit someone?" "Well, Sister Juan, I know one of them. He's my neighbor." "Sister Juan, they got involved because of me. Please, let them go. I'll go fuck myself. Didn't you see them smash up my room? And they ran off without paying the fucking bill. My Sister Juan isn't running a charity. Since you know him, that's easy. Hurry up and find him for me. Make him pay up and settle the bill, or else tell him to stay out of Shangqing." Yes, Sister Juan, I'll get right on it." After saying that, Sister Juan angrily walked out the door. Nana finally let out a sigh of relief, sat down on the sofa, lit a cigarette with a trembling heart, and prepared to call her best friend. Just then, the plane that had previously gone out suddenly walked into the private room. Nana saw this and hurriedly put away her phone. She glanced at the plane, didn't say a word, and prepared to leave. The plane saw Nana see him and, with a dark face, tried to leave. He grabbed her arm and looked very depressed. "What are you doing? You're hurting me." Nana shook off the plane's hand and said impatiently, "What am I doing? I want to ask you what you're doing. You can fool Sister Juan, but you can't fool me. Did you really go cheat the customer out of money? Are you short of money? If you need money, just tell me." Airplane stared at Nana, revealing a look of hopelessness. "Ha, Airplane, do you live by the sea? You really have a nose in other people's business. It's my freedom to do whatever I want, so it's none of your business." However, Nana didn't care about Airplane at all. She took a drag on her cigarette and walked straight out of the private room. "I'm giving you face." Airplane angrily watched Nana's back and spat fiercely. "One day, I'll make you kneel down and obey me." Chapter 14 Chapter 014 Stop Scaring People. Li Dachun and Chen Song, who had beaten someone up and then run away, had already arrived at Li Dachun's rented place in a hurry. As soon as they entered the door, they lay down on the bed as if they had been relieved, panting heavily. Chen Song, who had beaten someone until they bled and whose brain was still occupied by alcohol, wiped his face, looked at the blood on his hands, and then excitedly smiled at Li Dachun. "Ah, Brother Chun, today was really fucking awesome. I feel so good. You brat, when we were in school, I never saw you be so aggressive. After drinking some horse piss, you beat people without thinking about the consequences?" Li Dachun became worried when he saw that Chen Song was still in the mood to brag. "You brat, get ready for the police to come to the door." "Oh, Chun, you're just being a coward. You think we're so desperate that we're still afraid? It's just a fight, right? Besides, that kid started it, so we're acting in self-defense." "Self-defense? You've got nothing to worry about. Just relax. If the cops really come, I'll let them arrest me." "Arrest me?" Li Dachun was speechless as he watched Chen Song continue to act like a drunk and act tough. He thought about what had happened, and that even if the other guy called the police, there was no way he could escape. And as Chen Song said, he was already unable to afford to eat, so why would he be afraid of going to jail? Thinking about this, Li Dachun stopped talking, and soon, stimulated by the aftereffects of the alcohol, the two of them fell asleep. When Li Dachun opened his eyes again, he felt a sharp pain in his head. He got up, looked out the window and saw that it was already slightly light outside. He got up groggily and went to the toilet. When he lay back on the bed again, he closed his eyes for a while, but then suddenly felt something was wrong and sat up with a start. Li Dachun turned his head to the side and saw that Chen Song was no longer there. Li Dachun was shocked, thinking that something had happened to the drunk Chen Song in the middle of the night. He hurriedly searched the whole house, but couldn't find a single hair. He went back to the bed and saw a note on the bedside table. Li Dachun looked at the words on it suspiciously, then crumpled the paper up and said, "Damn you, Chen Song, and you call me a coward, running off without even saying goodbye?" It turned out that Chen Song woke up in the middle of the night. He was afraid that the police would come looking for him, so he left a note saying, "Brothers, I'm leaving first, see you later," and ran away directly that night. "This son of a bitch, I'll laugh at you every time I see you." Li Dachun shook his head with a bitter smile. He thought about indirectly causing Chen Song to lose his job, and he also hit him, but he wasn't going to hold it against him. He just hoped that the man who was beaten didn't call the police. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to go wash his face, the door to the room suddenly creaked open. This caused Li Dachun to jump. "Fuck, no way. The police found me so quickly? If I'm going to die, I'm going to die. I'll fight them off as best I can." With that, Li Dachun nervously ran to open the door. He expected to see the police at the door, but when he looked, he saw that it was no one else but Nana knocking. "What? It's you? Oh, Brother Chun, you're disappointed that you didn't see the police, aren't you?" Nana at the door smiled slightly, leaned against the wall, and said deliberately, No, a man dares to take responsibility. If the police don't come looking for me, I'll turn myself in myself." Seeing that it was Nana, Li Dachun's heart fell to the ground, and he shamelessly started acting cocky. Subsequently, Nana walked into Li Dachun's room, looked around, and asked, "Where is your brother who was quite ruthless yesterday? Did he run away? He had something come up and went back. Do you need us for something?" Li Dachun asked, without forgetting to politely pour Nana a glass of water. "Why do you think I came to see you? don't you know why I came? Although the person you beat up was for my sake, one thing is one thing, you broke the things in the karaoke bar and the bill has not been settled. My boss is looking for you. Nana looked at Li Dachun and said seriously. Beauty, how can this be settled like this? Last night, that guy started it, and we were just doing the right thing. He should pay for the damages. Why is your boss so unreasonable? Li Dachun argued. Okay, don't try to argue with me. Although you are Sister Cuilian's nephew, you saved Xiao Tian before, and you helped me out, for which I am very grateful, but Sister Wan has spoken, and I dare not disobey, so you must go and see her, otherwise, Sister Wan will lose face. Sister Wan? Who is Sister Wan? Li Dachun was puzzled. What kind of person are you? You don't even know Sister Wan? She's our boss, the big sister of Shangqing City. Alright, I won't waste any more time talking nonsense. Sister Wan is a reasonable person, otherwise she would have already called the police to arrest you. I'll go with you, and we'll explain everything clearly, nothing will happen. Seeing that Nana was quite excited, it didn't seem like she was lying, and it didn't look like the police had been called. Li Dachun thought for a moment and said, Okay, I believe you. I, Li Dachun, am not an irresponsible person. I will go with you to see your boss and we will solve this problem together. Nana saw that Li Dachun had readily agreed, and she felt that he was still a man. She then got up and set off with Li Dachun. It was daytime, so there were not many customers at Jinsha KTV. After arriving at their destination, Nana called Wan and, following her instructions, took Li Dachun to an office on the second floor. As soon as he entered, Li Dachun saw an exquisitely dressed woman sitting in an office chair, crossing her legs and playing with her mobile phone. Around her stood 5 or 6 young men dressed in black. This posture, it's so similar to a triad boss. Li Dachun, who had only seen this scene in movies, couldn't help but swallow. It seems that this Nana really wasn't exaggerating, and this one's sister is really something. I thought you two were going to do the fighting? Why is it just you here? I'll see you on the plane. Nana brought Li Dachun in, swinging a knife in his hand, and said unceremoniously. Boss, that guy from yesterday was my friend. He had something come up and couldn't make it today. Oh? That's okay, since you're here, why don't you tell me what to do? You think you can get away with hitting people, smashing tables, and eating without paying in our restaurant? Nana swung the knife and deliberately closed in on Li Dachun. Li Dachun was unhappy at first sight of the plane, and with anger welling up inside him, he took a step back, looked at the silent one sister, and said, We will definitely pay for the broken things, but I have only just arrived in Shangqing and haven't found a job yet. Boss, can you wait a bit? Or, can I write you a note? Damn it, do you think KTV is a loan company and write a note? I think you don't want to pay on purpose. After listening to the plane, he was very annoyed and rushed over to give Li Dachun a hard time. Nana, who was standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and pushed the plane away, saying, Okay, brother plane, don't scare people. He hit someone because of me, so I'll pay for it. Chapter 15 Chapter 015 There aren't many rich women here either. Nana, are you crazy? What money do you have to pay? Jen saw that Nana was defending Li Dachun, which was a disguised way of humiliating him, and he was quite angry. However, Li Dachun ignored Jen. He knew that this man was just a bully, and the one who really had the final say was definitely Wan, who was sitting in the chair. He said directly to her. Boss, I've only just arrived in Shangqing City. Yesterday, I drank too much with friends and got into a fight at your place, which was really wrong. But I really didn't lie to you. I really can't pay right now. If that's really not possible, then I'll just have to call the police and get arrested. Kid, are you threatening Wan? Li Dachun arrived here and spoke so forcefully that he jumped out again. Okay, airplane, you're just full of it. Wan, who had been silent, suddenly looked up, threw her phone onto the table, interrupted the airplane's speech, and said to Li Dachun. Kid, you're quite loyal, coming here alone? What's your name? Boss, my name is Li Dachun. Not from here? Wan looked up and down at the clean-looking Li Dachun in front of her, and already knew in her heart that he didn't seem like a local thug. No, I'm from Fengtai City, and I came here to look for work. Li Dachun said with neither arrogance nor humility. Oh? From Fengtai City? You caused trouble in my restaurant, and although it was because of Nana, one thing is one thing, and it's impossible not to pay. Besides, I hate people who eat without paying the most. To tell you the truth, in the past, people who ate without paying in our restaurant were beaten up before they could say anything. You're lucky. Tell me, how are you going to settle this? Sister Wan slightly raised the corner of her mouth, while clipping her fingernails, she said. Upon hearing this, the airplane cooperatively sneered. Li Dachun paused for a moment, and continued. Boss, I do have a way. If you don't mind, I can come work for you, and that compensation can be deducted directly from my salary. Good guy. It was obvious that he was going to teach him a lesson and demand compensation, but then he suddenly had the bright idea of applying for a job? Jian didn't respond, so the plane couldn't take it anymore. Pointing at Li Dachun, he roared menacingly. You little brat. Are you drunk or just stunned? We told you to pay compensation, and you fucking come here looking for a job? Are you telling us that we're going to pay for it ourselves? Li Dachun's shocking remarks caused the younger brothers present to laugh. Sister Wan was the only one who was stunned. She thought to herself, this kid is kind of interesting. Most people would have run away and paid the money in shame, but he actually thought of working here to pay for the money. It seems that this kid is either stubborn or really poor. She had to admit that Sister Wan had guessed half of it right. Li Dachun was not stubborn, he really was out of money. And the idea of losing money at work came to him on the spur of the moment. Thinking that his resume had gone unanswered, he thought it would be better to take advantage of the situation and work directly in the karaoke bar. After things settle down, it's not too late to find a respectable job. So tell me, what do you want to do here? Sister Wan asked with a hint of sarcasm. Boss, to be honest with you, I am a university graduate, majoring in management. I can come to your store to manage people and property. Puff. As Li Dachun's sentence was not finished, the people present could no longer hold back and all burst out laughing. Even Nana, who was standing nearby, shook her head and felt sorry for Li Dachun. Sister Wan, don't waste your breath on him. I can see that this kid is not honest and will not learn his lesson until he hits rock bottom. Guys, give him a look. The plane was infuriated by Li Dachun and gave him a look, ready to fight with the others. Hey, hey, hey! Plane! How many times have I told you? Do you take Sister Wan lightly? Did I say anything? Unexpectedly, Sister Wan suddenly knocked on the table and gave another reprimand. Plane was extremely depressed inside, but he didn't dare to say a word. At this time, Sister Wan stood up from her seat, with an impressive figure that showed off her assets. In particular, her well-developed breasts and well-maintained face undoubtedly added a touch of imperial sisterly aura to her. College student? Kid, we're a karaoke bar. Do you want to compete with elementary school students for a job? Could it be that you don't want to work hard at your young age and want to hook up with rich women? The point is, there aren't many rich women here either. Why don't you try finding a few male bosses? Ha ha ha. Sister Wan's teasing remark once again made the scene burst into laughter. Li Dachun was embarrassed, and just about to say something when Wan waved her hand and continued. All right, Wan is not an unreasonable person. Since you have offered to work off the money, I will give you the opportunity. However, we don't like people to sing and drink with customers, waiters, or even management staff. We did lose a few security guards the other day. Judging from your gentle and delicate appearance, you are probably not qualified to be a security guard, are you? In that case, I'll make an exception today. You and Airplane will fight one-on-one. If you win, I'll hire you as a security guard right away, and you won't have to pay for the damages. If you lose, let Airplane and the others finish the process. Stand straight even when you're being beaten. Ha ha ha. As soon as Sister Wan finished speaking, Airplane and the others started laughing again. Nana, who was standing nearby, felt her heart suddenly jump into her throat. Sister Wan, Airplane practices boxing every day. Fighting him could be fatal. Shut up. I haven't even finished with you yet. Go away. Unexpectedly, Sister Wan gave Nana a direct glare. Seeing that Li Dachun was silent, she smiled and said, What? Scared? I'm giving you a chance, but you're useless. Fine, let's fight. Sister Wan, I hope you keep your word. Li Dachun's seemingly cocky words really shocked everyone present. Nana hurried over, grabbed Li Dachun and said, persuading him. Li Dachun, don't you want to live? Airplane is a professional fighter. With your body, he will knock you out with one punch. Seeing Nana's worried face, Li Dachun, who had already thought of a response, was not at all panicked. Nana, don't worry, it's just a fight, who's afraid of whom? Fei had never seen such an arrogant person before. You should know that he is known as the little prince of one-on-one battles. He once fought 3 people at once to protect one and never lost. Fei saw that, snapped his fingers, moved his neck a little, and pointed at Li Dachun and said, "You little brat, you're asking for it. I won't stop until you're kneeling down and calling me master." After saying this, Jen looked at Wan, who was also shocked by the fearless Li Dachun. Originally, she wanted to give this college student a scare, so that he would back down and meekly beg for forgiveness and pay compensation. However, he had readily agreed. Wan was instantly interested, and was prepared to make Li Dachun beg for every blow and hammer for every strike. Since the college student was not afraid of being beaten, you may begin. Chapter 16, Chapter 016, I'll have a good chat with this college student. As soon as Sister Wan finished speaking, a few young men who liked to watch trouble ran around busily, gathering up stools to make room for the one-on-one fight between Flight and Li Dachun, ready to watch a good show. Flight moved around a bit, and when he arrived at the vacant space in Sister Wan's office, he pointed at Li Dachun and said arrogantly, "Kid, what are you standing there for? Come over here, you'll have plenty of time to lie down later." Li Dachun snickered to himself. In the past, he might have been intimidated, but now, having died once, and with his skills, he was completely confident in taking a gamble. However, his actions had made Nana panic. She hurriedly told Li Dachun to stop making things difficult for himself. "Li Dachun, are you sure you want to fight the plane one-on-one? It's not too late to regret it, I'll help you find Sister Wan to beg for mercy." Li Dachun smiled at Nana and said with confidence, "It's okay, Nana, I don't know who will be lying down later." Nana was speechless in the face of Li Dachun's stubbornness, so she simply stopped caring about him, stood aside, and was prepared to watch Li Dachun suffer the consequences of his own actions. Li Dachun walked straight across to the other side of the plane, took a deep breath, but suddenly became nervous unconsciously. After all, Airplane was a professional fighter and looked full of muscles. If the plan failed later, Li Dachun would really get into trouble. "Rotten kid, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and call me master, and I'll beat you up a little bit lighter later." Airplane looked at Li Dachun disdainfully and mocked him again. "Ha, Airplane, right? If you want to fight one-on-one, why are you talking so much? Hurry up and come over here. Damn you, you're looking for death." After being provoked by Li Dachun, Jiqi was furious, took up a fighting stance, and charged over with a fierce expression. "Xiaoying. Time out. Xiaoying. Time out." Just as Jiqi charged over with his sandbag-like fists, Li Dachun let out a desperate cry in his heart, and instinctively used his hand to protect his head. Suddenly, the whole world went quiet. Li Dachun noticed that the fist of the plane did not hit him. He suddenly let go of his arm, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked intently. He finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the release of his skills was successful. Li Dachun saw that everything except for himself was in a state of stillness. In the room, there was Nana covering her eyes and not daring to look, and there was also Zhuanjie, who was holding a glass and had just taken a sip of water, as well as the little brothers around her, who were cheering enthusiastically in preparation. Even a fly that flew through the room suddenly stopped in mid-air. Of course, after all, there were only 3 minutes, and Li Dachun did not dare to delay. He immediately came in front of the plane, lowered his extended arm, and with all his strength, tripped the plane to the ground. Subsequently, Li Dachun lay dead on the plane, suppressing the plane with both hands, and strangling him with his hands. Li Dachun maintained this position for a short while, feeling that there seemed to be enough time. Looking at the plane below him, motionless like a corpse, and thinking of his arrogant words before, he felt anger well up in his heart. Pointing at the plane's grimacing face, he muttered to himself, "Damn it, weren't you fierce just now? In a little while, you little prince of one-on-one fights will be crying for mercy." After saying this, Li Dachun felt that he had not gotten his fill of anger, so he slapped the plane a few times. In a moment, the familiar countdown interface finally appeared in front of Li Dachun. 5432. Li Dachun saw this and once again adjusted his best suppression posture, and with all his strength, he firmly pinched the neck of the plane. With the end of the final countdown, the world returned to normal. In an instant, the plane, which had suddenly been overwhelmed and was unable to move, was terrified as if he had seen a ghost. He found himself strangely strangled by Li Dachun in seconds, his face still aching faintly, and he could hardly breathe, so he was directly pissed off. What the hell is going on? Wan, who had returned to normal, suddenly vomited the water she had just drunk, her face pale with shock and her rabbit trembling. And Nana and the little guys had already been stunned by the scene. Seeing Li Dachun, who was pressing the plane down on his body, strangling him until his face turned red, Wan panicked and hurriedly stood up. Li Dachun, that's enough. Get up. But Li Dachun seemed to be too deep in the role, or perhaps he felt too good, and showed no sign of backing down. He yelled at the plane. The little prince I subdued in a single move? Get up. Get up. Didn't you tell me to lie down? Why are you lying down? The plane was having difficulty breathing and could not say a word, so it could only struggle in pain, exhausted, slapping the floor with its hands. Seeing this, the younger brother immediately pounced on him and forcibly pulled Li Dachun up. Cough, cough, cough. Only then did Jixia, relieved, cover his neck, groaning in pain as he fell to the ground. You motherfucker, I'm gonna. Cough, cough, cough. That's enough. Jixia, someone took you down with one move and you're still mouthing off. Hurry up and help him up. This result was obviously not what Sister Wan had expected. She had been prepared for Li Dachun to be defeated by Airplane in one move, but she never imagined that the script would be reversed. The subordinate, who had received instructions, quickly and carefully helped Airplane up. Airplane sat on the chair, panting heavily. At the moment, he couldn't figure out why, in the previous second, he had rushed over, but in the next second, he was inexplicably pinned to the ground by Li Dachun, who was also choking him. What is most terrifying is that he feels that he didn't even see Li Dachun make a move. What the hell is going on? Li Dachun, who had just gotten up, was also panting heavily because he had just exerted himself too much. After calming down a little, he said to Fei. Fei, I'm sorry about earlier, I went a little too far, don't hold it against me. As the saying goes, the most lethal thing is to pretend to be unruffled. Li Dachun's reverse apology completely broke Airplane's defenses. It's one thing to lose a fight, but to lose in front of so many people, especially Sister Wan, and to lose by one move, Airplane's face was in tatters. You brat, I'll remember you, we'll see about this. Airplane was so angry that although his body had lost, his mouth wanted to be the winner. Okay, Airplane, you lost, admit it. You guys hurry up and help him out, get some rest, and don't make a scene. Sister Wan couldn't bear to watch anymore, so she crossed her arms in a domineering manner and told a few people to help Airplane out. Then she said to Nana, who was still in shock. Nana, you go ahead and get busy too, and this college student and I will have a nice chat. Chapter 17 Chapter 017 I didn't expect you to be so quick. Li Dachun, I didn't expect you to be so quick. After sending the people in the room away, Sister Wan looked at Li Dachun in front of her and, still in awe of what had just happened, couldn't help but praise him. You have to know that although the plane is reckless and impulsive in character, his fighting power is really very strong. This is also an important reason why Sister Wan let him be the security team leader to maintain order in the KTV. Unexpectedly, today, Li Dachun popped up, who not only knocked out the headliner's handjob in one move, but also did so with such incredible speed that it was mind-boggling. Sister Wan didn't even see him make a move. Sister Wan, thank you for the compliment, but how can I compare with Brother Jishan? I'm just a bit luckier. Li Dachun said rather humbly, seeing that Sister Wan's attitude towards him had taken a major turn. You're quite humble. Just now you said you would hire me if I beat Airplane. Sister Wan keeps her word. However, I'm afraid your abilities are a bit wasted in our store. In that case, I'll give you the choice and let you decide whether to come and work in our store. Hearing this, Li Dachun understood that Sister Wan was actually testing him more than just saying that. However, he really needed a job to steady his feet right now, so he didn't think much about it and said firmly, I'm so happy that you're willing to hire me, how could I be underutilized? I'm willing to work under you. Seeing that Li Dachun was so willing to learn, Sister Wan, who valued talent, was overjoyed. She smiled and said, Okay, you can come work in the security department. But let me be clear, although you defeated the plane, he is still the veteran of the store. I'll let you be the deputy team leader of the security team, and you can work with the plane to help Sister Wan. What do you think? I have to say, this Miss Wan really knows how to win people over. She made a greenhorn like him the deputy team leader right away, so naturally Li Dachun had no reason to refuse. Miss Wan, I'll do whatever you say. Okay, you've had a long day, so go rest now, and start work tomorrow. After hearing this, Li Dachun said hello to Miss Wan and was about to leave. Just as he opened the door, he suddenly thought of something and turned back, saying to Miss Wan, "Sister Wan, I have an issue. I'm not sure if this is too forward of me to ask, but how much do I get paid as the deputy head of security for 1 month?" After hearing this, Sister Wan was first taken aback, but then she laughed and said, "You really are worthy of being a university student. You haven't even started yet and you're already talking about salary? Don't worry, Sister Wan won't treat you badly. The basic salary for the deputy head of security is 5,000, and you get food and accommodation included. If you do a good job, I'll even give you a bonus. Damn, this karaoke bar really makes money. On the first day of work, as a security guard, I get 5,000 yuan a month and free food and accommodation? This is unbelievable." After hearing this, Li Dachun was overwhelmed. Could it be that from this day on, the gears of his destiny had started turning? After getting a satisfactory reply, Li Dachun left Wan's office, in a great mood, and prepared to go back to his rented accommodation to rest. When he reached the lobby, Li Dachun noticed that Nana had been waiting for him there for some time. Seeing Li Dachun's relaxed expression, Nana beamed and said to him, "Wow, it looks like something good is going to happen to our Dachun today. Did Sister Wan agree to hire you? Nana, you're still here? Thanks to you, we're going to become colleagues." Looking at Nana's warm gaze, Li Dachun didn't dare to make eye contact with her for more than 2 seconds. "Pfft, I didn't do anything. But I really didn't realize that you had this ability. In the future, you will have to take care of your sister a lot." While saying this, Nana gave Li Dachun's shoulder an ambiguous bump, causing Li Dachun's heart to suddenly tighten. It seems that Nana really is the one who ate at the karaoke restaurant, and when she sends out her electricity, it really makes people unable to defend themselves. Of course, Sister Wan arranged for me to work under Brother Fei in the future. I can see that you seem to know him well, so I'd be very grateful if you could say a few kind words about me in front of him. Today, I really didn't mean to do it. TSK. You were quite domineering just now, but now you're being a coward? Don't worry, Fei is just a simple man with a big brain and strong limbs. You were handpicked by Sister Wan, so he won't do anything to you." Nana read Li Dachun's thoughts and spoke directly. That's good, Sister Na, I have something to do now. I'll start work officially tomorrow, so I won't disturb you while you're resting. I'll invite you to dinner when you're free. Giggle, don't forget, we're neighbors. If you want to invite me to dinner, just pick me up at your place. Sister Na is single and quite bored." Seeing that Nana's words were getting more and more off topic, Li Dachun smiled awkwardly, didn't continue to respond, and quickly said goodbye to her. As soon as Li Dachun left, the rejuvenated Fei Jixiang was called into the office by Sister Wan. Seeing Fei Jixiang, who was still angry, Sister Wan tried to comfort him. Fei Jixiang was certainly short-tempered, but he was respectful towards Sister Wan. A few kind words from Sister Wan made him feel slightly better. However, when Sister Wan told him that she was going to make Li Dachun the deputy head of security, Fei Jixiang, who had finally calmed down, became agitated again. "What? Sister Wan? Li Dachun is the one who caused trouble in the store. You just met him once, how can you let him be the deputy head of security? What are my brothers going to think?" Okay, calm down. I'm not just saving face for you by making him deputy head of security, I'm also setting an example for my brothers, showing them that if they're good at their jobs they'll be reused. Besides, as a deputy team leader, he will still do what you tell him to do. Seeing that Jian Fei didn't understand her good intentions at all, Sister Wan continued. Do you want to be a security guard for the rest of your life? Don't you want to find someone to take over? Jian Fei, people go high, water flows low, don't just hang out with the girls in the store all day, use your brain more. Air. Sister Wan's lecture made Jian Fei laugh embarrassedly. It seems that the chicken soup Sister Wan fed him was very effective for him. Sister Wan, now that you've said that, I understand. I will definitely do a good job. Seeing that Fei had understood, Sister Wan changed her tone and said seriously. By the way, yesterday that man said that Nana cheated him out of money. You find out the truth for me. If you find out that she took advantage of me, lived off me, and secretly ripped off my customers, I won't let her get away with it. Upon hearing this, Fei Jet was shocked. He didn't expect Wan to still be thinking about this matter, and immediately nodded in agreement. However, as soon as Fei Jet walked out of the office, he sneered. You have to understand, he has been desperately pursuing Nana without success. Now, Juan has asked him to secretly investigate Nana. Isn't this clearly giving him a chance? Ha, Nana, just you wait and see, it'd better not be me who finds your weak points. Chapter 18 Chapter 018 I won't make a fool of myself in front of women again. Li Dachun walked out of the karaoke bar door, and suddenly felt his breathing become easier. Looking at the bustling scene outside, and the several large, resplendent characters for Jinsha KTV on the building behind him, Li Dachun felt as if he were dreaming. He never would have imagined that an explosive fight with Chen Song in the karaoke bar would turn something bad into something good. Li Dachun secretly made up his mind that he must use this as a new starting point and live a second life. Thinking about the first half of his life, he was ruined by Shino, and although he had successfully taken revenge, Shino not only could not get married, but also acquired the title of Scum Girl. But as the saying goes, one learns from one's mistakes. Starting today, he must be more vigilant and never fall for another woman again. It's time to take his own destiny firmly into his own hands. Soon, Li Dachun returned to his rented place and suddenly received a phone call from a staff member at Jinsha KTV, telling him not to forget to bring his ID card the next day to apply for employment. ID card? This phone call did remind Li Dachun. He had been gone from society for 2 years, and it was estimated that his ID card had long been cancelled. Thinking about this, Li Dachun did not dare delay, quickly looked up the policy online, and prepared to return to Fengtai City after 2 years away to reapply for an ID card and pay his respects to his parents, who had passed away many years ago. Soon, Li Dachun boarded a bus to Fengtai City. After several transfers, he arrived at the tombstone of his parents in the countryside. Since his parents' hometown was in the countryside, according to custom, they, like other elders in the family, were buried in the countryside. Looking at the desolate scene of weeds growing around his parents' tombstone, Li Dachun felt bad. He was frustrated and cleaned the weeds. He stroked his parents' portraits and wept. Dad, Mom, I'm a bad son, I've come to see you. Dad, Mom, I've been reborn. Your spirits in heaven must bless your son, I won't let you down again. Li Dachun wept for over an hour in front of his parents' grave, before leaving in a depressed state. During that time, he met a few acquaintances in the village, but no one seemed to recognize him. No wonder, as Li Dachun's parents had taken him to live in the city when he was 3 years old, and all his relatives in the village had moved away. Back then, Li Dachun had been provoked by Shino and pursued by his creditors, and he had gone white-haired overnight, lost his mind, and suddenly disappeared. Although his relatives had actively searched for him at first, they had given up after a long time with no news. Later, Li Dachun was even listed as a missing person by the police station. After worshipping his relatives, Li Dachun made a special trip to the police station, and after half a day of trouble, he finally got his household registration matters properly handled. Subsequently, Li Dachun, who no longer had any attachment to his hometown, boarded the bus back to Shangqing City. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got on the bus, he encountered something ridiculous. Boss, I'm short 5 yuan for the bus fare, can you make an exception? It turned out that because he had come in a hurry, Li Dachun had not brought enough money with him and just happened to be 5 yuan short of the fare. Moreover, he had been homeless for 2 years and had only just got a second-hand mobile phone, and there was not a single cent in it. This really embarrassed Li Dachun. Handsome guy, why are you haggling on a bus? If you don't have the money, you can only get off at the next stop. Obviously, the bus owner didn't want to give up the 5 yuan. Just as Li Dachun was about to accept his offer and get off the bus early to figure out what to do next, a woman wearing glasses and carrying a satchel, who looked scholarly, sat behind the driver. She got up, smiled and said to the driver, "Boss, everyone has difficult times. Here, scan the QR code, I'll pay the 5 yuan for him." Hearing someone come to his rescue, Li Dachun felt a surge of gratitude and hurriedly said to the woman, "Thank you, I'll find a way to pay you back when we get to the station." "It's fine, it's only 5 yuan, go sit down, we're about to drive off," the woman said with a smile. Li Dachun once again smiled gratefully at the woman, then sat down in his seat, but couldn't help but feel amused. "I really don't know what to say, I just vowed not to make a fool of myself in front of women again, and now I meet a good woman with a kind heart?" However, Li Dachun immediately felt that he was being too paranoid and shook his head self-deprecatingly. Because the ride was a bit long, Li Dachun soon closed his eyes as the car bumped along. When a voice from Shangqing City announced that the bus was about to arrive, Li Dachun suddenly woke up and realized that the bus had already arrived at its destination. Li Dachun perked up and got off the bus and walked for a while, but then he noticed that the woman who had saved him before was walking hurriedly ahead of him. Li Dachun paused for a moment, and just as he was about to run over to the woman and ask for her contact details so that he could repay her for the money she had paid for his ride, he noticed two sneaky-looking men appear behind the woman. Before Li Dachun could react, one of the men produced a pair of pliers and deftly inserted them into her bag. Within seconds, the man had plucked a wallet out of the bag. The woman was in a hurry and there were many people around, so she didn't notice anything. The man who had successfully stolen the wallet gave a wink to his accomplice, who was covering him, and quickened his pace. "Thief!" Li Dachun, who had witnessed the whole thing, shouted, "Thief! What are you doing? Stop!" The two thieves were startled by the shouts and, seeing that they had been discovered, glared at Li Dachun and started running. "Stop! Catch the thief!" The woman was also startled by Li Dachun shouting, and just as she stopped, Li Dachun had already run up to her and said, "Beauty, your wallet has been stolen." The woman then looked at her bag and noticed that her wallet was really gone. She was panicked and started running to catch up. However, she found that the man she had been riding with had already chased after the thief. "Quick, catch the thief! He stole my wallet!" The woman shouted as she ran, but although there were many people on the road at the time, they were all too afraid of getting involved to help. Li Dachun could not outrun a professional thief. He was about to lose the thief, and in desperation, he could only cry out in his heart, "Xiaoying! Time freeze!" Suddenly, everything stopped as far as the eye could see. Li Dachun walked up to the thief, supported himself and gasped for breath, and said to the thief, who was motionless, "Damn, with that speed, if you don't become an athlete, it's a waste of talent." With that, Li Dachun, who had recovered, took the woman's wallet from the thief's pocket and, using the same technique, knocked the thief to the ground and took control of him. As the 3 minutes ended, the thief, who had just now thrown Li Dachun off, found himself confusedly pinned under him, and the whole person panicked. "Damn it, what are you doing? Let me go! Let me go! Why are you saying that to me? Stealing in broad daylight! How dare you yell? Beauty, call the police!" The woman was also dumbfounded by this strange scene. She never expected that this man was so fast and was able to subdue the thief in an instant. Chapter 19 Chapter 019 Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Seeing someone do the right thing and subdue a thief in no time at all, the passers-by were suddenly filled with a strong sense of justice and came running to help Li Dachun control the thief. With the help of the enthusiastic crowd, Li Dachun stood up and clapped his hands, suddenly feeling a burst of pain in his hand. It turned out that during the process of subduing the thief, because he had put up fierce resistance, Li Dachun's hand had ground a little blood on the ground. "Are you okay, handsome?" The woman rushed over and, seeing that Li Dachun seemed to have been injured, asked anxiously. "It's nothing, just a small issue. Here, your wallet, quickly see if anything is missing." With that, Li Dachun touched his injured hand and handed the woman his wallet. Perhaps the woman was too excited, and when she was looking through the contents of the wallet, a card fell out. Li Dachun quickly bent down to pick it up, only to discover that it was a canteen card that said Shangqing Experimental Middle School. Oh, it seems that this beautiful woman is a teacher. No wonder she was so helpful on the bus. Li Dachun returned the card to the woman, who was relieved to see that everything was in order. "Handsome man, thank you so much. Is your hand really okay? Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup?" "No, it's just a little cut, it doesn't matter. You have to be careful when walking in the future, there are a lot of thieves." Li Dachun smiled and reminded the woman. The woman smiled embarrassedly, pushed her glasses, and felt ashamed. Just then, a police car with sirens blaring drove up. "The police are here. The police are here. Hand him over to the police." A police officer and 2 auxiliary police officers got out of the police car. The police officer looked at the scene and asked, "What's the situation? Who called the police?" "Officer, I called the police. This thief stole my wallet, and this handsome guy helped catch him." "Oh? Well, that's good of you, you deserve praise. No one was hurt, was there?" "No, no." The male policeman looked to be in his 30s, with a dignified expression. He first praised Li Dachun, made sure no one was hurt, and was just about to say something when the thief said, "Officer Chen, I'm hurt, he just hurt me." The male policeman, called Director Chen, looked in the direction of the sound, and when he saw the thief, he was taken aback. He walked straight over, grabbed him by the shirt and said, "Get up. I just let you out, and you're already back to your old tricks?" Don't pretend with me, where's your accomplice? Director Chen said to the thief, while looking around alertly. Director Chen, be careful, the guy's long gone. The thief immediately got up, crestfallen, when he heard the policeman's words. Okay, let's go. How about a visit to the police station? With that, amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, Director Chen handed the thief over to the auxiliary police and got him into the car. Then, waving to disperse the onlookers, he said to Li Dachun and the woman. I'm Chen Fei, Deputy Director of Dongting Police Station. This young man has just been released from prison. Madam, according to regulations, I'm afraid you'll have to come with us to the station to make a statement. The woman, although a little reluctant, agreed. Afterwards, Chen Fei looked at Li Dachun and said, Handsome guy, you should go to the police station too. Me too? This really confused Li Dachun. He had clearly acted courageously, so why did he have to go too? Don't worry, you acted courageously and are also a witness. We want to commend you too, don't worry, you don't have to be in the police station for doing something bad, you can be there for doing something good. Ha, I see, forget the commendation, but I can testify. Seeing that the Director Chen was quite polite, Li Dachun agreed. At this time, the woman beside him said apologetically. Handsome guy, I'm really sorry for taking up your time. Look what you're saying, before on the bus, thanks to you lending me the money, otherwise I wouldn't even know how to get back. After some polite exchanges between Li Dachun and the woman, they both got into the police van arranged by Chen Fei. They sat in the second row, while the thief was escorted by 2 auxiliary police officers in the third row. When they arrived at the police station, the woman and Li Dachun each made a statement. It had to be said that the police station director Chen was indeed trustworthy, and he did give Li Dachun a certificate of commendation for being a helpful citizen. This made Li Dachun unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. Thinking about the time he had used his skills to help Nana save the cat, he suddenly had a brainwave. Could it be that in the future he could use his skills to do good deeds and become a hero? But then he thought, this skill can only be used 10 times, and he had already used it 4 times in the past few days, leaving only 6 times left to do good deeds. Wouldn't that be a big loss? It seems that he must use it sparingly, and still hopes to become rich and famous relying on his skills. After going through the process, Li Dachun and the woman left the police station. The police station was going to arrange a car to take them back, but Li Dachun and the woman both refused. They didn't want to ride in a police car again, it always felt awkward. Handsome guy, let me take you in a taxi, where do you live? As the two walked along the road, the woman thought about the scene on the bus earlier, and knew that Li Dachun probably didn't have the money for a taxi, so she volunteered. How can I do that? I still haven't paid you back the 5 yuan I owed you before. Li Dachun originally wanted to refuse the woman's kindness, but he had no money in his pocket and was really unable to be stubborn. No, you have helped me so much, I should thank you. It's only 5 yuan, you don't have to pay it back. By the way, my name is Du Wanqiu, a teacher at the experimental middle school. What's your name? The woman saw that Li Dachun was so polite, so she quickly changed the subject. My name is Li Dachun, and Miss Du, if it's convenient, let's add each other on WeChat. Li Dachun smiled and said something that came to mind. As soon as she heard Li Dachun say that he wanted to add WeChat, Du Wanqiu froze for a second, obviously a little resistant to adding WeChat on the first meeting. Don't get me wrong, I want to add you on WeChat so that I can return the 5 yuan and your fare to you. No need. Oh, one thing is one thing. I don't like to owe people favors. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. No, that's not what I meant. Du Wanqiu saw that Li Dachun had misunderstood her and felt awkward. She took out her phone and said, Here, scan my QR code. I'll treat you to dinner sometime to thank you properly. Li Dachun took out his phone and added Du Wanqiu's WeChat. Before long, a taxi pulled up. At Du Wanqiu's insistence, Li Dachun got in the taxi with her, despite his reluctance. Over here, the auxiliary police officer who had just responded to the call with Chen Fei was watching the security footage of the pickpocket scene for evidence. Unexpectedly, he was shocked when he saw the thief being tackled to the ground by Li Dachun, who had been a distance away from the thief 1 second before. He called Chen Fei over urgently and said suspiciously, Brother Chen, this man has some skills, he tackled the guy in 1 second? Chen Fei drank some water, watched the video, and found it incredible too, but didn't think much of it, saying, What's the big deal? Our society needs more brave citizens like this. The auxiliary police officer was obviously not on the same wavelength as him, and after watching the playback again, he said, Brother Chen, I think this man is very skilled and brave, so why don't we develop him into a member of the anti-pickpocket team? With a burst of laughter, Chen Fei almost choked on his water at the auxiliary police officer's words. Chapter 20 Chapter 020 Young people don't know the value of a young wife, mistaking a young girl for a treasure. Dongzi, I said, you're too busy with your own affairs to worry about other people. Hurry up and secure the evidence. This time, we must make sure that the thief is locked up for a few years. If we let him out, he'll be a real scourge. Chen Fei patted the auxiliary police officer Dongzi on the head, said a few serious words, and prepared to go and attend to other matters. As he walked to the door, he thought of something and turned back to Dongzi and said, "Right, tell the guys not to take any leave tomorrow, the bureau is probably planning an operation." "What operation is it this time?" Dongzi asked, standing up curiously. "The bureau makes all the arrangements centrally, and the operation is kept secret until it starts. Just follow the orders." "Roger that, Chen Gu." Dongzi replied, and after seeing Chen Fei out the door, sat down in his chair, thinking. What kind of operation will it be this time? The next day, after waking up, Li Dachun ate a box of instant noodles he had bought earlier and reported to work at Jinsha KTV in high spirits. As instructed by Sister Wan, a manager in charge of recruitment at the karaoke bar took Li Dachun through the induction process and then formally handed him over to the plane. Although the manager was still upset about Li Dachun beating him, he dared not disobey Wan's orders. At the meeting of the security department, he hinted at the newcomer Li Dachun's official authority, which was a way for him to save face. During the exchange, Li Dachun also learned about his main responsibilities, which were to maintain order in the KTV and prevent people from causing trouble. It's a nice way of saying security guard, but in fact, it's a thug. After all, the people who come to and from the KTV are mixed, and most of them are drunk people who come to spend money at night, so it's inevitable that there will be conflicts of one kind or another. And they are the first line of defense against conflicts. According to the arrangement of the plane, Li Dachun and a colleague who looked very young, with blonde hair and named Hu Guofei, were arranged in the same group. Li Dachun was even plug and play, and he was arranged to work with Hu Guofei that night. When he received his security uniform, a black suit, Li Dachun couldn't help but smile to himself. He hadn't realized that movies were based on reality, and that real-life thugs really did like to wear all black. Fortunately, that night everything was quiet, and Hu Guofei saw that there was nothing to do, so he started chatting with Li Dachun. "Brother Dachun, I heard that you beat Brother Ji Chang in one move? He's the store's top thug." Apparently, Li Dachun's feat of defeating Airplane in one fell swoop had long since spread from mouth to mouth, and reached the ears of the karaoke employees, in the presence of one that day. Hu Guofei was even more curious about this legendary master after hearing the news. Unexpectedly, when he met Li Dachun today, he found that he was white and clean-cut, quite different from the image of a muscular hunk in his mind, which aroused his curiosity even more. "No, there is no such thing as KO. It was Brother Airplane who made me do it. I'm no match for him." Looking at Hu Guofei's admiring eyes, after all, it was the first time they had met, Li Dachun didn't want to go into detail and quickly said humbly. "You're quite humble. I heard from the brothers that you knocked Airplane to the ground in 1 second? Awesome. Seeing that you're older than me, I'll call you brother. When will you teach me self-defense?" Hu Guofei continued to flatter him. "Well, let's talk about it later." Li Dachun smiled awkwardly and said, "Actually, I'm curious, Brother Chun, with all your kung fu, why did you think of working as a security guard at a karaoke bar? Isn't this a waste? If I were you, I definitely wouldn't come to a place like this. It's just a way to make a living. The current environment is not good, and jobs are choosing me, so how can I choose a job? Besides, what's wrong with a place like this?" Li Dachun listened to Hu Guofei's words and wanted to learn more about KTV through him. "I can see that you don't know what you're talking about. In this world, if you want to make big money, you have to take risks. Do you think you can make so much money just by relying on a KTV? It's all about taking a different approach." Hu Guofei looked around and said with the air of a man who has been there and done that. Li Dachun naturally knew what Hu Guofei was talking about. He had also learned before that the KTV industry was generally in a slump, and without additional projects, it was estimated that there would be no business at all. As long as he did not participate in the organization, he would not get into trouble. Li Dachun understood this. However, the identity of a thug was a bit prone to getting into trouble. Thinking about this, Li Dachun tentatively asked, "Do you often fight? Are you not afraid of going to jail?" Shoo, Chun, don't tell anyone outside, but actually, I haven't even gotten into a fight once since I've been here. We just scare people. Those who make trouble are scared off when they see a crowd. There aren't many really headstrong ones. And, since Sister Wan dares to work in this industry, she must have someone on the top. Sister Wan's husband, Brother Zhong, is one of the top figures in Shanqing, with a deep network of connections. Otherwise, how could he have made the KTV the number one in Shanqing? Hu Guofei didn't hide anything at all, and told Li Dachun everything. Brother Zhong? Sister Wan has a husband? Hearing this, Li Dachun was shocked. Ha, I won't lie to you, when I first came to work here and heard that Wan had a husband, I had the same expression as you. Wan is the goddess of our hearts, she has money, a great figure, a pretty face, and a generous personality, and she takes really good care of us. Afterwards, Hu Guofei crept up to Li Dachun's ear and whispered. Young people don't know the good of young wives. They mistake young girls for treasures. Many of our brothers, in their early 19s and 20s, all had a secret crush on Sister Wan. Li Dachun heard this and suppressed a laugh. He was at a loss for words, as he was used to Hu Guofei telling him everything. Just then, Li Dachun saw Nana and 4 other women, led by the head waiter, arrive at the door of a private room. Nana, dressed up as usual, saw Li Dachun at once. She immediately turned seductively and looked up and down at Li Dachun, smiling and saying, "Oh, Chun, I never would have thought that you looked so handsome in your uniform," Nana said, while helping Li Dachun fix his collar with her hands. Li Dachun was suddenly flattered and hurriedly said, "Nana, don't make fun of me, I'm at work." College students are college students, they can't let go of things. Being a security guard is not like working in an office building. Relax, otherwise if something really happens later, how can you fight? Having just finished giving Li Dachun his first lesson, Nana sashayed into the private room again at the urging of the shift leader. Hu Guofei saw this and nudged Li Dachun, who was watching Nana, and asked, "What's up? Do you know Nana, Brother Chun?" "I guess so. We're both from the same karaoke bar, so it's only natural that we know each other." Li Dachun asked suspiciously. "Of course I know her, but, buddy, it's your first day at work, so don't blame me for not warning you, but it's best to stay away from Nana. She's the woman that Fei likes, but it seems like Nana isn't interested in him." "Oh? Is that so?" Hearing Hu Guofei's reminder, Li Dachun suddenly understood. No wonder Fei was so angry the other day when he saw Nana helping me. It seems that this small KTV is quite complicated. Chapter 21 Chapter 021 Don't scare off the customers. Just as Li Dachun and Hu Guofei were fooling around, suddenly, a hurried-looking Gigi, accompanied by a few young men, appeared out of nowhere. With a flustered expression, he said to Li Dachun and the others, "What are you chatting about here? Hurry up and clear the area." "Clear the area? What's the point of clearing the area?" Li Dachun looked at the nervous Gigi and was instantly confused. "What are you doing?" "Hurry up and tell the girls to leave, the police are coming to do a sweep, hurry." "Okay, Brother Fei, I'll go right now," Hu Guofei replied hastily. Li Dachun then understood, so it was the first day at work and he encountered a police sweep? Because he was not yet familiar with the business, Hu Guofei led him to quickly run into one private room after another and ask all the girls who were drinking and singing to come out. Although the girls were very surprised, they immediately reacted and ran out of the room in a panic, regardless of their appearance. The guests, who were kept in the dark, had no idea what was going on and even thought that the girls they had chosen had been snatched, so they started to lose their temper. It wasn't until they heard Hu Guofei say that the police were conducting a check that the bosses understood and they were shocked. Some pretended to be calm and continued singing as if nothing had happened. Some simply went directly to settle the bill and slipped away. Sure enough, after all the private rooms had been cleared, outside the KTV, as if by magic, 2 police cars appeared. "Hurry up, follow, and get the evidence." The leader was Deputy Director Chen Fei. At his command, everyone rushed into the KTV. The plane, which had received the news and was waiting in the lobby, immediately flashed a flattering smile when it saw Chen Fei and ran up to him, saying, "Officer, we are operating normally. You've got a big entourage, so don't scare the customers away. You're operating normally, we're carrying out our duties normally, and you're cooperating normally." Chen Fei didn't even glance at the plane, and walked straight towards the private room. Yes, of course we'll cooperate." The plane nodded and bowed to Chen Fei's back, and gave a little brother a wink, signifying for him to follow. However, after Chen Fei had gone through every private room, his face suddenly changed. At this time, auxiliary police officer Xiaodong came over with a disappointed look and reported. "Brother Chen, we found nothing, everyone is just drinking and singing normally." Fuck, it seems the information has been leaked again. Chen Fei was furious as he watched a group of police officers come to investigate, but the man in the group still sang without fear, shouting that he wanted to file a complaint against the police for obstructing his consumption. In the end, after a thorough search by a group of police officers, no clues to any suspected illegal activity were found, and they had to check the customers' ID cards as a matter of routine. Although Chen Fei was annoyed, there was nothing he could do as they had not been caught in the act. He had no choice but to go to the lobby and say to the secretly smug plane, "Where is your boss Wang Lijuan? What, are you afraid to come out?" Sister Wan immediately. "Oops, what wind has blown the police officer here? Welcome. A warm welcome." But before the plane could finish speaking, Sister Wan walked over directly, as calm as a breeze. Sorry, I was a bit busy and came late." "This officer, please don't be angry. I haven't seen you before, are you new here?" "My name is Chen Fei, the new deputy director in charge of this area." "You are Wang Lijuan?" It seems that Sister Wan was right, Officer Chen was indeed new here, but it seems that he is familiar with Sister Wan. "It turns out to be Director Chen, nice to meet you." "Wang Lijuan, don't get close to me. I already knew about your establishment before I came." "I don't care about the past, but now that I'm here, you'd better not get into trouble." Chen Fei looked around the karaoke hall and continued in a serious tone. "The authorities are currently organizing a special operation. If you don't want to go to jail, you'd better be honest and do business cleanly. Don't think that because you haven't been caught red-handed, there's nothing they can do about you. Look, Director Chen, we operate legally. There is no illegal activity. It's all a deliberate smear campaign by our competitors to bring us down. Director Chen, you must be discerning and do what's right for us." Facing Chen Fei's intimidation, Sister Wan remained calm and even looked aggrieved. All right, don't pretend with me. We'll be dealing with each other a lot in the future. I'm advising you kindly, so behave yourself." Dismissed. After saying this, Chen Fei did not waste any more words, and called on his colleagues to get ready to get in the car. Before leaving, he was still not giving up hope, and always felt that he had missed something. He then quietly asked Xiaodong, "Have you checked the toilet?" "Brother Chen, we haven't checked the toilet yet." Upon hearing this, Chen Fei turned his head and said to Sister Wan, "Where is your toilet? I need to use the toilet." "Turn right up ahead, Director Chen." After saying this, Chen Fei led Xiaodong towards the toilet. As soon as he arrived at the toilet door, he suddenly saw two people in black suits in front of him, Li Dachun and Hu Guofei, who had been ordered to stand guard here. In an instant, Li Dachun and Chen Fei locked eyes, both of them showing expressions of surprise. "Why is it you? Li Dachun?" Li Dachun was even more surprised. He never expected that the person leading the inspection today was actually Director Chen, whom he had met at the police station yesterday. He quickly said with a smile, "Director Chen, what a coincidence. You work here?" Chen Fei glanced at Li Dachun and noticed that he was wearing the same work uniform as the plane, and his eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. "Yes, I just started today." Upon hearing this, Chen Fei frowned and sighed. He had originally thought that this righteous Li Dachun was an enthusiastic citizen with a proper job. Unexpectedly, just yesterday he had given him a commendation, and today he had encountered him in such a big cesspool as the karaoke bar, and he was even an employee here. Chen Fei's favorable impression of him quickly dropped by half. Of course, after all, as a people's police officer, he cannot discriminate against any job. Chen Fei didn't say anything else and walked into the bathroom. After another careful inspection, Chen Fei, who still had nothing to show for his efforts, was disappointed, and finally had to return to the car depressed. As soon as he got in the car, he couldn't help but pat the door, looked in the direction of the KTV, and said angrily, "It's still a step too late. Brother Chen, why don't we go back and kill them later? Or come back tomorrow?" Xiaodong, the auxiliary police officer sitting in the front of the car, saw Chen Fei so angry and quickly suggested, "Kill the ass of the return horse gun, they obviously received the news, how can they catch the current situation again?" This time, the higher-ups received a report and told the local authorities just before the operation, but the news still leaked. "Great, they didn't catch anyone, but they scared the snake. Damn it, don't let me find out who leaked the news, or I won't let him go. Upon hearing this, the auxiliary police officer Xiaodong's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He ran his hand along his chin, his eyes drifting out of the car without his noticing, and he swallowed. Chapter 22 Chapter 022 I'm taking a shower, I'll be right out. After the police's raid, the KTV's business that night plummeted. In order to avoid further accidents, Sister Wan had to let all the girls take the day off. Luckily, you received the news in advance, or else the whole army would have been wiped out today. Sister Wan, haven't you already taken care of everything? Why are the police stations still looking for trouble? Those people don't do anything for the money they get. After settling everything, the plane arrived at Sister Wan's office, indignant. Ha, can't you see that Director Chen is new here? Naturally, he doesn't know the rules. He's a new official with 3 fires under his belt. I guess they're just going through the motions today, letting the girls rest for one night, and it'll be fine tomorrow. Sister Wan sat in the boss's chair, lit a cigarette, and looked unruffled. That's right, she's seen this situation many times. As the saying goes, money talks. As long as you grease the right palms, everything will be fine. Since the girls were on holiday, there weren't many customers at the karaoke bar, so Li Dachun was also able to take advantage of the situation and work the early shift. However, after everyone else had gone out for a night on the town after work, Li Dachun, with his worries weighing heavily on his mind, didn't leave. Hu Guofei, who was about to go back to his dorm room, saw him and asked suspiciously. Brother Chun, why haven't you left yet? Do you have a place to stay? The KTV has arranged a dorm room for you, and there is also a bed in my room, which I have reserved especially for you. Seeing Hu Guofei's enthusiasm, Li Dachun smiled and said. Thanks, brother, I have a place to stay, so I won't trouble you. Oh? Okay, then I'll go first. After saying this, Hu Guofei hurriedly prepared to leave. As he watched his back, Li Dachun thought of something and, after some hesitation, called out. Guofei. Ha? You called me? Hu Guofei turned his head and asked curiously. However, when Hu Guofei stopped, Li Dachun began to hesitate, always feeling that it was not easy to speak, so he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. It's fine, you can go. Hu Guofei was puzzled and stunned for a moment, and left. After Hu Guofei left, Li Dachun took a deep breath and went to Wan's office alone. Seeing that the office door was closed, he knocked on it, but there was no response, so he called out softly. Wan, are you here? Li Dachun called out a few times, but there was still no movement. Just as he was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from the office. Moreover, it seemed that the voice was shouted very loudly. Who? Who's looking for me? Sister Wan, it's me, Li Dachun. Li Dachun was afraid that Sister Wan couldn't hear him, and unconsciously raised his voice. Li Dachun? Come in. Sister Wan's voice came from inside again, and Li Dachun twisted open the door. After entering, he discovered that Sister Wan was not in the room, or rather, there was no one in the office at all. He did hear the sound of water flowing, as if someone was taking a shower. Li Dachun, who had just realized that he had come at an inopportune time, hurriedly prepared to leave. However, behind the door on the side of the office, came the voice of Wan. Dachun, sit outside for a while, I'm taking a shower, I'll be done soon. Eh? Li Dachun was taken aback. He never expected that there was even a shower in Wan's office. What's more, he never expected that Wan, who was taking a shower, not only did not lock the door, but also indicated for him to come in? Is this Sister Wan really straightforward or just unrestrained? Li Dachun couldn't help but swallow as he listened to the showering sound coming from inside, and sat uncomfortably on the chair. After about 10 minutes, the showering sound stopped. Soon, the door opened. There stood Sister Wan, wearing a pure white bathrobe, her shoulders as white as snow and her body as graceful as a lotus flower. Even though she was wearing a loose bathrobe, her well-endowed breasts were clearly visible. At this time, Zhuangjie wiped her damp hair with a towel as she walked towards Li Dachun and said, Dachun, is there something you need from me? I was just about to look for you. Seeing Zhuangjie in front of him, fresh from the shower, unashamedly facing him in her bathrobe, and the pleasant fragrance filling the room, Li Dachun was at a loss for words. To ease the awkwardness, Li Dachun stood up first, adopting an awkward stance, and said, Have I disturbed your rest? Should I come back later? It's fine, I'm used to taking a shower every day before going back to rest. You know, after spending a long time in the karaoke bar, my whole body smells of alcohol and cigarettes, and it's really hard to bear if I don't shower. Sister Wan played with her hair a few times, put down the towel, sat on the chair, took out a cigarette from her cigarette case, and offered it to Li Dachun. Do you smoke? Thank you, Sister Wan, I don't smoke. Li Dachun hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. Why are you standing? Sit down. It's your first day of work and you've already encountered this, hasn't it scared you? Sister Wan smiled, expertly lit a cigarette, took a drag, and exhaled a stream of smoke. The haze of smoke added a touch of hazy beauty to her. No, it's the entertainment industry, it's inevitable that the police will keep an eye on us, but we haven't done anything. Li Dachun didn't dare to look Sister Wan in the eye for too long, and every now and then he glanced away. Dachun, don't worry. Sister Wan has a bottom line. She won't let her girls engage in prostitution. If she finds out, she'll kick them out. Sister Wan spoke eloquently, and Li Dachun nodded repeatedly. He understood in his heart that after all, this was her shop, and whatever she said was right. What's the matter? You're not going home after work. Do you need something from me? You're not discouraged and don't want to work anymore, are you? Sister Wan said, looking at Li Dachun without saying a word. No, Sister Wan, I've finally found a job, so why wouldn't I want to work? I'm just worried that I'm new at this and won't do a good job, which would cause you trouble. Li Dachun said politely. Look at you, again belittling yourself. You're so capable, you're better than the plane. I have high hopes for you. Work hard with Sister Wan and you won't be treated badly in the future. I have to say, Wan Lijuan is really an expert at feeding chicken soup, and she can paint a rosy picture. In today's society, it's all about connections and money. Otherwise, how would I have received the news of the inspection ahead of time and cleared the site as soon as possible? The director Chen just now was transferred here recently, and his connections haven't taken hold yet. Don't worry, everything will be fine tomorrow. Seeing that Li Juan was lecturing him, Li Dachun, who was clearly distracted, didn't know how to respond. Sister Wan seemed to have noticed something, extinguished her cigarette and asked again. Are you sure it's okay to find me? Hearing this, Li Dachun felt bad about delaying any longer. After thinking about it, he finally blurted out the words. Sister Wan, to be honest with you, I've encountered some difficulties before and don't have much money on me. I was wondering if you could advance me half a month's salary? Chapter 23, Chapter 023, If there's nothing urgent, then blow for me? Ha, you look so worried, I was wondering what it was about. Come on, add me on WeChat, I'll transfer you a month's salary first. Li Dachun didn't expect Wan to agree so readily, and was a little surprised. Wan, it doesn't have to be a month, half a month will do, I just need it for emergencies. Don't stand on ceremony. As I said, if you work hard for me, I won't treat you badly. Wang Lijuan interrupted Li Dachun and immediately pulled up the WeChat QR code, asking Li Dachun to add her as a friend. Seeing how generous Li Juan was, Li Dachun didn't say anything else, took out his phone, and added Li Juan as a friend. Soon after, Wang Lijuan transferred 5,000 yuan to Li Dachun on the spot, without even blinking. Sister Wan, thank you so much. I'm really sorry to ask you for an advance on my salary on my first day at work. It's no problem. Even a hero can be hard up. Everyone has difficult times. Sister Wan is a veteran, I understand. Well, I'll just let the finance department know tomorrow, and you can use it without worry. After a round of thanks, Li Dachun didn't want to disturb Sister Wan anymore, so he said. Then, I won't disturb you, I'll go back first. But just as he was about to turn around and leave, Wang Lijuan brushed her hair and called out to Li Dachun. Dachun, don't go yet, if there's no rush, blow my hair. Blow your hair? Blow your hair, what else? Boy, where are you thinking? Hearing this, Li Dachun couldn't hold back any longer. He thought to himself, this Miss Wan really doesn't consider me an outsider. Late at night, a man and a woman are alone in the same room, and not only does she let him blow dry her hair after she has just taken a shower, but she also says something so ambiguous. Miss Wan, you've misunderstood me. Li Dachun was about to explain, but he noticed that Miss Wan had already taken out the hairdryer. What are you standing there for? Come over here. There was no choice. He had just received an advance from Wan, so he felt bad refusing her request to his face. Thinking this, Li Dachun stopped struggling and immediately ran over. Okay, Wan. Saying this, Li Dachun went straight behind Wan. Wang Lijuan then casually swept her hair back, and suddenly a light fragrance came over. I could see that Sister Wan's bare shoulders had tender, white, smooth skin. Li Dachun, who was blowing her hair, would occasionally touch Sister Wan's delicate, slender neck, and a soft, slippery sensation would instantly come over him. At that moment, Sister Wan had her eyes closed, seemingly enjoying the feeling of having her hair blown. Li Dachun, do you have a girlfriend? Just as Li Dachun couldn't help but secretly observe Wang Lijuan suddenly asked. No, Wan, I'm still single. Oh? You look quite handsome, so why don't you have a girlfriend? What's wrong, are your standards too high? Wan still had her eyes closed, slightly twisting her body as she continued to ask. Not really, I haven't met the right one. Li Dachun paused, and the face of his only ex-girlfriend, Shino, appeared in his mind, and he felt a bitter smile in his heart. In fact, being single is fine. Getting married too early is no fun. Just like you, Wan, who has been with Zhong since you were 20. Now, after all this time, he's tired of you. By the way, have you heard of my husband Zhong? Hearing the word Zhong, Li Dachun's heart suddenly tightened. He didn't know why Wan suddenly brought up personal matters with him, so he quickly said. I heard from my colleagues that you two are a perfect match. Me? Pa. Which one of you has a big mouth and is spreading rumors? Li Dachun had wanted to flatter her, but she reacted a little too strongly. He hastily added. No, it's just that I heard their description and I felt it myself. Ha, still a perfect match? If it weren't for the money, I would have divorced him a long time ago. Men are like cats that like to eat different dishes every day, but they always get bored with the same dish and like to eat outside. I have seen through it long ago. Men are all bad. Li Dachun, feeling like he's been shot while lying down, doesn't know what to say for a moment. Jian Jia, realizing that she has offended a group of people, ends the conversation and says. Forget it, why did I tell you this, is the blow dry done? It's done, Jian Jia. Li Dachun puts down the hairdryer, and Jian Jia arranges her hair a little, looks in the mirror and seems quite satisfied. Jian Jia, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Okay, you hurry back and get some rest. Thank you, college student. You're welcome. With that, Li Dachun left the room with his heart beating rapidly. After Li Dachun left, Wan lit a cigarette, picked up her phone and called Zhong, but he never answered. Fine, Zhong, you don't even answer your phone. You fool around all day long, and one day I'm going to catch you. Li Dachun, on the other hand, took a deep breath after emerging from the office and was still in the state of mind he was in when he was alone with Wan. At this time, two men in security uniforms emerged from a room not far from Wan's office. Seeing Li Dachun emerge from Wan's office, they started to gossip with interest. Captain Li came to work on his first day and went to Wan's office late at night, and he stayed for such a long time. What do you think they were doing? Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you really need to ask? I don't know, but I think Sister Wan likes young men. Besides, Captain Li is so skilled, even Brother Fei is no match for him, so I think Sister Wan is even more, huh? The other man paused, unable to finish his sentence, and burst out laughing. His companion understood what he meant, and gave him a knowing look. Have you heard? Brother Zhong hasn't touched Sister Wan for months. Really? What are you two sneaking around for? Just as they were gossiping intensely, the plane suddenly walked out of the way. The two men, seeing this, were so scared that they didn't know what to do, and hurriedly stood straight and shouted, Brother Airplane. I told you to find out the details about Li Dachun, what are you doing standing here? Are you slacking again? Airplane obviously didn't hear the conversation between the two subordinates, and asked sternly with a serious expression. Brother Fei, we're not slacking off. We're keeping an eye on Li Dachun. It's just that he was in Sister Wan's office for a long time before he came out. One of the men was quick-witted and immediately reported the news as if he had done something praiseworthy. What? Are you sure? Why was Li Dachun in Sister Wan's room at this late hour? Fei looked incredulous. It's true, Brother Fei. We're also very puzzled. Li Dachun is your subordinate, but going to see Sister Wan alone at this late hour is against the rules. Airplane, who was already very depressed, became even more annoyed when his younger brother fanned the flames. He gnashed his teeth, clenched his fists, and said angrily. This Li Dachun really doesn't care about me. Fuck. Chapter 24, Episode 024, I'm a performer, not a prostitute. After leaving the karaoke bar and getting rid of his worries, Li Dachun let out a sigh of relief and took the bus back to his rented accommodation. As he passed Nana's room, he noticed that the door was ajar and the sound of two women's laughter came from inside. Li Dachun remembered that Nana had been given the night off by her boss, so she must be partying with friends. He glanced at the door and was about to head to his own home when. Just then, the door to Nana's house suddenly opened. Nana came out carrying a bag of rubbish. Hey, Dachun, why are you just getting back? No wonder no one answered when I knocked on your door. Nana was obviously drunk, her face red and her whole body smelling of alcohol. Yeah, I got held up a bit. You were at home relaxing? It's not like I have the night off. I was having a late night snack with my best friend. Oh yeah, I was going to invite you to dinner earlier. Huh? This isn't good, is it? Li Dachun had just been in the same room as Juan and hadn't yet recovered from the sight of her. Unexpectedly, before he had even reached home, he was invited in by Nana again? What the hell, are all the female colleagues at the KTV so uninhibited? Seeing Li Dachun fiddling with himself outside the door, Nana didn't shy away from the issue and simply took him by the hand and pulled him in. As soon as he entered the door, Li Dachun saw a graceful woman similar to Nana standing at the table. This woman was more conservative than Nana, but her figure was not comparable to hers. Unlike Nana, who wore heavy makeup, she only wore light makeup, which made her look more pure and innocent. Nodding, she said, "Ting, let me introduce you. This is my new colleague, Li Dachun. Brother Dachun, this is my best friend, Peng Wenting." Nana was very enthusiastic and introduced the two of them to each other. Peng Wenting smiled sweetly and said to Li Dachun, "Oh? You are Li Dachun, the person who helped Nana save Xiaotian and beat your captain in 1 second? I have heard a lot about you." Li Dachun was very embarrassed to find that Nana's best friend had heard of him. No, it was all trivial matters, nothing to mention. Alright, we're having a barbecue, Dachun, have a few drinks with us. Nana seemed in a good mood today and dragged Li Dachun to the table. Well, late night snacks are fine, but let's not drink, I can't hold my alcohol. Yo, Dachun, we're neighbors and colleagues, won't you give me face? Don't worry, Ting and I can't drink either, we won't get you drunk. Nana is outspoken and a few words shut Li Dachun's excuses down. Yes, brother Dachun, it's rare to have time to get together, and I promise not to get drunk today. Seeing this, Peng Wenting followed Nana's lead and started to persuade the guest to stay. Just when Li Dachun still didn't feel very good, the cat named Xiaotian, for some reason, came over. It seemed to know Li Dachun, leaned against his feet, and started meowing. Haha, look, Xiaotian remembers you. You're its rescuer, how can you just walk away? Big brother Dachun. Hearing Nana call him brother over and over, Li Dachun couldn't help but laugh, and goosebumps were starting to rise on his arms. Okay, Nana's got a mouth on her, I can't win an argument with her, but I promise, just one drink, I still have to work tomorrow. With that, Li Dachun half persuaded, half forced, sat down. During the conversation, Li Dachun learned that Peng Wenting and Nana were childhood friends, working as nurses at Shanqing People's Hospital. Like Nana, they were both from outside the city. During the conversation, Peng Wenting spoke very appropriately and calmly, and it was clear that she was a sensible girl. It also seemed that she and Nana got along well. However, Li Dachun could not figure out why Peng Wenting would tolerate her best friend going to a karaoke bar and doing work that would turn night into day. After all, as a nurse, she must know that staying up late every night is very harmful to the body. Of course, these are Nana's private matters, so naturally Li Dachun did not ask. In the end, Nana kept her word and only let Li Dachun drink 1 glass of wine. However, Li Dachun really did not lie to them, he really could not hold his drink. After just 1 glass of wine, Li Dachun's face was already flushed and his neck was turning red, and even his heartbeat began to quicken. Seeing that Li Dachun was in a bit of a bad way, Nana let him off and sent him home. After seeing Li Dachun off, Nana and Peng Wenting looked at each other and smiled. Gee, I really didn't expect that he could knock off a plane but couldn't drink. Hearing this, Peng Wenting thought of something and said, Nana, since Li Dachun is so capable, have you ever thought about bringing him into the gang? Working with us? Hearing this, Nana put a stop to her smile and said, I want to, too, but he just started working here, and we've only met a few times, so we don't really know each other yet. Besides, he might not agree to our shady business. Peng Wenting frowned, and her appearance was a far cry from the innocent look she had just shown in front of Li Dachun. With money to be made, how could he say no? Besides, the risk we take is low, but the profit is huge. Who wouldn't want to make money? And we don't need him to do anything, just protect us. If that doesn't work, use your beauty to charm him, he'll be more than willing. Ha ha. Nana took a sip of wine and said with a certain sophistication. Get lost, I'm selling my skills, not my body. Don't say the risk is low, but pray last time, didn't he just cause trouble at the restaurant, and even accused me of cheating in front of Juan and the others? It scared the hell out of me, but fortunately, Li Dachun came along and helped me out. Nana still felt a little scared when she thought about the man who had gone looking for him that night. We've done so many deals, and it's just this stubborn guy who went looking for you. From what I know about married men, 99% of them will take the blame when something like this happens to them, let alone go to the police. It turned out that the man who went to the private room that night to find Nana and accuse her was really not slandering her. She and Pang Wenting were indeed engaged in the racket of defrauding married men of money by saying they could go out. It's just that Pang Wenting, with her glamorous job and innocent appearance, is more like the mastermind. Okay, Ting Ting, let's not talk about this today. In the meantime, the police station has a newcomer who is keeping a close eye on things, and Sister Wan has also started to suspect me. When the heat dies down, I'll come back to look for a partner. By then, I'll figure out how to get Li Dachun on board. After saying this, Pang Wenting smiled, hesitated, raised her glass, and drank with Nana. Here, as soon as Li Dachun returned home, although he was sober, he felt uncomfortable all over. He simply didn't take a shower, but collapsed directly on the bed and fell asleep. In a short while, Li Dachun in his sleep couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. It seems that this kid is having a beautiful dream. Chapter 25. Chapter 025. The girls hadn't earned any money for several days. The next day, nourished by his sweet dreams, Li Dachun got up refreshed and energetic. After having breakfast at the noodle shop at the entrance to the residential area, he went to work at the Jinsha karaoke bar. Although there were people who came to sing during the day, there were very few of them. Therefore, Li Dachun and the others basically belonged to a semi-idle state during the day, and it was only in the evening that the karaoke bar gradually became lively. After being mobilized by Sister Wan, everyone didn't take Chen Fei's surprise inspection last night seriously, thinking it was just a formality. So, at the strong request of the customers, Nana and the others started work normally. Unexpectedly, just when they thought everything had returned to normal, Sister Wan once again received news of an inspection. Although she was furious, she still let the plane be cleared. What made Sister Wan's head ache was that the person leading the team today was Chen Fei again. It was obvious that Chen Fei was sending a message to Wang Lijuan. Since the surprise inspection had failed to turn up any evidence, Chen Fei would conduct routine inspections every day to keep her on her toes. This tactic did work, and after weighing the pros and cons, Sister Wan once again dismissed the girls. Unexpectedly, on the third, fourth and fifth days, Chen Fei did not follow the usual routine at all, but instead kept coming to conduct inspections one after the other, as if clocking in for work, always during prime time. This made Sister Wan furious, and the girls didn't earn any money for several days. Damn it, is this Chen guy after me? In the office, facing the plane who had come to report, Sister Wan slammed the table hard, her anger making her chest heave. Sister Wan, you'd better give the police station a heads up, otherwise, there's no way we can do business. The plane said anxiously. Hearing this, Wang Lijuan stood up, thought about it, and then called her husband Zhonggu. However, the result was still no answer. Sister Lijuan took a sharp drag of her cigarette, then took out her mobile phone, looked up a phone number, arranged her expression a little, and dialed. After a while, the phone connected, and Sister Lijuan immediately flashed a smile of courtesy, and politely said, Director Zhao, I'm sorry to disturb you, this is Wang Lijuan, Zhong Ji's wife, is this a convenient time for you? This Director Zhao was none other than the director of the Dongting police station, Zhao Dekue, Chen Fei's boss. Usually, Zhong and Zhao Dekue communicated with each other directly. Today, he suddenly received a call from Zhong's wife. Zhao Dekue, who was having a cup of tea in his office, was taken aback and quickly closed the door alertly, and started talking to Wang Lijuan. What? He went for inspections for 4 consecutive days? Okay, I know about it. After hanging up the phone, although Zhao Dekue was a little upset that Wang Lijuan had called him so rashly, after all, she was Zhong's wife, and since no one answered when he called Zhong, he let it go. Zhong and Zhao Dekue were in the same boat, and if the karaoke business failed, Zhao Dekue would also lose a lot. So, after thinking for a while, Zhao Dekue called Chen Fei. Chen, come to my office for a moment. Chen Fei, who was organizing some materials, received a call from Director Zhao and, without thinking much about it, went straight to his office. Director Zhao, you wanted to see me? Chen Fei stood in front of Zhao Dekue and said with neither arrogance nor humility. Oh, Chen, you're here. Nothing else. I just want to ask you, how is the investigation going on the report of pornography at Jinsha KTV that the bureau assigned you to handle last time? Hearing Director Zhao suddenly mention this, Chen Fei froze for a moment and said, Zhao, that day, as arranged by the bureau, we went to conduct a surprise inspection and found nothing. But according to the clues I have, they definitely have been involved in pornographic activities. So I led the team there several times in a row. Don't worry, we will definitely find evidence. After listening to Chen Fei's reply, Director Zhao gave a small smile, rubbed his hands together, and said to Chen Fei, Sit, you've worked hard. I also have some understanding of the situation of the surprise inspection that day. But Chen Fei, you are an old public security officer, you should know that in handling pornographic cases, the most important thing is to catch the perpetrators in the act. Since you didn't catch them in the act that day, just give a factual reply, there is no need to go every day. Investigating cases is important, but so is the business environment. You can't keep disrupting businessmen's normal business. Besides, the station has been busy lately, with several theft cases still unsolved. We need to focus more on solving minor cases that affect people's livelihood. Do you understand what I mean? Recently, the police station's crime-solving operations have been unsuccessful, and our team's results are unsatisfactory. As the backbone of the team and deputy director, you need to put in more effort to solve the case. This is not a big deal, so don't worry about it. It's just a karaoke bar, what big waves can it make? Since no evidence has been found, just give it a little scare, and I don't believe it will have the guts to continue committing crimes. Don't you think so? As the saying goes, experience makes the wise. Director Zhao is indeed Director Zhao. He speaks with authority and logic, and has a strong sense of the big picture. However, in the eyes of the honest Chen Fei, what he heard was Director Zhao's implicit criticism, and he instantly understood something. Since Director Zhao was the head of the department, he didn't dare to argue, and immediately said, I understand, Director Zhao, thank you for your reminder. I will arrange for someone to write a reply report to the bureau, and I will trouble you to sign it when the time comes. Although Chen Fei agreed readily, the deliberately emphasized words trouble you to sign it suddenly made Director Zhao uncomfortable. He thought to himself, is this kid expressing his dissatisfaction with me in disguise? Fine, I'll sign it when it's done. You go ahead. After saying this, Chen Fei, who had taken orders, went out with a dark face. Director Zhao closed the door, and his amiable expression just now changed in an instant. Damn it, it's only been a few days, and not only did he act without authorization, but he also threatened me in a strange and weird way? How disrespectful. Over here, Chen Fei, who had walked out of Director Zhao's office, was very annoyed. He understood in his heart that this must be a small move by Wang Lijuan behind his back. But in the face of such a situation, he was helpless. After all, he really had no evidence in his hands, and he could only do what his leader said. Soon, Chen Fei arranged for his subordinates to draft a report for the bureau, stating that the report against Jinsha KTV was not true, and telling them to stop the daily routine punching in at Jinsha KTV. After Auxiliary Police Officer Xiaodong received the news, the stone in his heart also fell to the ground. While Chen Fei was not paying attention, he used another mobile phone to send a text message to a number. In this way, with Wang Lijuan's communication over the phone, Jinsha KTV was like being given a new lease of life, and business picked up again. Soon after, Zhao Dekui and Auxiliary Police Officer Xiaodong each received an envelope with varying thicknesses of cash in the trunk of their car. Chapter 26 Chapter 026 Go straight to my house, it's absolutely safe. Under Zhao Dekui's explicit and implicit pressure, Chen Fei temporarily let Jinsha KTV off the hook and focused on investigating other cases. After successfully overcoming this difficult time, Jinsha KTV's business gradually returned to normal. Seeing that the storm had passed, those customers also came to spend money. Although they still had some reservations in their hearts, there was no place in the entire Shangqing city that had the highest quality girls like Jinsha KTV. They could only be willing to take a little risk in exchange for a better sense of pleasure mentally. Of course, Sister Wan naturally strengthened security measures and specially arranged for 2 security guards in ordinary clothes to stand guard near Jinsha KTV every night. Coupled with the insider in the police station, it can be said to be double insured. Li Dachun also heard about Sister Wan's greeting to the police station director, and he was able to appreciate the energy behind Sister Wan. However, during the night fishing, Hu Guofei negated his thoughts. Don't you see that it was Sister Wan who stepped in and fixed it? In fact, it was all Zhong's face. I'll tell you, Zhong and Director Zhao are said to be relatives, quite close ones at that. It had to be said that Hu Guofei really did have a lot of information, so much so that Li Dachun couldn't tell whether he was telling the truth or not. You always talk about Brother Zhong, but how come I've never seen him in the shop? Li Dachun asked suspiciously. Are you stupid? Zhong Gu is the boss behind the scenes. How could he show himself in person? He just stays at home counting money. Hu Guofei talked about anecdotes about the boss, animated and full of gossip. After hearing Hu Guofei's words, Li Dachun became interested in Zhong Gu, who was elusive. While talking, Li Dachun looked around and then took out 2 packs of huazi from his pocket and handed them to Hu Guofei. Guofei, I bought 2 packs of cigarettes yesterday, take them and smoke. I've only just arrived and I'm not familiar with the situation yet, so please look after me in the future. I have to say, Li Dachun is quite accommodating, knowing how to start winning people over. Hu Guofei has been at work for so long, and he has never encountered someone currying favor with him by offering him cigarettes. He suddenly has a much better impression of Li Dachun, and is even moved. Brother Chun, you're too polite. We're all brothers, one family, so we should look after each other in the future. Just as the 2 men were chatting away, they didn't know that the plane, which was patrolling the karaoke bar, had noticed them a long time ago. The plane, who was originally angry with Li Dachun, saw him pulling his junior around and constantly fooling around, and was really annoyed. He walked over directly. Dachun, Guofei, are you done? How long have you been chatting here? Li Dachun saw that it was the same persistent plane again, and he immediately felt like he had eaten a green fly. He snapped at the plane directly. Brother Airplane, we've only finished a few rounds of inspection and are just taking a break. As soon as Li Dachun had finished speaking, Hu Guofei, who had already stood respectfully, gave him a nudge and said with a smile to Airplane. Sorry, Brother Airplane, we'll go and inspect now. Saying this, Hu Guofei gave Li Dachun a wink, indicating that he should leave with him. Unexpectedly, Li Dachun seemed to be very dissatisfied, so Airplane put on a stern face and said again in a louder voice. My brothers are all busy, and you have the time to chat? Fine, Li Dachun, just now a big customer got drunk and threw up all over the floor, and the cleaning lady is busy, so you go to the private room and mop the floor. As soon as the words fell, Hu Guofei was unhappy. Cleaning up vomit is the responsibility of the cleaning lady. How can Li Dachun be assigned to do it? Li Dachun's flattery of his 2 packs of cigarettes quickly paid off. Hu Guofei, who had just been respectful to the plane, was about to defend Li Dachun, but Li Dachun looked at him and signaled for him to be quiet. Let me know when you're done sweeping, I'll come and check. You just got here and already you want to slack off, do you want to keep your job? The plane blared at Hu Guofei and Li Dachun, turned around and walked away. Bah! Is there something wrong with this plane? He thinks he's so important. Sweeping the floor is our job? Li Dachun knew that the plane was deliberately making things difficult for him, but it wasn't the right time to confront him, so he smiled and said. Okay, Guofei, you go ahead. It's no big deal, just sweeping the floor. After he said that, Li Dachun really ran to get a broom and prepare to go to the private room to clean. He said to himself. Seeing that Li Dachun was really going to sweep the floor, Hu Guofei sighed, felt for the cigarettes he had just received in his pocket, cursed at the back of the plane's head, and ran to get a broom as well, ready to share Li Dachun's suffering. Just as the 2 of them were cleaning up the vomit with their noses covered, Sister Wan happened to pass by the private room and looked in without thinking. She saw that Li Dachun and Hu Guofei were actually sweeping the floor inside, and her face fell. She immediately asked. Dachun? Why are you sweeping the floor here? Where is the cleaning lady? Hu Guofei was about to complain when Li Dachun hurriedly stopped him and said. Sister Wan, the cleaning lady is a bit busy, so we've come to help. Sister Wan is a shrewd person, and she immediately guessed that Li Dachun was taking revenge. Seeing that Li Dachun had not complained behind her back, she paused and pointed at Li Dachun and said. Dachun, put down your work for now and come to my office. Then, Sister Wan walked towards the office with a gloomy face. Li Dachun sensed that something was wrong with Sister Wan and hurried to her office without delay. As soon as he arrived, he saw that Airplane was also inside, and there was also a girl in revealing clothes standing next to him. Airplane was very surprised to see Li Dachun come in, but he didn't say anything because Sister Wan was there. Dachun, Fei, and Yan Yan sat down. Seeing that everyone was present, Sister Wan told the 3 of them to sit down. Then, she lit a cigarette, threw her phone onto the table with force, glanced at Yan Yan in the corner of her eye, and immediately revealed an expression of anger. Damn it, blackmailing and extortion have come to my head. Look, this is the video sent to me by that son of a bitch who caused trouble last time. Upon hearing this, both Fei and Li Dachun froze. Yan Yan in particular even showed a hint of fear. Then, Sister Wan clicked on a video on the phone. It was a video secretly taken with a mobile phone, and the location of the secret filming was precisely inside the private room of Jinsha KTV. In the video, the clear sound and image of a row of girls in the private room shouting "Hello, boss" came through. After a while, the person filming the video chose a girl to sit next to and started getting handsy. The girl was Yan Yan, who was there. Immediately, a conversation came over the video. "Beauty, singing is so boring, how much is it to take you out?" "Boss, we're not going out. But if you really want to, seeing as you order me so often, it's not impossible." I was just saying, name your price, we'll go out right now, straight to my place, it's absolutely safe." "Boss, I'm taking a risk here, so 2,000, no negotiation." Chapter 27 Chapter 027 I didn't think he would secretly videotape. It turned out that the man who came to the store to find Nana and lecture him last time, and was beaten by Li Dachun, was the one who reported Jinsha KTV to the Public Security Bureau for being involved in pornography. He originally thought that his report would result in Jinsha KTV being shut down and he would get his revenge. Unexpectedly, the KTV was unaffected. He was going to report the video to the police again, but after all, he was in the video, so he was afraid that he would get into trouble instead of getting his revenge. After thinking about it, he simply sent the video to Wan Lijuan and threatened her, demanding 100,000 yuan in compensation for emotional distress. Otherwise, he would just give up and hand the video over to the police. "Sister Wan, I was wrong. On my side, the video had not finished playing yet, and Yan Yan, who had a bad feeling about things, dropped to her knees with a cry and begged for mercy from Wang Lijuan. Fei Jian, glaring at him, said angrily, "Yan Yan, how dare you? You eat up Sister Wan's money, you live off her, and you even go behind her back and make a video. You want to die." As she spoke, Fei Jian rushed over to teach Yan Yan a lesson, and Yan Yan, terrified, trembled and kept backing away. "Jian! That's enough." Jian, who had been angry for a long time, stopped Jian with a shout. She walked up to Yan Yan with a dark face and said with hatred, "Yan Yan, is the money you make from drinking with men every day not enough to buy cosmetics, or is it not enough to support your gigolo? I have told you many times that you are not allowed to do the flesh trade in my shop, and you have really let me down." Yan Yan was already in tears at this point, her makeup smudged. "Oh, Sister Wan, I really know I was wrong. I was blinded by greed, and I never expected him to take pictures. Please forgive me this time, okay?" Yan Yan cried as she pulled at the hem of Sister Wan's shirt, pleading with her. But Sister Wan was adamant. She pushed her hand away and said to the plane, "Plane, how do you normally manage things? Not only did your people break the rules, they also let someone take pictures? I told you to patrol the area to prevent guests from taking pictures, and this is how you do it." Seeing that the anger was directed at her, the plane hurriedly apologized to Sister Wan. "Sister Wan, I'm sorry, it's our fault. Don't worry, I'll give you an answer." After saying this, the plane gave Yan Yan a fierce look and was about to pull her out to give her a lesson. "Come back. I have my own considerations about this matter." Unexpectedly, before she reached the door, Sister Wan stopped the plane. Li Dachun, who had witnessed the whole process, was extremely surprised. He thought that Sister Wan had only said that she would not engage in the flesh trade to herself. Who knew that she was actually so principled? "Yan Yan, I don't keep people here who don't follow the rules. Since you have worked here for so long, I won't let you suffer physically. Hurry up and go to the finance department to get your wages and pack up your things and get out. And if you dare to go outside and talk nonsense, I won't let you off the hook. Do you understand?" Seeing that Wan was going to fire her, Yan Yan was unwilling but, under her threat, dared not say a word. She could only cry and thank Wan. Afterwards, she was taken away by a few security guards summoned by the plane. After Yan Yan left, Wan opened the window, rolled up her sleeves, and calmed down for a long time before saying to the plane and Li Dachun, "Plane, Dachun, what do you think of this matter? What else can we do? He's blackmailing us, he's looking for trouble. Sister Wan, leave it to me, I'll go beat him up right now." Before Li Dachun could say anything, Jicheng spoke up. "Ha, you make it sound easy, but what about the source of the video?" Sister Wan obviously didn't agree with Jicheng's view, and asked in return, "If he doesn't hand it over, beat the living daylights out of him. I don't believe he's that tough." Jiqing became more and more agitated as he spoke, and he couldn't wait to teach that man a lesson right now. Li Dachun, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He thought to himself that Airplane was really strong in body but weak in mind, always fighting and killing, and would never amount to anything. At that moment, Wan turned to Li Dachun and asked, "Dachun, do you have any ideas?" Li Dachun thought for a moment and said, "Sister Wan, that person really went too far, but I don't really agree with solving issues with force. The root of this issue is that we need to get the source of the video, and then that person will not dare to stir up trouble again." Li Dachun, you. See Li Dachun opposing himself in front of Sister Wan, and the plane is so angry that he suddenly feels like his face has fallen. It's fine, plane, let Dachun finish. Dachun, tell us your thoughts." Li Dachun ignored Jiqing and stood up, saying to Wan, "Wan, actually, I have something to do with this. After all, I was the one who hit that person that night. If you trust me, just give me the person's phone number and I'll contact him to settle this matter." Seeing Li Dachun's calm demeanor, Jiqing's sidekick Jiqing couldn't help but sneer and mockingly say, "Li Dachun, did I hear you right? You're a foreigner, a weak college student, how are you going to settle this? Are you going to reason with him and make him comply? Or are you going to ask Sister Wan to pay 100,000 yuan? You have to think about this carefully. If he asks for 100,000 yuan today, he'll ask for 1,000,000 tomorrow." Sister Wan felt that what Airplane said made sense. She paced back and forth a few times, and asked doubtfully, "Di-chun, Airplane's concerns are also mine. That person is in the driver's seat right now, and he won't easily compromise. Are you really sure?" "Jian, don't worry, I will never let you pay a penny. I guarantee that I will do a good job. If I don't get it done, I will take full responsibility." It seems that after the commotion just now, Li Dachun has already come up with a response. Wang Lijuan was quite surprised by Li Dachun's confident appearance. After thinking for a while, she continued, "You just need to give me the man's phone number and assign me a few men. Also, didn't the man say in the video just now that he took Yin Yin home? Could you also ask Yin Yin where the man lives?" Li Dachun was very confident, and Sister Wan didn't say anything more. "Okay, I'll give you his phone number. Fei, you go ask Yin Yin where the man lives and arrange for 2 men to be at Dachun's disposal throughout the whole process." Seeing that Wan completely trusted Li Dachun, even if Fei did not agree, he dared not disobey. However, he did not believe that Li Dachun could settle this matter without spending a single penny, and was prepared to laugh at him. After Fei left to carry out his orders, Wan got up, closed the door, and said to Li Dachun, "Dachun, there is one more thing I want to tell you. Chapter 28, Episode 028, Why are you so nervous?" "What is it, Sister Wan? Do you have any concerns?" Li Dachun saw that Sister Wan had sent the plane away, and it seemed that she still didn't trust him. "No, Dachun, even if you hadn't said anything, I was going to let you handle this matter." Sister Wan patted Li Dachun on the shoulder and motioned for him to sit down. "Just now, I saw you and Guo Fei cleaning up the vomit in the private room. Did the plane arrange this?" Li Dachun didn't expect that Sister Wan had kept him behind for this reason, and he smiled and said, "No, it's just that Auntie is so busy, and we went to help out. Don't speak for the plane, I know him very well, and you mustn't take it personally." Sister Wan immediately saw that Li Dachun was hiding something, and continued, "Airplane is the kind of person who doesn't obey anyone, not to mention that you k.od him in front of everyone. I'm keeping you here to tell you that this is a good solution, and Airplane will definitely not make things difficult for you again." "So, have you really thought of a solution?" Having heard this, Li Dachun understood that this was a chance for Wan to show herself to Airplane, so that she could improve her authority and indirectly ease the conflict between them. It seems that Sister Wan really cares about her brothers. Li Dachun suddenly had a lot more respect for Wan, who seemed to be decisive but actually had a delicate heart. "I understand what you mean, Wan. As I said, I will definitely get this done for you. If I don't get it done, I won't have the face to see you." Seeing Li Dachun's words as such a serious matter, Wan smiled and said, "It's not that serious, Dachun. I trust you, so just go ahead and do it." After saying this, Li Dachun left Wan's office. As she watched Li Dachun's back as he left, Sister Wan sighed to herself. "This kid, he's quite a character, not bad at all." After taking on the task, Li Dachun immediately called the man who had taken the video, and arranged to meet him in the park the next day, where he would pay him in cash and have the video deleted. The other person was so pleased to see that Sister Wan was so willing to help that he immediately agreed. Before long, Hu Guofei arrived in a hurry and said to Li Dachun, "Brother Chun, what's going on? You've been blackmailed by someone taking secret photos, and you've left this tricky matter to Sister Wan?" Seeing Hu Guofei's shocked expression, Li Dachun said, "Sister Wan didn't arrange this, I asked for it myself, I know what I'm doing. But Brother Chun, I don't know what I'm doing. Just now, Brother Fei found me and said he wanted me to find another brother to do your bidding." It turned out that this was the reason Hu Guofei had rushed to see Li Dachun. He understood perfectly that this was a double-edged sword, and that Airplane had deliberately arranged himself for Li Dachun. If things didn't go well, they would both have to take the blame. Airplane really is a petty person. Li Dachun immediately saw through Airplane's thoughts, but he remained calm, reassuring Hu Guofei. "Guofei, I'm here, what are you afraid of? Just wait for Sister Wan to reward you." Li Dachun's confidence completely baffled Hu Guofei, who hurriedly asked, "Brother Chun, at least tell me your plan. Are you really going to beat someone up? I usually just pretend to scare people. If I really fight, I can't beat them." Li Dachun was amused by Hu Guofei's cowardice. "Who told you to fight? You don't need to do anything, but I guess you'll have to take a little risk." As Li Dachun spoke, he took out a piece of paper, on which was written the address of the man Yen Yen had mentioned. "Guofei, ask around among the brothers to see who has done the sneak-in-the-door business before, that is, who can pick locks. Then, you go to this location tomorrow morning and wait for my news." "What? Sneak in the door? Wait?" Li Dachun spoke indistinctly, and Hu Guofei was even more confused. He stared at the composed Li Dachun, thinking that he had been treating him well in the past, and so he gritted his teeth and said directly, "Okay. Brother Chun, I'll do it with you. I'll go find the other guy now. Just tell me what to do." Seeing that Hu Guofei had agreed to join in, Li Dachun was very happy, and he did not forget to remind him. "Well, after all, it is entering someone else's home, so there is still some risk. You must take good cover measures so that no one catches you. Don't worry, we're brothers, I won't push you into a fire pit. Brother Chun, that's enough to say. We brothers are smart, I'll get right on it." After saying this, Hu Guofei took the address and was full of energy, ready to find someone. The next day, as agreed, Li Dachun arrived early at a place in People's Park with few people. He sat on a stone bench with a bag on his back, waiting for the man to arrive. Soon after, the burly man with the gold chain, as expected, appeared in the park surreptitiously. He looked left and right, taking one step and then stopping, as if he was afraid that someone would suddenly rush out and beat him up. However, when he saw Li Dachun, he froze, and his anger immediately flared up. He said, "Damn it! It's you! I haven't even found you to settle the score for beating me up that day." Seeing the man suddenly become agitated, Li Dachun was not intimidated and said directly, "What are you yelling at? I am now Sister Wan's man, do you want the money or not?" As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they are extra jealous. Although the man was so angry that his veins were bulging, he wanted to take revenge right there and then. But he looked at the bag Li Dachun was carrying and thought about who would have a problem with 100,000 yuan, and immediately calmed down. "You brat, didn't you go singing the other day? How did you become Wang Lijuan's man?" "Boss, don't worry about it. Anyway, I came here today to get the money, and you delete the video in front of me, and we will leave each other alone." This is also what Sister Wan meant. Li Dachun looked at the man and said calmly, "Of course. Since Wang Lijuan is so generous, I, Song, also know the rules. What's your name?" The man, who introduced himself as Song, sized up Li Dachun and then sat down, taking out his mobile phone. Li Dachun sneered inwardly, knowing that the man was either recording or filming. He remained calm and replied, "Boss Song, my name is Li Dachun. It was a misunderstanding that day. My friend had drunk too much, and we didn't know each other before that night." Okay, Brother Dachun, cut the crap and show me the money." Seeing that Li Dachun was bringing up the wrong subject, Boss Song interrupted him, looking around warily again. "Oh dear, Boss Song, I'm here alone, why are you so nervous? The money is all in the bag, as if it could run away." Li Dachun patted the bag heavily and continued to play along with Boss Song. "However, Boss Song, according to the rules, I have to see the video with my own eyes. Who knows if you have a backup or send it to someone else?" Upon hearing this, Boss Song sighed, picked up his phone impatiently, skillfully entered the password, and after a bit of fiddling, showed the screen to Li Dachun. There, are you relieved? The video is only on my phone, I haven't sent it to anyone. You give me the money, and I'll delete it right in front of you. However, before the man could finish speaking, Li Dachun realized that his opportunity had arrived, and quickly shouted in his heart. Xiaoing. Time freeze. Chapter 29, Chapter 029, playing heart-stopping tricks on me at a critical moment. Attention, attention, the owner has used the time freeze skill more than halfway, and only has 5 uses left. Do you wish to continue? Damn it. Just as Li Dachun was ready to use the pause function, the system suddenly popped up a friendly reminder, which made Li Dachun almost panic. Hey, what are you doing? Are you still going to watch? Song Boss asked impatiently, seeing that Li Dachun had suddenly frozen for a few seconds. Seeing that Song Boss's phone screen was about to turn off, Li Dachun hurriedly shouted again in his heart. Xiaoing, continue, continue. After Li Dachun shouted this out loud, the world came to a standstill as promised. Song Boss was holding out his phone, staring blankly at Li Dachun, not moving a muscle. The elderly people doing exercise nearby were all frozen in the same position as the second before, looking quite comical. The ants walking on the stone bench also stopped innocently. That was close, this Xiaoing, playing with my heart at a critical moment? Fortunately, this was just a small episode, and Li Dachun managed to get his phone just before the screen went off. The first thing he noticed was that Boss Song was indeed recording. Without thinking, Li Dachun clicked to delete the recording file and the video. He then quickly went through Boss Song's WeChat and text messages, and after making sure that he hadn't sent the video to anyone, he let out a sigh of relief and emptied the trash. With everything ready, Li Dachun immediately took out his own phone and sent a message to Hu Guofei. Guofei, come inside quickly. If there is a computer inside, move the computer case. 3 minutes later, with the familiar countdown of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, the world returned to normal. Okay, Boss Song, I'm not watching. Boss Song, who had returned to normal, saw that Li Dachun had hesitated for a few seconds but was not watching, and became unhappy. Li Dachun, what are you doing? I showed it to you, but you're not looking. Can you pay now? At the same time, Li Dachun's phone received a message from Hu Guofei saying that he had received it. Li Dachun, knowing that he had succeeded, stood up, patted his bottom, and not only did he not hand the backpack to Boss Song, but he put it on his back instead. This series of actions left Boss Song confused. He pointed at Li Dachun and said, Li Dachun, what do you mean? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Li Dachun straightened his clothes and said to Boss Song in a calm voice. Boss Song, just now, in an instant, I changed my mind and don't want to pay. You go and call the police. Li Dachun. What did you say? You're messing with me. Hearing this, Boss Song was surprised and even more angry. He pointed at Li Dachun and, like an out-of-control beast, he wanted to charge over. What, boss, in broad daylight, with so many people around, you still want to hit someone? I've made it clear, I'm not paying. You go and call the police. Li Dachun took a few steps back and said with a serious expression. Fuck you, fine, just wait, I'll post the video online right now. See how you explain yourself to Wang Lijuan. Boss Song was furious, grinding his teeth, and picked up his phone, ready to post the video to the public. However, after swiping the phone many times, his expression suddenly changed from anger to panic. Where the fuck is the video? He glanced at Li Dachun, pretending to send the video, afraid that he would notice anything unusual. Go ahead and send it, I'm telling you, Juan is not someone who is afraid of trouble, the worst that can happen is that we'll both go to jail. Seeing that Boss Song had discovered something, Li Dachun continued to break down his psychological defenses. After searching endlessly, Song Boss confirmed that not only was the video gone, but the recording from earlier had also disappeared. He was completely at a loss and had no idea what had happened. Son of a bitch, I've already posted it, so just wait. Realizing that something was wrong, Song Boss deliberately scared Li Dachun a little and turned to leave, thinking to himself. Luckily, I kept a copy on the computer. Wang Lijuan, you want to play with me? You're asking for it. Boss Song, it seems you need to hurry up, or it will be too late. Boss Song, who was trying to hurry home, froze when he heard Li Dachun say this. What the fuck do you mean? Li Dachun looked at Boss Song, who was sweating from his anxiety, and smiled, saying, If I'm not wrong, there should be guests in your home. I advise you to take a taxi, otherwise it will be too late. Li Dachun. You motherfucker. Just you wait. Feeling that something was wrong, Boss Song found that he had been played by this Li Dachun. It seems that this kid knows that the video in his phone is gone. Without delay, Boss Song hurriedly ran out of the park, hailed a taxi, and hurriedly rushed to his home. At this time, Hu Guofei and his companion had already sneaked into Boss Song's home. Following Li Dachun's instructions, they found a computer in the house as expected. Without saying a word, they immediately removed the case and left the scene as soon as possible. In a short while, Hu Guofei and his companion, holding the case, met up with Li Dachun at the karaoke bar. After returning home, Boss Song found that everything in the house was intact, except for the missing computer case. He suddenly collapsed to the ground. In a fit of rage, he smashed the monitor in an outburst of anger and sat on the sofa angrily. Damn you, Li Dachun, I won't let you off the hook. With these words, the agitated Boss Song took out his mobile phone and prepared to call 110 to report the theft. However, after entering the number, he hesitated and didn't dare to dial. In the end, Boss Song lost his temper and threw the phone far away. He held his head and felt remorseful. Damn you, this piece of junk phone. If I had known, I would have made several backups. Fuck. Over here, Li Dachun, who had successfully tricked Song, was not done yet. He connected the computer case that Hu Guofei had brought back to the monitor in the karaoke bar, but found that the computer had a password set to turn it on. Shit, he actually knows how to set a password? Li Dachun exclaimed in regret. He had wanted to get a better grasp of Boss Song's situation and turn the tables on him, but he never expected that Boss Song was so clever as to set a password to boot the computer. Hu Guofei, who was standing nearby, saw that Li Dachun was very disappointed and thought of something. He said, Brother Chun, do you want to check the contents of his computer? That's easy. I used to be an apprentice in a computer store. Just take his hard drive and put it in our computer, right? As the saying goes, a word awakens the sleeper, and Li Dachun slapped his thigh in surprise. Guofei, you're still smart. Ha ha. After saying that, Hu Guofei quickly and easily installed the hard drive from Boss Song's computer onto another computer. Afterwards, Li Dachun, with bated breath, searched every corner of the hard drive. Finally, in a file called Piston Exercise Learning and Exchange, Li Dachun discovered a shocking secret. Chapter 30 Chapter 030 You're quite good at playing the game of Fight the Landlord. Li Dachun not only found the video of the blackmailing KTV in the folder, but also dozens of indecent videos. Without exception, all these videos were secretly filmed at Boss Song's home, and Yan Yan also appeared in some of them. It was not difficult to see that most of the people with whom Boss Song had in-depth exchanges were prostitutes. But what's even more shocking is that Li Dachun has even found a few videos of people playing the game of Fight the Landlord. Damn, this boss really knows how to have fun, at least 40 people. Hu Guofei, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but swallow as he watched Li Dachun flick through the videos. Li Dachun saw that Hu Guofei was enjoying the videos, so he quickly closed the folder and turned his head to deliberately tease him. Guofei, why don't you play some of the sounds? Ha, Brother Chun, don't tease me, this Boss Song is really something, what should we do next? Li Dachun looked at Hu Guofei and said with a smile. Use his methods against him. After saying this, Li Dachun took his mobile phone and ran out mysteriously by himself. Not bad for a university student, his words are so profound. Hu Guofei gave a thumbs up as he looked at the mysterious Li Dachun. Then, he closed the door and continued to start up the computer with interest. After he came out, Li Dachun went to an unoccupied place, moistened his throat, took out his mobile phone, and took the initiative to call Boss Song. At that moment, Boss Song was like an ant on a hot pan, burning his head and worrying about what would happen if the videos in the computer were leaked. Seeing that the caller was Li Dachun, he suddenly stood up, his heart pounding. A bad feeling came over him. Sure enough, as soon as Song received the call, he heard Li Dachun say, Boss Song, I can't tell, you're quite good at killing the landlord. Li Dachun went straight for the jugular, and Song was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. But he still harbored a glimmer of hope, thinking that Li Dachun was fishing for information. He immediately composed his expression and said, You little brat, what did you say? I didn't come looking for you, you're just asking for death. Ahem, Boss Song, are you tired of pretending? I really didn't expect that you still had this habit. I came here to kindly remind you that if there are more than 3 people, it's considered a gathering, and this is not just some general detention for public security, it's a criminal sentence. As the saying goes, fear of what comes, and Boss Song's worst fear came true. As soon as Li Dachun finished speaking, he suddenly became anxious and began to perspire. He kept wiping the sweat from his forehead, thoroughly defeated. Ha ha ha, little brother Dachun, let's talk this over. I was in the wrong before, and I apologize. Li Dachun felt a little amused when he saw how Boss Song's tone of voice had changed in an instant. He said, "Now you know how to behave? How should we settle this? Tell me, should I hand over the incriminating videos to the police or post them online? Or should I just send them to your wife?" Knowing his biggest secret was in Li Dachun's hands, Boss Song, however domineering he was, could not be domineering anymore. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into Song Shouty, and he was so desperate to beg Li Dachun for forgiveness that he was ready to kneel down and beg right there and then. "Brother Dachun, my good brother, it was me who failed to recognize a great man before. You let me off the hook, and I will never forget this favor. You give the word, and I promise to do as you say." At this moment, Boss Song really lived up to the old saying about stealing a chicken and losing the rice. "Unlike you, I don't talk about morals and do nothing but extort and blackmail. I only have two requests. First, immediately apologize to Sister Wan. Second, leave Shangqing City immediately and go as far away as possible. If I find you in Shangqing again, I will definitely be the first to call the police." Yes, I will listen to Brother Dachun." After he had finished talking, Li Dachun hung up the phone contentedly. Boss Song, who had been completely manipulated, was shaking with anger, but there was nothing he could do. He kicked the trash can hard. "Damn you, Li Dachun. I will remember you." Of course, despite his harsh words, Boss Song still knew what was important. After all, if his wife found out about this, it would be more than just a prison sentence. Thinking about this, Boss Song obediently called Wang Lijuan and apologized sincerely to her. He said that he would leave Shangqing City with immediate effect and would not appear again, and implored her and Li Dachun to let him off the hook. Wang Lijuan, who was worrying about Li Dachun in the office, was suddenly dumbfounded when she received a call from Boss Song. She never dreamed that Li Dachun, in less than half a day, would not only make Boss Song apologize, but also take the initiative to ask to leave Shangqing. What the hell is going on? Unable to contain her excitement and curiosity, Wang Lijuan immediately called Li Dachun and Fei to her office and looked at Li Dachun like a precious treasure. "Dachun, you little rascal, you're amazing. Do you know who just called me? That Mr. Song. Not only did he apologize, he's also leaving Shangqing. Tell me, how did you manage that?" Ji Chan, who was prepared to laugh at Li Dachun and Hu Guofei, was shocked when he heard this news from Wang Lijuan. "I didn't do anything either, it's mainly because of your reputation, Li Juan, that he's afraid." Okay, Li Dachun, don't flatter me, just tell me, how did you do it?" Seeing that Li Dachun was still trying to flatter himself, Wang Lijuan gave him a glare, her curiosity bursting. So Li Dachun told Wang Lijuan about how he had turned the tables on Boss Song today. However, naturally he would not reveal that he had the ability to defy the heavens, and that it was his ability to pause time that had deleted the video from Boss Song's phone. Instead, he brazenly bragged that he had taken advantage of the boss's inattention to grab his phone and forcibly delete the video. Wang Lijuan, who had been prepared to pay to settle the matter, was overjoyed to hear Li Dachun's account and couldn't stop smiling the whole time. "Dachun, you really are a talent. Brave and resourceful, and considerate. This time, you did a great job. No one is allowed to leave tonight, I'll buy you all a drink." After praising Li Dachun, and with her emotions somewhat returning to normal, Sister Wan said to the plane. "Plane, you see, you have quite a few capable subordinates. In the future, you must take good care of Dachun, understand?" Plane, who had been invited into the room to watch the show, was utterly humiliated, and even more understood that Sister Wan was deliberately criticizing him. Although he also felt that Li Dachun had done a very good job in this counterattack, he was still unhappy, and even felt that he had fallen out of favor. Out of respect for Wan, Fei smiled, gritted his teeth, and extended his hand to Li Dachun. "Dachun, I spoke too harshly before, and I apologize. From now on, let's be brothers and work together." After all, Fei had extended his hand to show his goodwill, so Li Dachun didn't think twice and shook Fei's hand firmly. "Brother Fei, you've overstated the matter. From now on, please look after me." Chapter 31 Chapter 031 Remember to take me home. With just a few simple actions, Li Dachun had helped Wang Lijuan solve a difficult problem, so naturally she was overjoyed. That night, Wang Lijuan called a group of people from the karaoke bar to a private room next to her office to drink and sing. It was both a regular way to bond with her staff and a way to express her gratitude to Li Dachun. Among those who came were naturally Fei, Hu Guofei, and Nana. When she learned that Wan had specially hosted the event because of Li Dachun, Nana's eyes lit up with excitement. Without waiting for Wan to make arrangements, Nana took the initiative to sit next to Li Dachun, whispering and laughing, and singing love songs together, and she was overjoyed. Hu Guofei was also in high spirits, knowing that he had chosen the right big brother and had benefited from Li Dachun's influence. Otherwise, with his position, he would not have been qualified to participate in the event personally hosted by Wan. As for Fei, he was the most depressed person at the party. Not only had he fallen out of favor, but Nana kept interacting with Li Dachun right in front of him, completely ignoring his existence. The more Fei thought about it, the angrier he got, so he just kept drinking alone. Just as the party was reaching its climax, Sister Wan, who had seemed particularly approachable today, clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. Okay, guys, you all know how Sister Wan is. She rewards and punishes fairly. If you guys do a good job, I won't let you down. After Sister Wan finished speaking, the people there immediately understood what she meant. They looked at Li Dachun and started clapping and cheering. They saw Wang Lijuan take out 3 red envelopes from her bag and continue. Dachun, Guofei, and Xiaoqi, you've worked hard. Here's a little something from Sister Wan. Come on, take it. Sister Wan's impromptu speech turned the party into an awards ceremony and pushed the atmosphere to a climax. With everyone cheering enthusiastically, Li Dachun, Hu Guofei and the little thief who was good at breaking into homes, Chi-Chi, got up and received their red envelopes. Li Dachun's red envelope was the biggest one. Due to the large number of people at the scene, Li Dachun didn't look at it on the spot, but just roughly felt it, and was instantly dumbfounded. This red envelope contained at least 20,000 yuan, which was his 4 months' salary. Damn, Sister Wan is really good at socializing. Li Dachun was secretly marveling when, unexpectedly, one of the younger guys, whether drunk or not, took the lead and shouted. Brother Dachun, a toast with Sister Wan. Yes, yes, a toast. A crowd of onlookers then began to clap in agreement. Having received such a large red envelope from Sister Wang, Li Dachun definitely wanted to express his gratitude, so he stood up, raised his glass and said to Sister Wang. Sister Wang, you are too kind. In the future, if there is anything you need, just let me know. As soon as he finished speaking, several of the younger men, as if possessed by a theatrical spirit, hurriedly stopped Li Dachun, who was about to drink the wine in one gulp, and said, Brother Dachun, don't break the rules. You have to drink a cup of wine in each other's hands to show your sincerity. Yes, yes, drink a cup of wine in each other's hands. I have to say, this group of young men had drunk too much and were saying anything, even teasing Li Juan. Li Dachun was even more embarrassed and deliberately glared at them. Just as he was about to say something, Wang Lijuan preempted him and said, Go on, you bunch of kids, Lijuan is a married woman, how can she drink a toast with a single man? Here, Nana, you drink for me. Yes, yes, that's a good idea, Nana drinks, Nana drinks. Puff. She was already in a bad mood, and the whole flight she had been frowning. When she heard a group of people urging Nana and Li Dachun to drink a toast, she was furious. But this suggestion came from Wang Lijuan, so she couldn't let her anger show. She pretended to go to the toilet, and out of sight, out of mind. I'm more than willing to drink for you, come on, brother Chun, I toast you. Nana is a person who knows how to get things done, so she immediately took a glass of wine and walked towards Li Dachun with a twist. With those soul-stirring, ambiguous eyes, she made Li Dachun feel at a loss. Drink! Drink! In the end, under the urging of a group of people slapping the table and applauding, Li Dachun and Nana completed the cup-pouring wine. After finishing the drink, Nana, with a hazy, drunken look in her eyes, did not forget to bump into Li Dachun and whispered to him. Brother Dachun, I drank so much today because of you. When I get drunk later, remember to take me home. Well, there aren't many men who can resist Nana when she's being cute. Li Dachun smiled, helped Nana sit down, and said, Nana, if you've had too much to drink, just rest, I'll take you home later in a taxi. Just then, the door to the private room suddenly opened. Before anyone could react, they heard a voice that was all too familiar. Hey, what's all the commotion? Looks like I've come at the right time. Everyone's faces instantly paled as they heard the voice, and they all stood up at once. Li Dachun, who was still in a state of bliss, was also pulled up by Hu Guofei. Cuckoo is always good. It turned out that the person who had pushed open the door was none other than Kuxin Zhong, the boss of the karaoke bar and Wang Lijuan's husband. This was also the first time Li Dachun had met the legendary Sister Wan's husband. At this time, Xinzhong was wearing designer clothes, his hair slicked back and shiny, complementing his equally shiny leather shoes. Although Xinzhong wore a smile as he entered, a scar at the corner of his mouth still revealed an unhidden fierceness. The boss's presence made the previously very casual private room suddenly feel cramped. The singers felt embarrassed and the drinkers dared not drink freely. They stood up and waited for Boss Ku's instructions. However, Wang Lijuan, on seeing her husband enter, looked angry. She glanced at Xinzhong and said to everyone as if nothing had happened. "What are you waiting for? Keep singing. Go about your business." Xinzhong, who could clearly feel that Li Juan was angry, nodded to everyone, indicating that they should continue. Then he went over to Wang Lijuan, who was holding her arms behind her back and facing away from him. He put his arms around her from behind. "Honey, are you still angry?" Wang Lijuan broke free with a forceful movement and took a step forward, saying, "How can you say that? I called you so many times, and you didn't even answer. You didn't even return a single call?" Seeing that Wang Lijuan's mood had improved, Xinzhong went up to her again and put his arms around her. Sure enough, this time Wang Lijuan didn't break free. "Oops, it's my fault. I told you, I was abroad on business and the phone had no signal. Lijuan, don't be angry. I brought you a present. Let's go and see." Upon hearing this, Wang Lijuan, who had been quite angry, suddenly changed her attitude. She bumped into Xinzhong and said, "That's more like it." Li Dachun, who kept glancing over to them, was also quite shocked. He didn't expect that Sister Wan, who looked so domineering, would actually have a vulnerable side when facing her husband. He just didn't know why, but when Li Dachun saw Wang Lijuan and her husband cuddling, he felt a little lost for no reason. Chapter 32:032 Sister Wan is a first-class wife. "Come, husband, let me introduce you. This is Li Dachun, a new colleague at the store, a university student." Xinzhong was preparing to take Wang Lijuan out when Sister Wan paused and called Li Dachun over. "Hello, Boss Ku, I've heard a lot about you." Li Dachun finally met the boss behind the scenes that Hu Guofei had talked about, but he felt like he had seen this boss somewhere before, but he couldn't think of it for the moment. Moreover, Xinzhong also had the same doubt when he saw Li Dachun. He looked up and down at Li Dachun and asked curiously, "Hey, little brother, why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere before?" "Honey, you think you've seen everyone, don't you? He's only been at the store for a few days, but he's already helped me solve a big problem. I'm throwing a party for him today, so I'll tell you all about it later." Wang Lijuan took over the conversation, which distracted Xinzhong. He looked at the employees and said as he walked away, "Okay, everyone, have fun." Wang Lijuan then walked out with a little woman-like air, taking Xinzhong's arm. Li Dachun saw this scene and remembered when he had been blow-drying Wang Lijuan's hair and she had been talking about her husband behind his back, as if she was thinking about getting a divorce. Unexpectedly, when he saw her today, he found that Wang Lijuan's attitude towards her husband was completely different from what he had expected. Li Dachun couldn't help but shake his head, unable to drink anymore. He took a sip of his drink and laughed at himself for thinking too much. At that moment, Nana, who had drunk too much, ran to the bathroom to empty her memory so that she could fight again. Hu Guofei saw Li Dachun spacing out by himself and came over, saying, "Hey, our protagonist today, why do you look so glum? Is it because Wan was taken away by her husband and you're jealous? Ha ha ha. Go away, you brat, you've got some nerve, you dare to make fun of Wan. Keep pretending. Your eyes can't lie to me. But that's normal. Who doesn't love a married woman? Plus, Sister Wan is a first-class wife." Hu Guofei had obviously drunk too much and was getting more and more outrageous. Li Dachun gave him a look and picked up the bottle, filling his glass. "Brother, you've had too much to drink. Here, drink up." Hu Guofei picked up the glass, took a sip, and continued without stopping. "Brother Chun, Sister Wan is really generous. Guess how much she just gave me? 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan. Brother Chun, I'm only able to make this kind of fortune because of you. From now on, I'll be your little brother. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. I promise I won't say no. Trust in Brother Chun and you will live forever. Here, Brother Chun, I toast you." Ugh, this guy is getting more and more out of control. Hu Guofei is causing Li Dachun a lot of embarrassment. He can't drink, so he takes a sip of his drink, pushes Hu Guofei, and says, "Okay, Guofei, I really can't drink, you drink first, I'm going to the bathroom." And so, after a bit of a tussle, Li Dachun finally gets rid of Hu Guofei, who has gone crazy from drinking. Li Dachun's face was red. Although he was sober, he still felt dizzy after being in the confined space for too long. After Li Dachun finished going to the bathroom, he was about to come out when he heard the sound of an airplane talking outside the sink. He stopped curiously and listened with his ears pricked up. "Nana, today is the setup that Sister Wan gave Li Dachun's group. You rarely rest, why drink so much?" It turned out that the ever-miserable Ji Xiang had finally found an opportunity to be alone with Nana, and was preparing to show her some concern. Unexpectedly, Nana, with her eyes blurred as she fixed her lipstick in the mirror, said coldly, "Ji Xiang, what's the matter? You're not the protagonist today, are you jealous? I drink a lot every day. I'm happy today, I can drink as much as I want. I'll be drinking with Chuan Jie later." "Nana, you're going too far." Not only does Nana treat my kindness like donkey liver and lungs, but she also keeps calling Chun Gu, on the left and on the right, no doubt rubbing salt in the knife wound. Airplane put his hands on the sink and said rather unwillingly, "Nana, don't you know how I treat you? That Li Dachun has only been here for a few days, what's so good about him? Are you attracted to him? Shit, why bring me into this?" Li Dachun, who was eavesdropping in the bathroom, was surprised to hear this. Thinking about the way Nana looked at him today, there was indeed a different charm than before. Could it be that you are right? I have fallen for Li Dachun. He is a university student, courageous and resourceful, using his brain. I don't like people with well-developed limbs and simple minds, it affects the genes of future generations. Brother Airplane, just leave me alone, okay? We are not suitable." After saying that, Nana completely ignored Airplane's feelings, sneered, stepped on her high heels, and walked away without looking back. Soon, Li Dachun heard the sound of Fei Plane slamming his hand on the table from the wash basin. "Stupid bitch. What's so great about you? Just you wait and see." Hearing Fei Plane's almost curse-like words, Li Dachun suddenly felt a chill down his spine at Nana's words. He thought to himself that Nana's words were too reckless, and she had inadvertently offended Fei Plane. However, he quite appreciated Nana's character of not dragging her feet and resolutely not giving a chance to people she didn't like. Unlike some women, who clearly don't like the other person, but keep hanging on to them like a dog, even enjoying it. After Airplane left in anger, Li Dachun walked out of the bathroom. He was just about to go back to the private room when he inadvertently looked at Wan's office. He thought that not only had Wan arranged a gathering for his group today, but she had also given him so much money, so he really had to thank her properly. Although he wasn't sure if Wan had already gone out with her husband. But Li Dachun still went to the door of Wang Lijuan's office, looked around, and prepared to knock. Unexpectedly, as soon as his hand reached the door, he suddenly heard a faint voice coming from inside. Li Dachun realized something and was about to leave, but he found that for some reason, his feet took a few steps but he couldn't move anymore. In the end, driven by curiosity, Li Dachun returned to the door of Li Juan's office and, surprisingly, leaned his ear against the door. He could only hear the person inside talking, and it was Wang Lijuan. "Hubby, where the hell have you been all this time?" Those words made Li Dachun freeze in place, his heart suddenly tightening, unable to calm down for a long time. Damn it, it seems that the dream I had that night of Sister Wan was not fake. It's just that the person I fucked wasn't me, it was Sister Wan's husband. Chapter 33 Chapter 033 You're the first man to know my home password. Li Dachun, who had found out that his dream had come true, but with the wrong person, was a little frustrated. However, he immediately slapped his face a few times to wake himself up. Ba, Li Dachun, what were you thinking? Sister Wan has a husband, isn't it normal to be with her husband? Li Dachun, you have fallen in front of women before, so learn from this. Right now, getting rich is the most important thing. After a period of soul-searching, Li Dachun rubbed his face vigorously, forced himself to compose himself, and returned to the private room. Soon after, Wang Lijuan returned to the private room with a rosy complexion, looking in an exceptionally good mood. It was midnight, and seeing that all the men present were staggering, Wang Lijuan gave the order to disperse, and took the initiative to ask their opinions, sending those who needed a ride to their dormitories and helping those who needed a ride home. Seeing Nana, who was already a little drunk, Wang Lijuan looked around and asked, "Hey, where's the plane? I don't see him anywhere." This kid, I was even going to ask him to walk Nana home. Unexpectedly, when she heard Li Juan mention the plane, Nana waved her hand reflexively and said, Li Juan, no, I don't want the plane to take me home. Dachun, you take me home, we're neighbors and it's on your way. Wang Lijuan was prepared to ask Li Dachun to stay behind and explain something to him, but she never expected Nana to ask him to do the driving. Seeing that it was getting late, Wang Lijuan didn't say anything, but said to Li Dachun, who was still relatively sober. Okay, Dachun, you take Nana home. Be careful, she's drunk, and you have to behave yourself, don't take advantage of the situation, huh? Wang Lijuan's half-joking, half-serious words made Li Dachun feel extremely embarrassed. He didn't know if Wang Lijuan was implying something or if she was reminding him of something. Don't worry, Lijuan, you should go to bed early. By the way, why haven't I seen Mr. Ku? After all, today was finally the day he met Wang Lijuan's husband and the owner of the karaoke bar. Li Dachun thought about saying hello to him when the party was over, but after looking around, he didn't see anyone from Xinjiang's entourage. He left long ago, so don't worry about him. You guys go ahead. Wang Lijuan spoke bluntly, her words revealing a hint of helplessness. Seeing this, Li Dachun had no choice but to help Nana into the car. Then, thinking of something, he turned to Wang Lijuan and said, Sister Wan, it's only right that I help you with your affairs. The red envelopes you gave me before were really too much. Go, go, go. You helped me recover a loss of 100,000 yuan. You deserve that money. What are you being polite for in front of your sister-in-law? Hurry up and go, don't dawdle. Wang Lijuan smiled, and with a hand motion, she pushed Li Dachun towards the car. After watching the vehicle leave, Wang Lijuan then walked into the Jinsha KTV. After passing through the hustle and bustle of guests on the first floor who were screaming and howling in the middle of the night, she went straight to the empty office. Wang Lijuan sat in a chair, lit a cigarette, and couldn't stop the noise in her head from the previous commotion in the private room. Now, everything suddenly returned to silence, and Wang Lijuan suddenly felt a sense of loss. Especially thinking about her husband, who today was like collecting a debt, and after finishing his business, he just left, not even wanting to spend the night. Wang Lijuan's mood became even more depressed. She took a deep drag on her cigarette, forcefully inserted half of the cigarette butt into the ashtray, and ran to take a shower. Here, the taxi took Li Dachun and Nana to the residential area. Under the suspicious eyes of the security guard and Nana's insistent shouting that she was not drunk and wanted to keep drinking, Li Dachun had to make a great effort to take her to the floor where she lived. When they arrived at Nana's door, Li Dachun was at a loss because the door was locked with a code lock. He was just about to ask Nana to open the door when she, leaning on his shoulder, said, Brother Dachun, the code is 690612. Brother Dachun, you are the first man to know my code. Huh? This girl is drunk and still remembers the code, and it seems to be her birthday number? As Nana's girlish voice came over the intercom, Li Dachun hurriedly followed her instructions and entered the code, and the door opened as expected. Then, Li Dachun put Nana on the sofa. Nana, lie down for a while, I'll get you some water. He said, and Li Dachun looked around the room for a while, finally finding a bottle of water. As he was about to give it to Nana to drink, he noticed that she had already fallen asleep. Nana? Nana? Wake up, wake up. Li Dachun tried to wake her up, but found that it was useless. At this time, his eyes fell on Nana, who was lying on the sofa on her side. At the moment, Nana's slender thighs, graceful waist, and the bottomless ravine formed a perfect curve. It had to be said, Nana was indeed a first-class beauty, and caused Li Dachun to look at her again and again. Li Dachun stared for a few seconds, and when Nana rolled over, Li Dachun was so startled that he hurriedly diverted his attention and took a thin quilt from the chair and covered Nana. After arranging it, Li Dachun left Nana's room uneasily. After returning to his own home, Li Dachun took a shower. I don't know if it was because of the alcohol, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sleep in bed. His mind was full of thoughts, and they were all jumbled up. Li Dachun thought about the changes that had come about since playing that strange time travel game. It always felt like a dream. Who would have thought that just a while ago, he was still a stupid boy with a blank mind, and now, he had restarted a new life. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse waiting for him. Thinking about this, Li Dachun took out the red envelope Wang Lijuan had given him and counted the money inside. It was indeed 20,000 yuan. He held the money in his hands and stared straight at the ceiling, his mind a rare calm. Then he remembered that the system had previously reminded him that he only had 5 more uses of the time suspension skill left, and Li Dachun began to do some mental arithmetic. It had only been a short time, but he had already used half of the skill. Fortunately, the skill had not been wasted, and it had served its purpose. The first time he used it, he helped Nana rescue her cat and tested the skill. The second time, he took revenge on the bitch Shino. The third time, he knocked out the plane, which got him the job at the karaoke bar. The fourth time, he helped Teacher Du catch the thief. The fifth time, he helped Sister Wan solve a problem and earned 20,000 yuan. Revenge, work, and money. In that case, each time was more rewarding than the last. However, after thinking about it, Li Dachun always felt that something was wrong. No, the only time he helped Teacher Du, it seemed like there was no reward? This doubt reminded Li Dachun that Teacher Du had not yet repaid him for the bus fare and ride. With that, Li Dachun sat up and picked up his phone to open Du Wanqiu's WeChat. He was about to transfer the money when he noticed it was already 1 a.m. and stopped. Forget it, it's too late, I'll do it tomorrow. With that in mind, Li Dachun turned off his phone, closed his eyes, and with his still busy thoughts, fell asleep without realizing it. Chapter 34 Chapter 034 Did you touch me? Early the next morning, Li Dachun was awakened by a text message. He picked up his phone and saw that it was from Wang Lijuan, telling him that he could take the day off. However, although he knew that he didn't have to go to the karaoke bar today, Li Dachun, who had just woken up, couldn't sleep. He simply got up, looked at the time, and casually opened WeChat to send Du Wanqiu a red envelope, telling her that he had been too busy to repay her some time ago and that she should accept it no matter what. It was almost 5 minutes before Du Wanqiu sent a message back. However, instead of accepting the red envelope, she sent a smiley face and said, "There's no need to be so polite, it's not much money. You haven't even thanked me properly for catching the thief." The two exchanged polite pleasantries for a while. Seeing that Du Wanqiu refused to accept the money, Li Dachun had no choice but to give up. After tidying up a bit, he was ready to go out for breakfast. Unexpectedly, just as he opened the door, Nana appeared in the doorway, startling Li Dachun. "Nana? So early? Do you need something from me?" Nana, who had regained her strength and looked radiant, kept smiling at Li Dachun. "What, I can't find you if I'm not busy. You walked me home yesterday?" "Yes, are you feeling better?" "You have no idea, you drank so much yesterday that Sister Wan was worried about your safety and asked me to bring you home," Li Dachun said with a smile. "She was worried about my safety, but not yours? Tell me the truth, when you entered my home yesterday, did you try to take advantage of me?" It seems that Nana was at the door early in the morning to reprimand him. Her question made Li Dachun panic. "Nana, I swear to God, after I dropped you off at home, I left without doing anything. I'm a decent person." Coke. Seeing Li Dachun's nervous expression, Nana let out a laugh. "Okay, I'm just teasing you. I can see that you have the heart but not the guts, right? Come on, we drank too much yesterday, and Wan has given us the day off. To thank you for your escort, I'll buy you breakfast." In fact, how did Li Dachun know that early this morning, when Nana woke up, she saw herself lying on the sofa in a mess and couldn't quite remember what had happened? To avoid any accidents, she used her phone to access the surveillance camera in the living room and found through playback that she had been brought home by Li Dachun. In the video, although Li Dachun looked at her slightly unrestrained appearance for a few seconds, he behaved quite gentlemanly, not only pouring himself a glass of water, but also helping her cover up. After watching the video, Nana felt a little stir in her heart. This Li Dachun is quite a gentleman. Finding out that Nana was just playing around, Li Dachun let out a sigh of relief and said to her, "I'm the man, how can I let you treat me? I'll treat you instead." Okay, let's go, I'll take you to a nice breakfast place." With that, Li Dachun and Nana went together to a breakfast place near the community that Nana frequented. The owner of the breakfast shop is a young couple, with the husband cooking and the wife serving. Nana is a regular at the shop and often comes alone for breakfast, so the proprietress has long been familiar with her. After asking what breakfast they would like, she sees Li Dachun, a new face, and can't help but ask in a gossipy tone, "Nana, have you got a boyfriend?" "No, sister, this is my colleague and also my neighbor." Looking at the proprietress, who seems to be very good at guessing, Nana can't help but laugh. "Welcome, neighbor. Many residents in the neighborhood come to my house for breakfast. Handsome guy, come to the store more often in the future and I'll give you a discount." I have to say, the proprietress really knows how to do business, and she treats everyone like an old friend. Sure. After a few polite words, Li Dachun buried his head in his food. Since it was the weekend, after breakfast, Nana went shopping with her best friend, the nurse Pang Wenting. Nana had originally planned to invite Li Dachun to be her escort, but after thinking about it, Li Dachun felt that it wasn't appropriate and declined Nana's kind offer on the grounds that he had something to do. After Nana and her best friend Pang Wenting had happily finished shopping, they went to a Western restaurant to eat steak and live the petty bourgeois life of leisure. The two of them laughed and chatted from time to time, and sometimes pouted and took selfies, having a great time. During this time, Nana mentioned Li Dachun with interest. After learning that Li Dachun had helped one accomplish a difficult task without any effort, Pang Wenting seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Nana, it seems that this Li Dachun really does have some ability. Did you tell him what you told me at your house last time?" "Huh? Last time? What was it?" Nana had drunk herself senseless every day and had long since forgotten most of what had been said. "It's about bringing Li Dachun into the partnership and working with us. If he's willing, our chances of success will be much greater." Pang Wenting looked around warily and spoke in a low voice. Nana then remembered, put down her knife and fork, wiped her mouth and said, "You're right, I forgot. I had breakfast with him this morning, but I never got the chance to speak up. Ting ting, this Li Dachun doesn't seem like the sneaky type. Without being absolutely sure, I wouldn't dare to talk to him easily, or it would backfire." Although Pang Wenting agreed with Nana's words, she still sneered and said, "A man who has sunk so low as to work as a security guard at a karaoke bar can't be noble. If he works with us, he won't make more money than he does at the karaoke bar? Ting ting, let's talk about this later. I always feel that Li Dachun is hiding something deep inside, not as simple-minded as a plane. He's a bit unpredictable. If I get the chance, I'll try to find out more by asking around." Seeing that Pang Wenting had spoken so bluntly, and her words seemed to belittle Li Dachun, Nana always felt uncomfortable listening, but she didn't know what to say, so she could only say thoughtfully, "By the way, the police aren't watching your karaoke bar anymore, right? It seems like your aunt's hospital bill isn't that big, and I've got some time on my hands recently, so why don't we do it again?" Seeing that Nana was concerned about winning over Li Dachun, Pang Wenting didn't pursue the matter and instead said, "Ting ting, I'm sorry to trouble you about my mother's situation." Hearing Pang Wenting mention her mother, Nana's mouth curled up slightly, and after staring at the steak for a few seconds, she continued, "I have to say, I really have a suitable prey recently. There is a man from outside the city who often orders from me, and the idea of taking me out is written all over his eyes. But I have been dangling him. If he comes again in a few days, I will let you know first." Seeing that Nana had a new target, Pang Wenting felt a burst of joy in her heart. She picked up the red wine and took a sip with Nana, saying confidently, Chapter 35 Chapter 035 Don't you want to overthrow the landlords? A few days later, Pang Wenting really contacted Nana, who was at work, and told her that the boss, who was on a business trip, would be going to Jinsha KTV today, and asked Nana to get ready to welcome him. Soon, at around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, a group of middle-aged men, who had been drinking, walked into Jinsha KTV happily, smoking and humming. Jing, who was arranging work in the lobby, saw one of the men and thought he looked familiar. After confirming that he had not mistaken him, he realized that the man was a boss surnamed Chang, whom he had served a few times when he was working before. Jing still had his number in his phone, so he quickly ran over to say hello. "Boss Chang, long time no see. Here in Shanqing on business again today." Boss Chang, smoking and looking at Jing, also recognized him and said in surprise, "An airplane? You work here? I've been here many times, but I've never seen you before. Little brother, it's been a long time, you've gotten bigger and stronger." Faced with his boss's praise, an airplane smiled and said enthusiastically, "Boss Chang, the previous KTV closed a long time ago, our Jinsha is still the best. I hope you have a good drink and sing well today." As he spoke, an airplane pulled Boss Chang aside and whispered, "Boss, do you want a girl tonight? I'll arrange it for you." In fact, it is no wonder that Fei is so proactive. You see, if a customer agrees to let him arrange a girl for them, or if they become a member, Fei gets a commission. But I didn't expect that Boss Chang would smile knowingly after hearing this and say, "No trouble, brother, I'll arrange it myself." With that, Boss Chang and his friend walked into the private room. Looking at Boss Chang's departing back, Fei, who had just been beaming, instantly changed his expression and then turned his gaze to another customer. Soon, Nana, who was resting backstage, heard a waiter shouting, "Nana, you've been asked to go and keep someone company." After hearing this, Nana smiled knowingly, retouched her makeup, and walked with a seductive gait into a private room. The person who had asked for her was Boss Chang. "Boss Chang, you haven't been here for a long time, I've missed you." As soon as she saw Boss Chang, Nana walked quickly over and began to flirt skillfully. Mr. Chang was no stranger to small talk, and he put his arm around Nana's shoulders, lightly brushed her nose with his finger, and said with a dreamy look in his eyes, "I've been busy lately, but I'm here now, aren't I?" In the meantime, Nana had quickly gotten into character and enthusiastically sang and drank with Mr. Chang. During this time, Nana would from time to time take the initiative to lean her body towards Boss Chang, and coupled with her bewitching eyes, Boss Chang, who was already drunk, suddenly felt dry in his mouth and tongue, and could no longer contain his inner restlessness. He glanced at the others and leaned over to Nana's ear and said, "Nana, you are really charming. I'm leaving tomorrow, and you know that I've come so many times, and you've rejected me every time. This time, just go out with me. Money is not an issue." While speaking, Boss Chang patted the bag next to him. Nana glanced at it. Although she knew that the prey had taken the bait, she still looked troubled. "Thank you for your consideration, Boss Chang, but there are rules in the shop. We only sell our skills, not our bodies. We really can't go out." "Tut tut, don't give me that. Heaven knows, the earth knows, you know, I know. It's fine." Mr. Chang, who was clearly infatuated, continued to try to persuade Nana. Nana, who had long been prepared, saw that the time was ripe and said with some difficulty, "Okay, I'll do it for the sake of an old customer like you. If it were anyone else, I would have already notified the security guards to get them out." Seeing that Nana had softened her stance, Mr. Chang was overjoyed. "I knew Nana would give me face. Name your price, and we'll go right now." Nana paused, took a sip of wine, looked around alertly, and then whispered in Boss Chang's ear, "The price is 30,000. "What? 30,000? Damn, are you made of gold?" Hearing this number, Boss Chang was so shocked that he almost woke up from his drunken stupor, and couldn't help but sneer. "Boss Chang, look at you, I haven't even finished talking. The 30,000 I mentioned is the price for 2 people. Don't you want to fight the landlord?" "I want to fight the landlord?" Hearing such a provocative phrase, Boss Chang immediately swallowed, couldn't help but take a sip of wine, and even had a mental picture. Nana was not panicked and continued, "I have a friend who was a nurse and is in dire need of money. She wants to make some money with me. And, boss, my nurse friend is number 1. With the last word, number 1, flying from Nana's cherry lips into Boss Chang's ear and reaching his mind, he completely collapsed. Fighting the landlord, and still with someone from a clean background, was something he had only dreamed of doing. The images in Boss Chang's mind had completely taken over. However, he immediately thought of something and said deliberately, "You're the one who said it, what if the nurse isn't the best? Then I'd be losing out." "Oh, Chang, I'm already taking a big risk by agreeing to this, how could I lie to you? If it's not the best, you can take half the money and leave right now. The most important thing in business is integrity." Seeing that Nana seemed a little displeased, Boss Chang, who was impatient, really didn't want to miss this opportunity, and hastily said, "Okay, my sweetheart, I believe you. Shall we go now?" "No rush, Boss Chang, I'll contact my friend first. After you've booked the hotel, give me a call and we'll come over. And, Boss Chang, there's something you mustn't forget." Nana stared straight at Boss Chang, making him feel like a flower in the sun. "What is it?" "You tell me." "Wait a minute, remember to bring cash." "Of course, safety first, safety first." Seeing that Nana had thought of everything, Boss Chang was full of joy, kissed Nana's cheek, then found an excuse to leave and quickly went to a nearby hotel to book a room. Soon, Nana received a room message from Boss Chang. Without delay, she quickly got in touch with Pang Wenting. Pang Wenting, who was at home on standby, had dressed up formally and was ready to meet up with Nana at the hotel. After the two had discussed the plan, Nana asked the head waitress for leave and hurriedly went to the hotel too. In no time at all, Nana and Pang Wenting arrived at a hotel called Heozalai. Pretending not to know each other, they exchanged only a glance of recognition, with Nana knocking on the door of room 8403 first. Knock, knock, knock. As the knocking sound rang out, Boss Chang, who had been unable to contain himself in his room for a long time, could not wait to open the door. "Changgu, sorry to keep you waiting." Nana at the door blurted out a line that could melt a cow, making Boss Chang's eyes go straight, and happily pulling her into the room. Subsequently, Boss Chang looked alertly at the hotel corridor, making sure there was nothing unusual, before walking into the room with a wicked smile on his face. Nana, what's going on? Aren't there two of you? Where's your nurse friend? Boss Chang was already anxious to take a shower, and was wearing his pajamas. He saw Nana, who looked even more charming in the light, and couldn't wait to ask. Chang, what's the rush? I need to see half the deposit first before I can tell my friend to come over. Otherwise, who knows if you're sincere or not? Nana spoke realistically, and deliberately leaned in close to Boss Chang, causing him to swallow hard and lift Nana's chin. I like it when you're direct, beautiful lady. Chapter 36, Chapter 036, You need to be careful today. With that, Boss Chang turned his back and took out a stack of cash from his bag, counted it, and turned around to hand it to Nana. Here, this is 15,000, and after it's done, I'll give you another 15,000. Nana took the money and counted it skillfully with her slender, white hands. The smell of money made her fascinated. After confirming the amount, Nana put the money in her handbag and then took out her mobile phone to call Pang Wenting. Ting Ting, you can come now. Pang Wenting, who was waiting near the hotel, put on her mask and then entered the hotel. When she reached the room floor, she knocked on the door after making sure that there was no one around. Are you here? Hearing the knock on the door, Boss Chang's hormones suddenly spiked and he once again looked excited. Yes, boss, go open the door. Her name is Ting Ting. With that, Boss Chang ran to open the door. At that moment, Nana, who had been sitting near the bedside table, quickly grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the room while Boss Chang turned to open the door. Then, with lightning speed in her back to Boss Chang, she took out a syringe from her bag and injected the clear liquid inside through the bottle near the opening of the mineral water. Afterwards, Nana picked up another bottle of water, unscrewed the cap and took a drink. The whole operation was extremely skilled and seamless. Hello, Boss Chang, it's Ting Ting. Over here. As soon as Boss Chang opened the door, he saw the graceful Ting Ting standing seductively in the doorway. You're here, come in. As soon as Pang Wenting entered, she took off her mask, leaving Boss Chang stunned. He couldn't help but look her up and down, at the curvaceous beauty in front of him and at the incredibly pure-faced Pang Wenting, and even felt that she was better than Nana. Boss Chang, I didn't lie to you, did I? She's a professional nurse, so you have to be careful today. Giggle, giggle, Boss Chang, with a body like that, you're obviously an expert, we're the ones who should be worried. I have to say, Nana and Pang Wenting worked in perfect harmony, their words luring Boss Chang on like hungry wolves. Chang, why are you so eager? Why don't you go take a shower first? Seeing this, Pang Wenting hurriedly got up and hid, clearly trying to buy time. Beauty, I already showered when I was waiting in the room. Don't worry, Chang is all ready. As he said this, Boss Chang pounced again, but Nana and Pang Wenting deliberately played cat and mouse with him. In the end, Boss Chang finally caught Nana, the flirtatious mouse, and couldn't help but hug her and nibble her furiously. Nana pushed him away and said coquettishly, Okay, Chang-gu, stop it, we haven't washed yet, why are you holding on so tightly, are you afraid we'll run away? After that, Nana threw a flirtatious glance at Boss Chang and led Pang Wenting towards the bathroom in the room. Knowing that his prey was completely in his hands, Boss Chang, after this bit of foreplay, thought that it couldn't be much longer and, lying on the bed, waved his hand and said, You women are trouble. Go on, hurry up. So, Nana and Pang Wenting walked together into the bathroom. As soon as they entered, the two people, who had been smiling a minute before, immediately became serious. Pang Wenting put her finger to her lips to indicate that Nana should be quiet, then turned on the shower and whispered, using the sound of the water to cover her words. Nana, everything is arranged, right? Don't worry, it's all taken care of, we just need to wait. Nana gave Pang Wenting an okay sign, sat down on the toilet seat and listened carefully for any noise outside. Although this wasn't her first time doing this, she couldn't help feeling nervous, and could clearly feel her heart pounding. Sure enough, because he was so eager, Boss Chang, who was dry from thirst, saw the 2 bottles of mineral water on the bedside table while waiting. He noticed that one of the bottles had already been opened and drunk by Nana, so without thinking, he directly picked up the other bottle and took a few sips. Then, he suddenly thought of something, got up, took a bottle of perfume out of his bag, sprayed it on his body over and over again in the mirror, humming a little tune, and then lay down on the bed contentedly. Nana and Pang Wenting, who were in the bathroom, kept looking at the time, wishing they could manually speed it up, and it seemed like a very torturous experience. After 5 long minutes, Pang Wenting gave Nana a wink. Nana, who understood what she meant, got up from the toilet, moistened her throat, turned off the shower, and shouted outside. Changgu, are you here? She called out a few times with trepidation, but noticed that no one was responding outside. Nana was ecstatic, and gently twisted open the bathroom door to peek outside. She saw that Boss Chang, who had drunk the bottle of water, had already fallen fast asleep. Phew! No harm done. Seeing that the operation had been successful, Nana finally let out a sigh of relief and walked out with Pang Wenting. They sat by the bed, staring at the snoring Boss Chang, and nudged him a few more times. Changgu? Changgu? Chang Boss still didn't respond. Nana felt completely relieved and immediately went to Chung Boss's bag to take out the remaining 15,000 yuan. Pang Wenting put the mineral water that Chang Boss had drunk in the bag. After the operation was complete, the two of them took off Chang Boss's shirt, first took a few solo photos of him, and then lay down next to the sleeping Chang Boss, one on each side. With everything ready, Nana took out her phone, opened the camera, looked at the phone screen, and said happily, "Ting Ting, come on, say cheese." After taking the photo, Pang Wenting unlocked Boss Chang's phone using his fingerprint and searched for the phone number he had noted as his wife's number. From her bag, she took out a pre-printed note and placed it on the bedside table. After completing the operation, the two confirmed that they had not missed any details, tidied their clothes and expressions, and calmly left the hotel separately. It was the middle of the night, and the hotel was quiet. In room 8403, a loud sigh was followed by the sound of Boss Chang waking up with a severe headache, covering his head. Fuck, why did I fall asleep? Realizing something was wrong, Boss Chang suddenly got up and not only did he find that his shirt was gone, but also that the two beauties were gone. He hurriedly got up, stumbled, and ran into the bathroom, washing his face hard. Looking at his haggard reflection in the mirror, Boss Chang angrily slapped the wash basin. "You two sons of bitches! You tricked me?" Then he realized something and ran into the room and emptied the contents of his bag. Sure enough, the 15,000 yuan in his bag was gone. "Nana! You stinking bitch! Just you wait." At this moment, Boss Chang, his anger rising, his veins bulging, his teeth grinding, his first reaction was to pick up his phone and prepare to dial 110. However, when he reached for his phone, he suddenly noticed an extra piece of white paper on the bedside table. Mr. Chang hurriedly picked it up and saw that there was a line of printed words on it. "Boss, I'm really sorry to put you through this. But please don't call the police. We've already left your wife's phone number and taken a few photos with you as a memento. You're so smart and capable, you definitely don't want your wife to know about this, do you? Chapter 37 Chapter 037 I'll skin her alive. Fuck. Damn it." Seeing this note, Boss Chang immediately flew into a rage, covering his head with his hands, and he wanted to kill. It has to be said that Nana and Pang Wenting really got a hold of this married man who came out to find flowers and ask for women. After a few words, Boss Chang dismissed the idea of reporting to the police. Because, indeed, he had received a few photos from an unknown number in his phone. In the photos, Nana and Pang Wenting surrounded him, topless, and although they only showed their noses and mouths, they were smiling like flowers. These seemingly harmless flowers had all turned into murderous flowers, killing Boss Chang without leaving a single piece of him alive, yet he was powerless to resist. Alas! Knowing that he had been tricked, but unwilling to give up, Boss Chang angrily called and WeChat messaged Nana, only to find that she had already blocked him. Suddenly, a nameless fire rose in his heart. Although he absolutely could not let his wife know about this, Boss Chang was extremely unwilling. After hesitating for a few steps, Boss Chang's gaze once again fell on the piece of paper. Thinking of something, he took out his mobile phone, punched in the plane's phone number with a dark face, and the plane, which was on night shift, suddenly received a call from Boss Chang and was taken by surprise. He hurriedly found a place where no one was and clicked the recording button as a matter of professional habit. Unexpectedly, as soon as he connected the call, he heard Boss Chang yell hysterically. "Plane! You bunch of fucking dogs! Your people dare to lie to me! You tell her to wait, I'll skin her alive!" Hearing Boss Chang's unprintable yelling and cursing, the unsuspecting Fei instantly lost his temper. Taking advantage of the anger he had felt before when he tried to help him arrange a girl but was rejected, he snapped. "Boss Chang, what the hell are you doing in the middle of the night? You make it clear, who cheated you? Weren't you gone a long time ago? Who else could it be? It's that bitch Nana. Fine, come back to the hotel. Room 8403. You can't fool me. You can play the landlord, you can knock me out, but you stole 30,000 yuan from me. Nana is one of your people, and I'm not finished with you for this. The voice of Boss Cheng on the other end of the phone almost woke up the guests in the next room, as he was so agitated that saliva was flying out. What? Nana? Are you sure it's Nana? Fei heard the name Nana and was stunned, dumbfounded. It's her. You'd better find her for me, or I'll call the police right now. However, as soon as he heard that Boss Chang wanted to call the police, Fei sneered. He thought to himself, if you were going to call the police, you would have done it already, why would you need to remind him? Any man knows that if you cheat on your wife and get scammed in an underhanded deal like this, 99 out of 100 people won't call the police. Boss Chang, I advise you to just go to sleep. Report it to the police? Fine, you go ahead and report it. You didn't expect that Boss Chang's threats to the plane had no effect at all. Before he could finish his tirade, the plane hung up. Damn it! I've really suffered a loss. With nothing he could do about the situation, Boss Chung had no choice but to give himself a few hard slaps in the face. Lying on the bed, he spent the whole night unable to sleep. Damn it, Nana, it's you again. I don't think you want to live anymore. Although Boss Cheng scolded Nana, he had already concluded from the same actions of the previous boss who caused a scene that Nana was definitely cheating him out of money behind Sister Wan's back. Furious, he immediately angrily ran to the lounge and yelled at one of his subordinates. Shohei, start the car and go with me to Furong Community to find Nana. The younger brother, who was playing the mobile game King of Glory, was very scared when he saw Fei's dark face. Without saying a word, he ignored his teammates who were pushing the tower and decisively quit the game, rushing to start the car. When Fei and the younger brother walked out, Hu Guofei, who was also working the night shift, looked at them with suspicion and muttered. It's the middle of the night, why is brother Fei so angry and going to find sister Nana? What's wrong? Due to the relationship with Li Dachun, Nana is usually quite nice to Hu Guofei. The more Hu Guofei thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong, so he also called Nana to remind her, but the result was the same, her phone was turned off. Hu Guofei had a bad feeling about things and had to call Li Dachun, who was resting at night. Li Dachun was sleeping soundly and was awakened by the urgent sound of the phone. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Hu Guofei calling, so he said impatiently, Guofei, what are you doing, disturbing people's sleep in the middle of the night? Brother Chun, I'm sorry to disturb you, but there's something I need to tell you. I don't know what just happened, but Brother Jichi was furious, leading his men and saying he was going to Furong Community to find Nana. He looked really fierce. I tried calling Nana, but her phone was turned off. Aren't you neighbors? Hurry up and ask what happened. You idiot, Jichi is Nana's supervisor, what does it matter if he's looking for her? Li Dachun had been busy all day and was already half asleep. He was annoyed when Hu Guofei woke him with his sudden phone call. He got up and looked at the clock. It was only 2 o'clock in the morning. I hope I'm being paranoid, but, Brother Chun, you'd better be careful. Hu Guofei frowned and continued to give his advice with concern. Okay, I know. Li Dachun was not at all interested in this matter, so he hung up the phone impatiently and curled back under the covers. Soon, the plane, driven by Shohei, appeared like a ghost in the Furong residential area. He easily fooled the guard at the gate, and after giving Shohei a few words of advice, he walked straight towards Nana's place with a gloomy face. On the other side, Nana, who had just happily divided the money with Pang Wenting, was getting ready to go to bed after drinking outside and taking a shower. Just then, the door suddenly started knocking. Nana's heart tightened, thinking that it was the boss zone who had called the police and the police had come to the door. She was just about to pretend that there was no one at home when the sound of an airplane came from outside the door. Open the door. Nana, it's me, Airplane. Airplane? Why is he looking for me so late? Finding out that it wasn't the police at the door, Nana's heart finally settled. Airplane? It's late, how did you find my house? Do you think I want to find you? Sister Wan needs to talk to you. I tried to call you but couldn't get through. Hurry, it's urgent. Fei said with a deliberately patient tone. Nana had wanted to have a good night's rest, so she turned her phone off as soon as she got home. When she heard it was Sister Wan looking for her, she didn't think twice and ran to open the door. Unexpectedly, as soon as Nana opened the door a little, the plane outside slammed the door open with a forceful kick, knocking Nana off balance. Ah! Plane! What are you doing? How dare you ask me what I'm doing? Don't you have any sense? Chapter 38 Chapter 038 It's useless to shout now. Airplane didn't give Nana the chance to escape at all. He took a step forward and pushed Nana onto the sofa. Because Airplane was so excited, and it was exceptionally quiet outside in the middle of the night, the sound he made when he entered the room had, by some strange coincidence, woken up Li Dachun. What was that noise? Li Dachun sat up in alarm, realizing that something was wrong. Did that sound seem to be coming from Nana's house? Isn't she not at home? Thinking this, Li Dachun hurriedly got up again, suspiciously opened his own door, stared at Nana's door for a few seconds, and when he noticed that the sound had just disappeared, he thought he was being too sensitive. He sighed and had to go back home again. Airplane, don't come over. If you come any closer, I'll call the police. The airplane was angry for no reason, and it looked murderous, which made Nana panic. She got up, backed away, and pointed at the airplane, saying, "Oh, call the police? Go ahead. You've got some nerve, eating and using everything from Sister Juan and then actually trying to trick her? I think you're tired of living." Airplane was so angry that his veins were bulging. The thought that Nana, who he had been trying so hard to woo, was normally pretending to be innocent in front of him, but was actually behind his back trying to trick him into a shameless affair, made him feel even worse than if he had eaten a fly. "What are you talking about? I'm warning you once again, get out of here immediately." As the harsh words "you're cheating on me" came out of his mouth, Nana already knew that Peng Wenting's deal with her had been discovered. Although she was feeling guilty, she still stubbornly said, "No, I'm not cheating on you." How could the furious Jian Qi fall for this? He ran up to her menacingly and pulled Nana out of the room. "Let go of me. Let go of me. You're hurting me." Nana was scared out of her wits, but in front of the muscular plane, she was like a little chicken, completely unable to get away. "Bitch, I'm taking you to see Sister Juan right now. See how you act then." Nana was completely panicked when she heard this. Of course she knew what would happen if Sister Juan found out about this. Seeing that she was about to be dragged to the door, Nana, in a panic, lifted her foot and kicked it somewhere on plane. The plane reacted quickly, dodging with a turn, and was even more infuriated by Nana's actions. Before Nana could react, with a crack, it slapped Nana hard. Nana then fell to the ground, her face burning with pain, and immediately burst into tears. Seeing Nana sitting on the ground crying hysterically, the plane was speechless. Sitting in a chair, he was breathing heavily with anger. "Nana, you thought I wouldn't find evidence and come looking for you in the middle of the night? You didn't think of that, did you? The boss you attacked today, Chang, is one of my regular customers. He already told me everything. If you don't explain yourself clearly today, I won't let you off lightly." Nana was sure that the cat was out of the bag, but she really didn't want to give Plane a reason to get angry with her. All she could think about was how to escape from the room, so she continued to act innocent and said, Plane, I really don't know what you're talking about. I'm off today, and there's no such boss as Chang." "Damn it, still mouthing off? Fine. I'll put you out of your misery." With that, Plane stood up, pulled out his phone, and after a bit of fiddling, played back the call he had previously recorded with Boss Chang. "Listen carefully. I'll show you how to argue." After the call finished playing, Nana was momentarily dumbfounded. Knowing that she was in for a hard time, she simply got up from the floor, wiped away a tear, and said with a seemingly reckless abandon, "Yes, you're right. I'm playing a trick on you, so what? Am I blocking you from getting rich, or are you being tricked? Brother Fei, I know what you mean, but I'd rather go out and cheat on men than agree to marry you. Go ahead, go tell Sister Juan. I'll admit defeat if I'm outwitted by you. But as I told you before, and as I've said many times, it's impossible for me to marry you." Fei had been upset that Nana was willing to go out and cheat on him rather than give in to him, but little did he expect that, knowing that her secret was out, Nana would not only show no sign of softening, but would continue to mock him. Fei felt his pride greatly insulted. He was a man. Okay, Nana, you've got some fucking nerve. If I don't fuck you today, I'll be damned. Fuck you. You. Don't come any closer." Nana's harsh words were like a sword piercing directly into the heart of the plane, completely enraging the beast within him. The plane's anger was palpable, his eyes wide with rage. He threw off his jacket and pounced on Nana like a hungry tiger. "Bitch, it's no use screaming your head off today, no one can save you. Get out. Get out of my sight. Help. Help." Seeing the fierce aircraft rushing recklessly towards her, Nana's face paled and she started to panic. There was nowhere to retreat, so she grabbed a pillow from the sofa and even a teacup from the tea table, and threw them at the aircraft while shouting. With a crisp cracking sound, everything Nana threw was deftly avoided by the aircraft, which shattered to the ground. A karaoke hostess, playing innocent with me? I'll show you. The plane was possessed by a sperm cell, determined to get what it wanted. Li Dachun. Li Dachun. Help! Nana, cornered and terrified, had no choice but to scream Li Dachun's name in the hope that he would hear the commotion and come to her rescue. Seeing that Nana was in such a critical situation and still hoping that Li Dachun would appear, the plane, who was originally angry with Li Dachun, couldn't help but sneer. Bitch, it's useless to shout for anyone now. Li Dachun? Ha, even if Li Dachun came, I'd still beat the shit out of him. As soon as he said that, the plane took a step forward, controlling Nana on the sofa and holding her arms tightly, even as he let loose a torrent of abuse. Seeing that Nana was still struggling desperately, Ji-chang flew into a rage and gave Nana a few hard slaps. What the hell is going on? Li Dachun, who had finally managed to fall asleep, was suddenly woken by the shouting and sounds coming from Nana's house. Li Dachun, who had sensed that something was wrong, hurriedly got dressed and rushed to Nana's house. He listened close to the door and could clearly hear Nana crying inside. Oh no! Li Dachun was puzzled, and hurriedly began pounding on the door. Nana! Nana! Are you there? What's wrong? Open the door. Li Dachun, like a godsend, made Nana feel like she had grabbed a lifeline. Just as she was about to continue shouting for help, the next second, her mouth was viciously covered by the plane. Chapter 39 Chapter 039 I haven't even taken my pants off yet. Seeing that there was no reply, Li Dachun didn't care about anything else. He was convinced that he had just heard Nana's cry for help. However, the door was firmly shut, and Li Dachun had no way of breaking in. As Li Dachun quickly thought of a solution, he suddenly remembered that the last time he had walked Nana home, she had mentioned the door code by accident. 690,612. Li Dachun, who remembered the code, hurriedly entered the code without delay. As the door opened, he heard someone come in, jumped up like a startled bird, and didn't forget to pull up his pants. Nana seized the opportunity to quickly escape from him and stumbled towards Li Dachun. Oh, Dachun, help me, the plane wants to rape me. Seeing Nana, who was trembling, with torn pajamas and her breasts half exposed, Li Dachun was furious. He pulled Nana behind him, pointed at the plane and yelled. Plane! You've got some nerve. You're brazenly breaking in to rape her. Don't you want to live anymore? The plane obviously didn't expect Li Dachun to know the door code, and this sudden appearance of Li Dachun further confused him. However, he still tried his best to remain calm, straightened his clothes, and took out the flick knife he carried every day from his pocket. While playing with it, he said coldly, Damn you, Li Dachun, you really are everywhere. You want to be a hero, don't you? Fine, this time, without Sister Wanda to protect you, I'll fix you, you little bastard, and this bitch who set me up. The words immortal jump coming from the mouth of the plane really stunned Li Dachun, who said to Nana suspiciously. Immortal jump? Nana sensed something, suddenly became nervous, and immediately said with a crying voice, full of grievances. Oh, brother Dachun, don't be fooled by the plane, there is no such thing. Bitch. What, in front of your big brother Dachun, you dare to do it but not dare to admit it? How about I play that phone conversation again in front of Li Dachun? Enough. Don't give me any of your nonsense, airplane. Breaking and entering and rape are serious crimes. You've been caught red-handed. If you know what's good for you, you'll put down the knife and turn yourself in. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook. Nana and Airplane each had their own version of the story, and Li Dachun was not stupid. He just wanted to focus on the facts he saw when he barged in. You little piece of shit, what kind of good guy are you? Breaking and entering and rape? You've got to be kidding me. You call that rape? I didn't even take my pants off. Seeing that Li Dachun was still unruffled in the face of the flick knife in his hand, and was still threatening him, Fei Plane suddenly felt a little less confident. After all, when this kid first entered the KTV, he had killed himself in front of Juan and his brothers. This was a shadow that Fei Plane, who was used to fighting one-on-one, could never erase. Fei Plane, I see that you are not only stupid, but also blind. Look up and see what that is. Li Dachun looked at the slightly comical Plane and didn't want to waste any more words with him. He looked up at the camera in the room and felt secretly amused. Li Dachun, you're a dead man. The plane followed Li Dachun's gaze and spotted the camera with the red light flashing. His whole face turned green. There was no turning back for him. His eyes were red with rage, and he swung his knife, using all his strength, and charged straight at Li Dachun. Ah! However, before the plane could take a few steps, while Nana was screaming again in fear, Li Dachun calmly and composedly called out the familiar line in his heart. Xiaoying, time out. In an instant, the plane, which had been in a running position, stood motionless in front of Li Dachun. The knife in his hand was just a few centimeters away from touching Li Dachun. At this moment, Li Dachun, looking at the flicking knife so close to him, couldn't help but feel a little scared, but he quickly calmed down. First, he took the knife in the hands of the plane's hand, and then came to the front of the plane, slapped him in the face a few more times, and then said with a fake air of bravado. I'm telling you, brother airplane, you really are strong and simple-minded, and besides being able to wield a knife, what else can you do? Can you be a little more civilized? After a barrage of abuse, Li Dachun knew that time was running out. After a great deal of effort, he managed to push airplane to the ground. To be on the safe side, Li Dachun looked around the room quickly, but couldn't find any rope to tie airplane up with. Then he suddenly noticed a few black silk stockings on the sofa that Nana had worn and hadn't had a chance to wash yet. Although it was a bit strange to use these to tie airplane up. But the situation at the moment did not allow Li Dachun to think much. He had to make do with the black silk and tie the plane's hands and feet with it. After making sure that the plane was completely under control, Li Dachun acted the whole scene out, once again pressing down on the plane as he had done the first time he knocked it out. Just then, Li Dachun suddenly thought of something. Did the plane say something about a phone call just now? It seemed that Nana was very nervous after hearing it. Seeing that there was still enough time, Li Dachun, who had been keeping a close eye on things, felt in the plane's pocket and found his mobile phone. After unlocking it with the plane's face, Li Dachun browsed for a while and actually found a recorded phone call. Without delay, Li Dachun immediately sent the call file to himself via the plane's WeChat and, referring to the recording in their chat history, clicked to delete it. Ah! Li Dachun. Are you okay? As the countdown ended, Nana, whose heart had jumped into her throat the previous second, was surprised and covered her mouth the next second. What's going on? Didn't the plane just stab him? Why? Was Nana stunned by the bizarre scene before her? And she noticed that the plane's hands and feet were actually tied with her black silk? This made Nana go completely dumb. Damn you, Li Dachun. Let go of me. Let go of me. You're always swearing. Did you forget to brush your teeth this morning? At the moment, the plane, who was being held down on the ground, was even more confused than Nana. It was true that, 1 second before, he had rushed towards Li Dachun with a knife in a cool and collected manner, but the next second, not only had Li Dachun taken the knife from him, but he had also been knocked to the ground and tied up by some strange force? No one could withstand such a huge reversal, let alone the plane, who had already been knocked out twice. What kind of kung fu is this? At this thought, Fei's cold sweat broke out, and he completely lost his fighting spirit. He twisted his head with difficulty and begged Li Dachun for mercy. Li Dachun, we're all brothers, let's talk about this. You let me go first. Chapter 40, Chapter 040, you can have these black silk stockings. Tut, now you're calling me a brother? When you were stabbing me with a knife, were you not a brother? Li Dachun looked at the plane, which had no choice but to start admitting defeat, and burst out laughing. He knew that he could not be soft-hearted with this kind of person, and that he had to teach him a lesson. He stood up from the plane, clapped his hands, and said to Nana. Nana, not only did he just try to rape and kill, he also brandished a knife. I will copy the video from the security camera later, and together with this weapon, I will hand it over to the police station. He will be in jail for a few years. Seeing that Li Dachun looked serious and wasn't bluffing, Fei Jiqi panicked and once again softened his tone. Nana, don't do this, I had a bit of wine today and I was impulsive, I really know I was wrong, please don't call the police. We were colleagues after all, I'll apologize, pay compensation, is that okay? Fei Jiqi was sweating with anxiety, but Nana still didn't say a word, she obviously hadn't recovered from the scene just now. After a while, it seemed that Nana had thought of something, and she hurriedly ran over to the plane, ignoring its struggles, and took out his phone. What do you want? Of course, the plane guessed what Nana wanted to do with his phone, but in this situation, he had already become a prisoner, and there was nothing he could say except to witness Nana unlock it with his own face. Nana held the plane's phone in her hand, her fingers quickly swiping back and forth, afraid of missing a single corner. However, after searching for a long time, she was surprised to find that the recording that Airplane had played for her earlier had inexplicably disappeared. Li Dachun had seen Nana's unusual behavior and, without immediately pointing it out, said, "Nana? Why don't I call the police for you?" Unexpectedly, Nana, who had discovered that the recording was gone, suddenly became relaxed. She looked at Li Dachun with a complex expression in her eyes, played with her hair, sat thoughtfully on the sofa, let out a long breath, and then said, "Brother Chun, forget it. The plane didn't really do anything to me. We're both working for Sister Wan, and it wouldn't be good to go to the police station. Besides, in my profession, suing a plane for rape? The police wouldn't believe it. Nana, what are you saying? If I didn't know your room code, the plane would have ravished you a long time ago. Now there's conclusive evidence, what are you worried about? Besides, with the plane's character, if there was a first time, there will definitely be a second." Li Dachun was taken aback by Nana's attitude and suddenly lost his temper. "Brother Chun, after today's incident with Airplane, I don't think he'll dare do it again." Nana's inexplicable sudden regression finally put Airplane's worried heart at ease. "Brother Chun, you are a magnanimous person, I promise there won't be a next time. I swear. I swear." It seemed that Airplane had begun to fear Li Dachun, who had twice defeated him in a second. Moreover, he now had leverage over him, and his tone of voice changed drastically, as if he had become Li Dachun's underling. Combined with Nana's unusual words, deeds and behavior, Li Dachun understood completely. The immortal seduces mentioned by Airplane earlier was definitely not groundless. Looking at the expectant glances that Nana and Airplane had cast at the same time, Li Dachun pondered for a moment, and in the end, he did not continue to insist. After all, the two parties involved had not said anything about reporting to the police, and it was not appropriate for him to make a decision on his own. Just now, Fei had once again experienced his own power, and Nana also had evidence in her hands that he had attempted to rape her. No normal person would dare to do it again. Thinking about this, Li Dachun untied Fei. He had just taken Nana's black silk and was about to say something, but before he knew it, Fei had run to the door. He saw Fei moving his wrists, which had been tied up and were now sore, and glaring at Li Dachun and Nana. Although his eyes were full of murderous intent, he didn't dare say anything more. Before Li Dachun could react, Airplane, like a dog with its tail between its legs, rushed out the door. "Airplane, you're really funny, I didn't say I wouldn't let you go." Li Dachun laughed as he watched Airplane's disheveled back. Then he picked up the black silk stockings in his hand and said apologetically to Nana, "Well, Nana, it happened so suddenly just now that I couldn't find any rope, so I had to use your stockings. I'm afraid the stockings got torn during the struggle on the plane. I'll buy you a new pair when we get home." "Air. It's fine, you don't need to buy me new ones. If you like them, you can have them." "Air, no, that's not necessary." Seeing Li Dachun holding his stockings, and having just experienced a tense moment, Nana had wanted to make a joke, but the result was that the words, once spoken, made the atmosphere even more awkward. Although many men like plain black stockings, Li Dachun did not have this fetish. "Hey, Nana, do you want to go and change your clothes?" It turned out that when she was being molested on the plane, Nana's pajamas had been torn at some point and were now half open. Even half of her breasts were showing. Now that he had calmed down, Li Dachun realized that something was wrong and deliberately looked up at the ceiling to remind Nana. "Oh my God." Nana came to her senses and looked down, only to realize that she had been exposed. Without thinking, she quickly covered herself with her hands and ran to the bedroom to change her clothes. Here, with a 100-meter sprint, Fei arrived at the car in the underground garage, still shaken. Driving with him, Shohei, the little guy, was waiting for the opportunity to fight in the Canyon of Kings, and didn't notice Fei running away at all. With Shohei's skill technique, they had just dealt their opponents a group fight, and were one step away from pushing down the enemy's high ground. Unexpectedly, the plane suddenly opened the door, scaring Shohei, who had been carrying the team and was commanding his teammates to move and kill, out of his wits. Then, he heard the plane behind him angrily curse. "Son of a bitch. Wait for me." Shohei, who was concentrating intently, was scared by the plane's fierce curse, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. His phone fell to the armrest. Coincidentally, the screen of Shohei's mobile phone, which was showing the game King of Glory, was seen by the plane. In an instant, the plane, which had once again suffered a defeat at the hands of Li Dachun, seemed to have found an opportunity for revenge. With a dark face, it lifted its feet and kicked them hard towards the driver's seat. You piece of shit. Will you die if you don't play games? Have you got any eyes? Now drive the car for me. After being inexplicably scolded by the plane, Shohei dared not speak angrily, and could not attend to the question marks that his teammates in the game kept typing out. He could only start the car in a hurry, taking with him the 10,000 expletives that were rushing to the surface of his mind, and drove out of the residential area. How could the plane understand Shohei's frustration? You see, his game was just one victory away from the title of Glorious King. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, he was double-crossed by the plane.